She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go.
Hello everyone, welcome back to more YaLLa Compass action this morning. More opening matches. We've got ourselves through the closed qualifier. Like we mentioned yesterday, we've got opening matches in the proper Contenders stage coming in here. And yeah, we've actually already seen a couple of results, obviously, from yesterday. Some very surprising ones, maybe. Monty absolutely farmed Spirit Academy. They did look, completely looked out of form and not at the races yesterday. Probably the most interesting result for me. But for our two games this morning, we have Iberian Soul versus Favbet and Parivision versus Amkal. And actually, Matt, this Iberian Soul team, first time I've covered them since they became Iberian Soul again, actually.
Oh, that's quite crazy. Okay, I've seen a lot of this team, and when they came together, Trav, they were awful. Like, they were completely at sea. And it seems like they're kind of back on track. I think there was even a point where Davi G was like, I'm leaving this team as soon as they find a suitable replacement. I'm just going to do the right honorable thing, hang around, play the officials with them so that we can at least they can continue to play in rankings. And then they started winning games. They actually started winning matches consistently. And then it seemed like all of a sudden, kind of like flipped the script and reversed it. It was like, yeah,
maybe that's Matt's power trip again. Unfortunately, he's been having issues this morning, but I can hear when he cuts out, so it's fine. But yeah, I agree. I kind of agree with what he's saying anyway, right? Because just looking at the previous results, it's actually looking pretty, as Matt said, kind of much better for them, right? They beat Monty 2-1. They beat Cybershock 2-1. You've got results against Eclot that's at W. They beat Connor. They beat Ecstatic 2-1 3 weeks ago. That's no mean feat. That was in Galaxy Battle. We know Ecstatic are pretty insane right now. Sinners as well, that's not a bad win. 9, Partisan, like, they're actually showing some form again with this Spanish roster. That makes me happy because they've got some great names, obviously. Alex, Zododo, David G, Mopoz. I really do think that there's something about them again, and we'll have to see how they do in the server because, as I say, first time I've really seen them in a while. Salsol's actually the top-rated player, which may surprise some people considering the other names on the team. But Alex is trying to read himself once again with players he knows very well through his time on NIP. And yeah, it was kind of a doomed time, of course, on NIP. They finally seem to have found some direction with their current team, but at least he's gone back to his home country for this current roster. Yeah, as I said, their map pool is looking a lot better as well, right? You've got the likes of Inferno, Nuke, they play a lot. Actually play a lot of Ancient as well. I really would not be surprised to see a Nuke and an Inferno in this series because it's one that Favbet also play. And we can have a look at that Favbet roster coming in right now. We've got Bondic, Smash, Jakey, Tension, and Marix. Marix, one of the only Luxembourgian pros to really make a name for himself in the scene. Still fragging pretty okay for this roster. And if you look at this Favbet roster, you probably look at it and say, they're not too amazing right now, but they're actually better than I think people give them credit for. I think Tension has got a lot of talent. I've seen some great moments from him. I think Jeky's got the right idea of how to play the game. And I think Bondic, people might think, wow, Bondic's still playing, but he's actually pretty decent. And I've seen him have some really impactful performances for this Favbet team, even now in the very sort of ends of his career. So I think he deserves the credit for just a solid all-round game for this team. One player that I want to highlight is Smash, because he is, well, let's say incredibly streaky. You can either be 2-9 or 9-2 in a game, it feels like. He just has this innate ability to crack open a bomb site in ridiculous fashion, but also have a very, very quiet performance overall in a match, in a particular map. So, for the sake of FavBet, I hope Smash has a good day today. We're going to have a look at their maps, what they do like to play. As I said, they actually share Nuke and Inferno as maps they do like to play. Their most reps are Ancient and Anubis, though. Seen a lot of FavBet on Anubis. Actually got a 55% win rate on that one with 20 games played. Beaten Parivision on it, good win. Beaten the likes of Amkal on it as well. I think that was Amkal without Molodoi, though, of course. It was Amkal with Art Frost, so you could say it's a little bit easier for them. But yeah, when we actually look at the Veto later on in this pre-show, I do think it's going to be a bit of a surprise for me. I think we might see some maps that we're maybe not expecting in this Veto, and maybe we could see a ban that we're not expecting either, because they do have 2 permas I'm not going to play. Mirage, they've got 1 D2 on record lately. That was a loss against Sinners in CCT, but that's back in February. So we're at a point now where that is a obvious permaban for them. And FavBet, yeah, obviously also with a permaban of Mirage. So they're in an okay position right now, our FavBet, when it comes to their Veto. But we can have a look at that Veto coming in now. I think when it comes to Iberian Soul, there is a weakness that FavBet can exploit. As I said, FavBet actually do like going toward Anubis quite a lot. And Iberian Soul's recent results are not great. They beat Ecstatic on it, which is a good win, but they've lost to regional opposition. I mean, that's kind of what Matt was talking about just before, right? They've lost to GTZ and Lecce, and they're both Portuguese teams, of course, and the second being a bit more of an unknown quantity. It's tough because, as you can see, we are picking into Anubis, and that's a difficult one for Iberian Soul. Lost to Zero Tenacity and Kono most recently. And if you look at FavBet, as I said, beaten Parivision, beaten Sangal, that's 4 wins out of 6 at the moment for them on the map. That's pretty good. But if we look at the map pick for Iberian Soul, it's again a huge strength for them. They love going to Nuke right now. They've beaten Monty on it twice recently. They had a streak of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on it. Ecstatic, Sinners, Yano, 9, and Novak in like about a couple of months ago. But thing is that FavBet play it as well, and they've actually got a good run of results too. But we need to dig a bit deeper on those results, right? You can't just look at the percentages and say, okay, they actually might win. The teams they've beaten on Nuke are RUSHB 3 times, Sparta, and Forza Reloads. That's a bit of a fake picture of how FavBet's Nuke actually is. I actually will favour Iberian Soul on that one quite considerably. And if we go to a decider of Inferno, that's one where I just can't pick at all. I couldn't be able to pick a winner between these two, unfortunately, because that is just an extremely middle ground map between both of them. The odds, of course, and as I said, going into the game, it does feel like a very even matchup that I can't really pick a winner on. And look at that, the odds completely agree with me, would you believe? 1.87 for both. But yeah, hopefully we'll get Matt back into the server soon, because as I said to you this morning, he's been having some power trip issues over in South Africa, which can happen, right? So hopefully he'll get that figured out and we can get him back soon. But the game will surely soon be getting underway. I'm not sure production. We're going to go to a little bit of a break before we get going, because obviously I'm having to wait for Matt, and the game might not be ready yet. I'm not so sure what's going on right now, so we'll figure that out. I know Matt is coming back at some point. He just mentioned that he's going to be maybe moving to get him back into the call. So we'll keep you up to date on that one, of course. Production, don't worry, I've got you for now. But yeah, of course, I want to mention some of the other matchups that we've got coming up today as well. I mentioned, obviously, the second one is Parivision versus Amkal. One of the ones that I think is going to be pretty fun to watch will be Zero Tenacity versus 9. It's going to be a very close matchup. 9 actually been on pretty good form lately. I think they qualified for a LAN coming in. I think it was a LAN or it was a Tip Sport Prague LAN, I think it is they qualified for, off the top of my head. And a pretty interesting match as well to finish off the day with Passion UA versus SASHI. SASHI on a maybe slightly better form lately. They've been really struggling of late. They're beating the teams they should be beating now. They're on a 5-win streak. Passion UA are a little bit more up and down, but I'm really hopeful that they can fix what they've got going with this roster, because having Waro 2K and Demko in the mix, right, that is 2 additions which I think are slam dunk choices that should be excellent for them going forward. I'm convinced that we're going to see an amazing Passion UA going toward the sort of second part of the year. Anyway, looks like we are getting underway on Anubis, so we'll see how this one will pan out between Favbet and Iberian Soul. Pistol round underway. Mopoz has got the smoke and the molly. Try and make any execute happen, perhaps. Intention's already trying to fake out the canal player. Seen him jump back and forth. Checky has the smoke of his own, but no kit actually for Favbet. He's brought up a smoke, or dropped over a smoke anyway. We work their way through mid Iberian Soul, and not being quiet about it. This will be heard, and Marix is doing the right thing by hopping away, but it's actually a really tough hold now for Favbet. You've got two players in main, which should easily get the kill on Marix. There we go, he was dinked down, and it's Bondic on Plat, who will just get run down. It's a beautiful tap on Mopoz on the cross, though. And he's found Alex as well. That suddenly turned the round on its head. It looked like Iberian Soul were going to completely crunch and ruin Favbet's pistol, but Tension single-handedly has brought this one back into a possibility. But here comes Salsol, the top player on Iberian Soul at the moment, and once again swings and roundabouts in the pistol. It's Iberian Soul to recover it from a 2v3. I bet going for the full force coming in here. Bondic with his preferred CZ once again. Gets a surprising amount of damage done with that pistol. And the 5.7 is definitely a lot more powerful and a lot more meta. Alex will re-smoke main. A lot of angry Spaniards coming his way, and it's a combination of Alex and the Portuguese of Sododo with that flash to get Alex out of the round. And with Favbet completely locked out here, will be an Iberian Soul 2-0 start. They're going to have to save their force and use it again in round 3. Smash will get one dig on Mopoz. He's looking to try and grab one more, but Alex actually gets a dig himself, which is pretty impressive. One of those digs that he picked up from Marix, I believe. He connects with the kill from long range. So, Smash has managed to find one of those SMGs. He's found the MAC-10 on the floor. That means he can drop his pistol to Marix or Tension. That'll be the buy they'll have to deal with. Toward middle. Jackie will show presence with the 5.7. He's got the MAC-10 saved on Smash alongside him. With that smoke up, they are allowed to push a little bit deeper and at least check the close right, but interesting that it doesn't want to go any deeper on that one. And Smash has gauged what Iberian Soul's plan is here. Can you drop him behind? He tried it. He tried it. I respect the attempt because obviously that he knew they were setting up and he knew that they weren't necessarily looking at him. Iberian Soul have actually been relatively smart about this one with how they've paused. But little do they know, they've paused and they're still going into the stack. So, this could get awkward. Jacky's arm will stick out though and South will get the spray down. Attention USP, 5-7. Marix actually a bit of team damage in the mix as well, but it's all good. Marix actually only gets 1 kill in the end and Mopos survives on 1 HP. So he'll be delighted with that. And Iberian Soul will be as well to survive with 4 alive. Bolster that money before the gun round. Perfect job by Tension. Pushing the AWP aggressive into A main. That's exactly what you want your AWPer to do on an important first gun round. Be assertive. Of course, still on Alex, trying to force his way in, but Marix will put a stop to that, and he actually takes WG as well. It's a great hold for Marix. He'll go down, but he's done his job, and Bet's opening gun round is going smoothly. Dodo managed to hop over to the site though and get the bomb planted. Actually, this gives him a slight opportunity here. Got no after plant utility remaining, but with Dodo set up, there's always a chance. Keep an eye on Smash. He's the only one with the defuse kit. If he gets taken down, could be a bit more of a scramble. Flash to get Mopos off the angle, and Sododo will be flashed as well. But there is the opening kill, and that's the kit on the floor. Has it been picked up? It has. Jacky's found it, but Sododo has found Bondic. Now it gets worrying. This is a great help from Iberian Soul thus far. Big headshot from Tension, and Sododo, oh, he hit the tag. He hit the tag on Jacky, and he tried to leap through the smoke to knife him, but he's saved at the last second by Tension. Great attempt. That could have easily gone awry for Favbet. Oh, Smash, he goes searching. That is a bit ill-advised, I would say. A round like this, right, you've just won a really tough retake. Even though it was 4v2. You've only still have 2 players alive and you've gone for a push. That's aggressive. Gifts an opening kill. Over to Salsol. WG playing topless on cam right now. What a Chad, dude. That's what it looks like. Does that break TOS? I think we're fine. But it's a good response from Iberian Soul. A good bounce back knowing what had gone before. Unfortunately for Favbet, they're forced to save with all 4 players. Makes total sense. They've got it after I mentioned to you that money pain from the previous round. Smash will be a bit disappointed that it was his error that cost his team the A-bomb site. Tension's pretty stuck. I was contained to 15, but he's going to get a peek from E-Box, and that's exactly what happens. FEG will take him down. I understand what Tension was trying to go for there, but that's a couple of rounds in a row now. Favbet tried to put some aggressive moves in and been punished for them. Mopos 22, Sododo 47. They're going to go searching off the back of that, realizing they need to do some move to get back into the round, but FEG will get his 1-for-1, 2 in the round overall. They do clear him out of E-Box, but the cost is, well, I'd say a bit too much maybe. And Favbet decided just to bunker down on B. We've got one rotator, of course, over to ward mid to try and find something behind that smoke, but Smash won't be seeing much. Again, they're going to have a free A bomb site. Come through main, they can come through camera. Bomb's taking a while to get there. That smoke is still up. You can see actually they're just throwing it over to each other rather than just getting another player onto the site. It's actually pretty late to deal with that, but obviously it allows Sododo to watch mid from a distance instead. You could have pushed into camera and held it with the AWP, but decides, okay, let's throw it over to Alex, it's fine. Got the time to deal with it. And then Bondic goes off to try and save and search. Not necessarily in that order. And gets a bullet from Mopos. Virion Soul all over Favbet at the moment. What can Favbet do to get on the front foot here? I have been struggling so far to really find these opening kills. And Bondic, the charge from Iberian Soul is I actually really like the timing in that round there for Iberian Soul to go for an aggressive play like that. Even if it didn't work, I would have respected the pace change, because it's put a lot of pressure on Favbet. Bondic got caught off guard there completely in the midst of throwing his utility. Do need to pick up the bomb there. I was a little bit nervy for a second there for Salsol, but he'll be able to grab it and get it down. Honestly, Favbet might feel like they have to go for this retake. At least have a look anyway. Poke and prod with Jeki already pushed up close. The ball could stick out though, and that Molotov's going to spread. Oh, it's awkward. He has managed to find one. He needs two, but Alex will not allow him to push behind the site to deal with Salsol. He'll try and push forward, but it's all falling apart. It's Smash 1v3. He's found two of them. He is one of the players with the kit. Tries to position himself in a much more wide angle. And actually, going to go for the hold here. Sododo needs to push it. And he will push it. Iberian Soul, 6-1. Looking great at the moment. Favbet just grinding out these rounds and not getting much success at all. Fair play to Smash for giving that a good go. They did need to try one, but it ain't working. Jeki. Yep. Easily caught by Alex. I've bet not turning up to play so far. They started so impressively. With that opening gun round win. But not really much else from that. The gun round did take a little bit extra effort as well, of course, on that retake toward B. And, other than that, not really been close, it's fair to say. That smash clutch never felt like it was actually going to happen. It was all under control for Sododo. Again, Iberian Soul will path their way correctly here on toward the B-bomb site. Tension, Smash, Marix and Bondic are quite a way away. Trying to play for aggressive exits again. Oz. Oh, you know what? That's really solid. That's not exactly full eco players on the other side there. That's some upgraded pistols. And he's hit a lovely triple kill spray down. That's one man on Iberian Soul that I could trust in any given situation, it feels like. Mopoz is the guy. Been around for a very, very long time. Of course, famed for that Movistar Riders and Movistar Koi stint that he had in his career. Spent 7 years on Movistar Riders, which then turned into Koi. Pretty much the same org. So, even though it's separated on Liquipedia on HLTV, I think I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that it was over 7 years. Missed flash from Jackie in toward mid we just saw there, and that kind of tells the tale of the game so far. Nothing's really going for them. Until now, again, Tension is the man to try and get an opening kill for Favbet. This time, successful. Savage's pushed up, though, in toward A main. He's got a full belt of utility that he doesn't want to just peek into the AWP and lose. Could be critical util by the end of the round. Alex waiting in mid. There could be a double peek coming through. That's information. Alex has figured out what's going on. Two players are going to try and fight him, but utility is good, and he's got one player locked behind the brick. Oh, how has he not finished off that kill? 43 seconds left in the round, and hang on, it's going to fall apart, isn't it? Marix, good reaction, but he needs to find another one, and Bondic's going to get caught in the rotation. Thankfully, Marix has done a brilliant job. Marix should not have been allowed to get two there. If he gets entryed straight up, Iberian Soul probably win the round. As it is now, it's Davi G 1v3. Yeah, keeping hold of that full utility I mentioned makes total sense. I'll just throw it away. Thing is, in that situation there, it's again very nitpicky response to this maybe, but I do think it would be fine there for WG to go for the push. I mean, we're edging toward the end of the first half anyway. They've got so much money in the bank. The economic damage to Favbet would have been worth it for me if he got even one more kill. But economic damage could still be significant if they win this round here. Favbet really would need 3 or 4 to have a chance in this one. Tension's now under a lot of pressure. Has to deal with main, has to deal with E-Box, and already they've double entried. Bondic may have found a 1-for-1 this time, but they know Marix is a B player, and he'll just get cleaned up by Mopoz. As I said, once again, Mopod's showing his quality. Used to be one of the hard carries of Movistar Riders back in those days. When they had that duo with Sun Pius that made that Cologne semi-final. That was the duo that really did the damage. I do miss that time for the Movistar Riders crew. That was IM Clone 2022, just having a quick look back at it. That Movistar Riders summer was something to behold. Winning SL Challenger, I believe. SL Challenger Valencia. That was the first ever studio event I worked, actually, SL Challenger Valencia. Back in 2022. They actually won that at a bit of a canter, beating Outsiders in the grand final. It was a surprise win. Outsiders were the defending champions of Challenger at that point. They won 16-14, 16-14. Every other result was very comfortable, but against Outsiders, 16-14, 16-14 in the decider. Back on CSGO. And they went to Cologne and made the damn semi-finals. Truly insane work. Without Sun Pius, maybe that's not something that can ever happen again. Sun Pius, of course, rumoured to go to G2 after the major, with Coach Saw from Heroic. Sododo is the man at the moment in place for Iberian Soul. They're doing fine in the scene at the moment, like I said. It was a very poor start for them, but they're starting to find some semblance of form. And that's exciting. Very tight angle being held by Bondic here. And actually works, because Mopaz will shift onto the site. Gives up that opening pick found by Alex. But again, Southside's found Smash. And again, like, I know it's pistols on this round here. But Soul just piling this one so well. Tension's found one. Alex, if he finds one himself, it could be big. They're taking a very long time to kill him. But Alex will get the kill before Sododo gets tagged. But Tension's ready. That's big work from Tension. Actually, it's the two players who are the healthiest as well. Sododo 3 HP, having to force the issue. Tension needs one bullet. Bondic's now here to support as well. Tension has played this one brilliantly. Waited to pounce. Did pounce. Got 2 kills. And a really critical low buy round won by Favbet to try and get something done at the end of the half here. 3 is workable, but it's the absolute floor. 4 is winnable. Utilities being primed for Iberian Soul here toward B. They've been very successful with their B take so far. Only really one has gone awry. Technically 2, but the take was good. It was the retake from Favbet that was actually just a little bit better to win that one out. Molotov in toward the position. All the damage is done. Smash, that's significant. They're trying desperately to finish him off as well. That's a good hold. I bet they're going to find something at the end of the half here. Fair play to them. Haven't given up. They know how critical getting it just a couple of rounds on CT and Anubis can truly be. And they're going to grab 2 at the end of the half there. A lot to thank Tension for. He's been the main man, really. Finding a couple of opening kills. Some of those went unrewarded when it comes to winning the round, but he got that 2k on A to get that 3rd round in the previous, and Well, he's got the opening pick in this one as well to get 4. Help Favbet get 4. I'm a bit more hopeful for them now. Oh, Mopaz actually was going aggressive there. Taking the frag, taking the initiative outside B main. Get punished for it though, and Sedoto's been gooshed down to 9. So Favbet have a really good opportunity to work their way back into the game now. It sounds crazy, right? Because Iberian Soul have been all over them all game. But that's kind of what an average sort of T-side on Anubis looks like, it feels like almost. Tension waiting, and will easily take Southsol on the rotation. This retake's impossible, I'm afraid. Favbet are going to easily take the T-pistol, and we'll give this game a bit of a conversation. Soledo and Davi G want to save their Kevlar from the pistol round. They might not, you know. Favbet are happy to go hunting. Oh, might not. Okay. Just about alright. They're not going to choose to go for a helmet. They're going to just buy up with the money they've got. MP9 and FAMAS winning to the force buy straight away with that Kevlar save. Dangerous. Could turn to 8-7 very quickly. Really important kill from Bondic as well. When you're up against a round and purchase like this, being able to find the opening like that is just so relaxing. Can't relax too much, obviously, but just settles you down. You know you're not 4v5 straight away. You know you've got some control over the map. You've got some knowledge. Bondic trying to recycle as much as possible. Throwing that MAC-10 behind the barrels. Take the MP9 instead. Respect that. Housekeeping from Bondic. All those years of experience, knowing that Iberian Soul will take anything they can possibly grab their hands on. And again, they've parred their way into the A bomber site successfully here. They've made the right choice. They've got mid control. They can pinch through camera. There's no risk. So much of this game at the moment has been like characterized by good T-side calling. Ha! They found the MAC-10. That's hilarious. Bondic went through all that effort to try and hide it, and then Mopaz just creeps up, has a look, and is like, oh, well, I think I may have heard it earlier. There it is. Bondic's come back. And he's like, what if he checks it? He doesn't check it. That's a shame. It would have been absolutely comical if he just checked the barrel. I was like, who's taking my MAC-10? P5 faux pub. I smell the blood of a MAC-10 stealer. I don't know. We'll upgrade to the FAMAS, and once again, Iberian Soul, as I said, it's kind of the same story with Favbet in the first half, right? Having to save some of their force buy, of which there wasn't much left. Smash will look to hold the line as Salsol and Alex go aggressive with this saved force buy. Pretty comfortable kills, and Favbet from a 8-2 deficit, I believe it was at one point, are right back into the game. There is the round history on your screen right now. And yeah, this game has kind of been characterized by just good T-side calling for both. They managed to pile their way into sites, so there have been barely any holds and stuff like that. So I think it's pretty comfortable so far. I can say that my good man Matt is back alive. He's found a setup. He's moved place solely to give me company.
Well, yes, that is it. You're right, Trav. You got me. That is the illicit reason. But thankfully, I am here. Sorry that I've missed the game, but looks like we do have quite a game in our hands. I mean, I was keeping track of the scoreboard on HLTV. Iberian Soul, they'd pulled away the game at the start of that team side, but Favbet have wrestled back. WG, nope, that's Alex. I thought that was WG's picture. Oh, it's everyone's picture right now.
Yeah,
okay,
because they want to.
Makes more sense.
We want to show off his physique, clearly.
Oh, are we highlighting that? Okay.
No, I mean, we can though.
Shoes, I guess. The headphones, bottle of water. At least he's got a bottle of water with a. I'm sure that makes you happy.
Yes, it very much does. Listen, you got to have like decent confidence in yourself, and you're like just as a person to know you've put a camera on yourself and play topless, right? Fair play.
Yeah, he's clearly living La Vida Loca, man. It's must be quite a freeing, like a liberating way to play the game, I could imagine, actually. You just don't want to get like back sweat on your chair. That's the only thing I could think of that would kind of suck. Would be.
I know that if it were me, I'd have a towel behind. All the
some
time
sort of material. Yeah,
to not get stuck on the fabric. But anyway, it's an important gun round here. We should focus on that because there's 30 seconds left of it. And Jeki has already crept all the way through camera. Actually spotted out by Mopoz. Mopoz has had a great game so far, but he can't get one this time. Now, David G, he'll get one for one. It needs to be Salsol to deliver, and he can only get one as well. 15 seconds for a plant. Sododo is here. Going to try and clear him, and Jeki will go for it. The hop across the angle from tension is crazy. He'll get tagged. Sododo knows it. USP is drawn, and he'll get the one bullet he deserves. Great clutch for Sododo, and a much-needed one as well.
Oh, what a brilliant second shot down to the player. Jumped his screen and he knew he had connected. You could see he didn't second guess it. Immediately pulls up the USP, holds down the line. He does 12 health attention and gets credit for killing Sododo there, but he can't finish off the frag. And Iberian will narrowly lead here. I mean, it's been a very good fight back to draw within one, but they will be denied that leveled up scoreline. Probably could have combined a little bit better to have dealt with Sododo there. The two players left alive for Favbet kind of isolated themselves.
Yeah, it was going so well for Iberian Soul in the early game. Favbet kind of had nothing at all. Like, the one round they won on the retake was actually, at one point, I think it was either 8-1 or 8-2. And the one round they won was B-site retake. Iberian Soul got the bomb planted. They had Sododo, and I think it was Mopoz alive. Maybe it was Salsol alive in a 2v4. And, yeah, they only just won the won the retake. They won it with 2 players alive, but they actually only just won it because Sododo got the tag through the smoke on the player defusing and then tried to run it in with a knife and got saved last second. So we're actually seeing some crazy stuff happen between these two in that situation, in that round. But again, CT's just struggling on this map. Like, you know it's Anubis, but characterized by it at the moment.
I mean, Tension was the player who under for Fav. He's able to make his way up canals and then post up on the angle and killing the RBG. That's the frag that completely, like I say, unlocked for Favbet, because then that forces the other CT bomb site to push main and try to base there because he's lost E. So then that prompts him to make a play. He also dies. Then it's just a 5, and that's already round over. So work there from a good example of how you can use the AWP side of Anubis to try and open up the round. Similar play to halfway up banana and then posting off wall on Inferno with the AWP on the T side, where you just make quite a great play, but if you get that kill, the entire round comes up.
Yeah, it's a back-breaking frag.
Especially when it comes that early on in the round.
Timeout for Iberian Soul, right time to do it as well. They've kind of a similar situation, right, as I was kind of talking to you about with Favbet's round they won on CT early on. Sododo's clutch is the only one they've managed to find so far. A scrape across the line.
Yeah, they're going to have a little bit of fire to again try and deny Favbet leveling up the score. It's unlikely. It requires Sododo and Alex to do the lion's share of the work done between the two of them, having carried these guns over. Obviously, we got to see the other day, Trav, and I think we were both pretty damn impressed out of them against not Partisan, Sinners, right?
I think it was
Sinners,
Sinners,
yeah, it was Sinners, that's right. Really good in that series, man. On Train, 13-7, 13-3. That's where they've completely dominated Sinners.
Trying to go for something aggressive with the pistols here. You have to on a round like this. But Favbet are in full control. I was kind of thinking, right, it was kind of going against the grain for Iberian Soul to look so good in the first half. I did think there was always going to be some sort of rebuttal from Favbet, purely because of their recent results on the map, right? I mean, it really is a bit of a struggle for Iberian Soul and Anubis. They actually only won 1 in 6. That was against Ecstatic, which is a good win, but they even lost to like GTZ. They lost to a Portuguese team called Lecce in a regional cup a couple of months ago. It's really not a good map for them in recent times, whereas Favbet, as you mentioned, a little bit better lately. And I am quite confident Iberian Soul's Nuke. That is a map actually, of course, during Movistar Riders' peak. They were very, very good on, especially Alex, just controlling outside. I don't know if he still plays that role. We're going to find out, but I'm looking forward to the Iberian Soul Nuke. And they are too right now, maybe.
Yeah, but Favbet also not too upset with the fact that it's going to be Nuke that's coming in from their opponent. And looks like much of an up the scoreline here either. But the results for Favbet on Nuke, and haven't played the map a huge amount, but they have had some decent success on it 3 times.
Yes,
on Nuke,
that's one of the things I touched on
look
in the pre-game. Obviously, sadly you weren't there for that, but listen, I can remind you of things I've said as we go on. But
for me,
it does. But yeah, that is the issue, right? That's the second time. It was, I think it was, yeah, it was. It was Mopoz earlier that found a MAC-10 that Bondic had hid somewhere in the map. Like, he dropped it behind a barrel in Canal to try and stop one of the CTs from saving it. And hilariously, Mopoz, I think, heard it, just walked over, nabbed it. Bondic walked back and, like, looked at the barrel and was like, wait, the MAC-10's gone? He's got it! You thief! And look, they've just done the same with the AK they tried to throw out the map. That's kind of hilarious.
Okay, well, I mean, just good awareness there from Iberian Soul. Bondic still playing with black bars. I think he's the... It's rare to see players still playing with black bars. There's definitely migration and evolution away from that era. Thankfully, thank God, they realize 1920 by 1080 gang rise up.
I wonder what Taz is playing on right now. He just farmed big in Astana.
Taz probably asked please bring a CRT monitor out from the back, mate.
I think he finished with a 2 KD to beat big in Astana. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, just
Like-
out fragging. Snap's sake, like what are we even doing here?
Like, honestly, like that just shows how bad big are lately, dude. Like, G2 with Taz just still got it, bro.
Taz
Still
might pull
got
the
it.
Guardian with what he did in the game. He's like, yeah, coach guys, but we need a player, so I think I'm just gonna stand in for the team for a bit. You know, maybe let's see and see how it goes.
It is
All of a
vaguely
sudden,
amusing.
out of nowhere, Bia walks onto the stage. What is this? Is that Pasha biceps? And then Neo phase jersey.
Don't give me hope. That's my favourite team from the old days. Right, I'll mention something else about that in a moment because I want to focus on this play from Jakey. It's all the way through mid. It's being watched by Mopaz, but Mopaz isn't able to connect the kill immediately. And Jakey decides to go super aggressive, thinking he's got him pinned back, kind of mid fallback. But no, Mopaz stood tall. And back to 9-all now we are. This is a critical hold for Iberian Soul. 25 seconds in this round. Davi G behind the back of the site with his teammate, both double plat here. In a good position. Southall will find Bondic. Arixo with a trade to take him down. Surely 10 seconds is not enough though, and it's not. Alex will get both of the remaining 2 players. And they will creep back into the lead at 10-9. They are able to find Anubis. I'm very confident in their nuke. There's the POV and Mopaz his kill. Very cleaning his Jackie. Great crosshair placement. And Alex was the insurance policy at the end there with the M4A4. To Dodo, aggressive with the AWP. Actually looking to stick around here as well. I am aware that Matt's mic was cutting out a little bit there, so in the process of trying to find a fix for that. Apologies, guys. Trying to get that sorted. Dodo flashed off the angle. He's not going to get anything sorted there. Good team up there from Smash and Bondic. They're trying to push back to maybe recover that AWP. That's why there was a bit of a reface there briefly.
Okay, I'm back, and hopefully, minor attempts resolved. Could be some issues for Iberian Soul here. Back forward and towards B main. That's a brilliant jiggle shot coming through from Davi G. And Yeki has no option but to fall. But they're going to persist of that. I'm really glad that they take to the bank. They lock them in. They don't hang around. But they do shift their focus. E-Box. Bondic has already gotten 1 kill here. Expecting the Sash. That extra layer is what's going to catch Mopaz off guard. And, well, Inting running forward. He's really lucky that he punished. Davi G does punish Vet with 2. And Stododo will get his kill as well. All of a sudden, he knows he's got it to right. Surely right. Yeah, there we go. Kill found. But he has to try and collect the bombs. Stododo has got the kill. And how have I been on that?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Nice play-by-play, considering you are in the midst of changing literally everything in your life right now. I'm impressed, Matt. Well played. But yeah, Salso with a picked up up at the end there. Great catch. Here's the aggression coming in, seeing the beginning of the round. The tap from Davi G was dirty. And Smash finding Mopaz and thought, oh, they're surely going to work their way in, but Davi G just stands tall in E-Box. And That recovered AWP is so critical in the end, it wins Barbarian Soul the round. And if they're able to find this map of Anubis, that would be huge. Going to Nuke, you said obviously that it's a great map for Iberian Soul, but Favbet are good on it too. That is the caveat that you kind of brought up, right? Beating RUSHB 3 times out of like the 6 wins they've had, and of course a couple of wins against lower tier opposition as well. I'm not saying, I didn't think it reads that great for Favbet despite the W's.
I agree. I tend to agree with you. It's like, how much have you proven? Okay, you can beat Rush, but like you said, that makes up the results. You look at Iberian Soul on the other hand. Monty, 13-6. Cyberstroke, 13-9. Monty, 13-4. Any Gizmy-led team is strong. Whether it was the Academy team, whether it was the main team before they made this. Even this team here, you can on that map. Ecstatic, 11. Sinners, 13. 9, 13. 9, 13, 7. So, points I'm just trying to highlight. Iberian Soul looking pretty damn good on Nuke lately, and if they can get there on Anubis, then they stand a really good chance of finishing off the series 2-0.
I bet we'll use their last timeout. I think I agree on the timing of it, because you only got a Mac 10 and 2 Tech 9s here. Sure, it affords you full util in this round for Favbet, but it's kind of now or never.
Yeah, true. Lose this round, 12-9, no money. Almost kissed them at that point. Iberian Soul have actually done well to hold on. I mean, really solid. They were up 8-1 at one point. There's that word solid we were talking about, how it always creeps into a broadcast at least once.
That's very true. Yeah.
But they were leading 8-1 at the start on the T side. Fav back 8-4. I saw they actually won like a half offense to win their round. And then they went 8-4 afterwards. So that was good work from Favbet to give themselves a little bit of breathing room coming into the second half. Game got close at the start of the 8-9 in favor of Iberian Soul. And here we find ourselves now 11-9. Then Mac 10 will find an opening kill. Answer back by Southall. Both team heads right now.
Yeah, this is actually quite a nice, entertaining end to the map. It feels right at the moment. Oh, and Southall looks so ready to go for that pick toward Bondic, but he'll be mollied off. It gives Bondic the opportunity to use his util in that position, but Mopos goes aggressive, drops in to take the kill. That's a really nice one to find. And Marix realizes there's an opening available on the map to try and push through mid. They're going to go as a trio here, but there is a lot of noise being made, and they'll be able to hear what's going on. There's a Heaven player ready and raring to go. That is Davy G. Topless tower. What can he do about it? Bomb is going to be planted on the back of the site. They're going to pick together, though, and there's 2 more where that came from. Jackie should be able to relay that information. Because of that mob pause, he's actually going to play a little bit more patiently. Molotov is burning, and Southall just gets his 1 kill before Jackie gets his. That is crazy. The slight fraction of a second there could just seal this round for Iberian Soul. Jackie needs a 1v2. Kicks it over Mopos and Sedona. They're going to go for a peek. 1 player up, 1 player down. That's the way you do it. Give yourself the best chance possible. And Iberian Soul have grinded their way to 12.
Oh, Trav, I know that gets you going. I know you love to see that from Iberian Soul, just how they set themselves up there. Complimentary position taken. Of course, they do get swung into, makes it easier for them. Yeki's just trying to be proactive too, because if he knows, he just hides around the corner and A-main, waits for the tap on the defuse. Someone's just going to post on the angle, and it's going to be a very difficult point. So he's hoping maybe he can catch someone in transition and then jump back around the corner. But yeah, just very solid work there from Iberian Soul way forward. Also, importantly, overexposing themselves to clearing out the bomb site was just another little detail there. Anyway, Stododo going to look to open up with 3 players just behind the wall. He's got Sapel. This is the shot, but wasn't spotted, so at least he can get a kill before he goes down.
Again, it's another situation that's kind of on a knife edge, right? It's by a, as you mentioned the other day, by a ball hair, honestly. getting that kill in recovery. That's another one that could have gone awry, more than a 4v4 anyway. Of course, the buy for Favbet to try and force another round in this game is a little bit rough around the edges. So Davy G again is able to get his 1-for-1 before Smash comes through. Alex, though, creeping out. Oh, he sees the utility. He sees Jackie. Does he know that's the bomb carrier? I'm not so sure. Southall goes searching into an E-box, though. That could be the all-important kill. Alex is ready to try and wall bang the corner of the side. He's done critical damage to smash through the corner of it, but even though Sododo's wall bangs try to do some damage too, nothing will be doing here for Iberian Soul. Favbet could even run him down. Ooh. Is he going to continue to look for another kill here? He's got plenty of time. He's got a kit.
Yeah, that's the thing. There is time, but no utility. Know that the other player is just deep in towards canals, right? So he will call it a day. You know, you look at the finances for Iberian, so it's going to be 12-10. They'll have to full save. They may even be in that awkward situation where double forcing is better than saving and buying, because in that 24th round, they're not even going to have that much. I think they're on here, round loss bonus. Go. They only get 1900 if they full save. That's players can't even afford much in the next. But Favbet have a very realistic chance of into overtime, and looking a bit dicey at one point when they were going into the A side. This was the kill I wanted to type from Smash. That smoke bank kill is actually what unlocks the bomb side and gives the edge in the round.
And Matt, look at that score. Look at that money. Iberian Soul lose and don't save a thing. They're going to have the classic pots and pans for round 24.
As I highlighted, this is one of those situations where double forcing actually makes more sense than the full eco into the spending round, because it's not like they would have had everything they would have wanted anyway. So they make it work here and now. I bet No Soul have kind of been poking and prodding at the start of these parts, so they're just posted up across the map waiting to see if they need aggression.
Even wary of the little possibility of the boost at in mid. Damage and Mopars playing as a duo in E-box, just waiting and waiting. And now could go for a push together. They're playing one inside the smoke and two behind. The AWP is there for Sododo. That's going to be a good Molotov from Bonding. He's been using that a lot in this game. Checking the smoke properly, but not maybe properly enough. Actually, hilariously, it's Mopos with the 5-7 to get both those two kills. They've lost the AWP in that position. He's picked it up, but he needs one more kill to delay this clock and get teammates into the action to trade. He's taken one shot, and somehow Jackie has not taken him down. Incredible reaction from Mopos. He will be smoked off for now, but it's gifted them a 3v2.
Look at the flank trap, the flank key right now, because the player who's behind Pillar is going to be fully focused on E-box. Flank action, but Marek able to lock it down, and the Pillar player swings out. Tension's able to find a kill. Mopos has no option but to head for the heals. The only player to have gotten kills in the round will save the AWP. Oh, Iberian Soul. Again, another round that's looking pretty good for them, where they can't finish off the job here on Anubis.
Oh, man. They had it. They had such a great opportunity all through Mopos' expertise and excellence. We won't be able to remove the AWP save. That's at least something for Iberian Soul to have in this final round of regulation. But it's all important kills from Marek. It's fair play to him.
And Smash. I mean, those two kills from Smash, and I don't know how Sododo must have been not expecting the swing to come through from there. Smash getting those two kills most importance for Favbet. 12-11. Entirety of the map required, and maybe then some.
Damn. Let's have a look at that buy. Famas. Once again, a Mopos 5-7. Choosing to buy up the kit. This is why I like Mopos, dude. He's a smart guy. Doesn't buy, like, Famas armor. Doesn't buy MP9 armor. And lots of utility. He just gets 5-7, all util, and the defuse kit. The all-important kit. In case of emergency.
You carry the kit over from the previous round, though.
You... Damn it, you're right. Damn it.
Look at that, though. What an opening kill. What a response from WG. He wants more, though. And he get more. He still wants to go back for a WG. Brave. Brazen. He's just Smash. Surely not through the smoke again. He's going to eventually die. Yeah, way too much going on there. Favbet focus all their resources on WG and eventually are able to finish him off. Now, Stododo's all of utmost importance. Only Alex towards side right now. And he has a 5-7 to try and stop 4 players breaching.
It feels impossible, doesn't it? This is why you're good for me, Matt. You keep me grounded when I get excited.
That's why we work as a duo.
There are, I guess you could say as well, it's just basically a free path. It's actually just a free path for Favbet if they walk into all day right now.
OT, basically. Iberia and Sol are gambling so heavily, hoping that Favbet are going to try and finish B here, but...
Hang on, there's another flank. There is another flank put into place. It's Mopaz. There's going to be an AK or M4 on the floor. There we go. It's got enough bullets in it to do something. It's going to be quite fast as well. But there's just no way with 4 players alive for Favbet they're not going to have 1 player keeping an eye on it. And that's exactly what Bondik is doing. Did that jump out the water make any sound there? I'm not so sure. No. Bondik is ready for it either way, though. Needs to be a hard clear of the close left, and it is a hard clear of the close left, and he's seen the pillar play. Hang on, the 5-7 has taken Jeki. It could fall apart here for Favbet, but Marix has found Mopaz. That's the all-important kill. It's now all down to Alex. He's got no kit picked up. That kit is dropped in toward main. He's faked the defuse. I don't know if there's a kit in play here, Marix. Creeping forward, here's him run through, but he can't connect with the spray, and Favbet have forced their way all the way back to OT.
Get so close for Iberia and Sol. Again, these past 3 rounds, all 3 map points for Iberia have conceivably been winnable. They've had critical advantages, good positional control, but they haven't been able to get them. Favbet hold on. Once Mopaz gets this order, they're in trouble, but then the trades come through immediately afterwards. Dodo, any impact with his AWP in these past few rounds either. That AWP saved every round, and I don't single kill with it in 3. Nathy did what, you know, made difference at the end of the day.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. A little bit too quiet. See more kills coming through on the AWP from the other players who've tried to save it in important situations, notably Mopaz. So that's what we'll play ahead of the smoke there to try and re-smoke and gain control back of A main, but Favbet re-flash inside of it. Alexo, it's a great clear, great check, and Smash decides to charge his way through.
I don't mind it because he hears like Alex fumbling utility and jumping back kind of thing. He's just never expecting also right there as well. Combination between the two of them, 5v3, make it a 5v2. There's Dodo's AWP, unfortunately not in regulation, but very much. Opos has been run over. They know that WG is one of the B players as well, so they should be aware that this is a possibility right now. Bondik will jump into the... No, he's not in the corner. Never he denies that plant. Now he just has to stay alive for as long as he can. Rotate coming through thick and fast. Yeki will get over. Gets a kill before he does. Consequential, and Iberian Soul regain the lead.
We've seen my law and your law again. There it is.
Yes, sir.
Actually, when I stood in with Dweg in the cast yesterday, I told him about the 12 law, and it happened every single map that we did. So
we're speaking of reality, Trav. Manifestation. Yeah. This is the proof that it's real.
I've taught him the way.
You've shown him the light.
That's the first time we'd casted together for 4 years, you know.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's actually... I haven't cast with either. Funny and okay. Frags here. Iberian Soul. Look for the early fights, which is not a rarity. They've been doing this quite a lot throughout their T side. Looking to try and take in proactive, which is obviously synonymous with the C2. And best case scenario, we just win out all your gunfights at the start of the round.
Two on CT would be incredible in OT for them. But Jeki looking to respond. That is Salsal to go down. Checking mid. Not sure the absolute necessity there of checking mid in a...
Not at all.
in a 4v2. I feel like you can just bunker down 2 players on either bomb site and you'll be alright.
Open up the door a little bit. Go searching is what double peak.
What are we doing?
Constantly. Oh, well, we're inting. We're giving the round up right now. Iberian Soul. Such a good opening from them in the round, but the mid-rounding just falls apart entirely on the side. There's going to be more aggression to come through here as timing. Okay, well, Mopaz spots him. And that's going to prompt Stododo to push through, but Mopaz has so much pressure on this BT bomb site.
This is really good for Mopaz, though. I understand the aggression is crazy, but he's wasting as much time as he literally feasibly can. Stododo's now set up, but Jackie's just destroyed him. It's kind of an awful angle for Mopaz to play, to be honest. And honestly, Iberian Soul, if Stododo doesn't clutch this, which he won't, they have completely chucked that round. I have no idea why they've pushed 2 players solo mid in a 4v2. That's just honestly, my eyes hurt from watching that.
Get the bleach out, mate. Yeah, I don't know. That is really unfortunate there. I say unfortunate, self-inflicted. Fab anything really, right? They just actually do the only thing they can, which is and hope that they come your way, and they do, and they hit their shots. They pass necessary aggression, and that's going to be a huge blow to our Iberian Soul's chances.
Man, that's so disappointing, dude. Just frustrating to watch, and it'll be most frustrating to them. That was just a golden opportunity to get 2 precious rounds on CT overtime. Part of my Iberian Soul has just died.
And probably theirs as well. And their chances of actually doing anything here. You know, that 3 map points in regulation, couldn't finish it off there. 4v2 here in OT, they fumble that as well. When is that going to start to break them mentally? They're going to keep up and persist with this early aggression, but this time they don't catch any early kills.
Yeah, Favbet smartly just avoiding any risk there, right? Smash is playing a very defensive angle from Rugs if a player jumps up toward him. And again, Iberian Soul are going to push the issue. 2 players B main. I like what you're doing this on CT Anubis right at the beginning of the round. It's just not mid-round when you've got an advantage. I like it.
Double op T side Trav.
Yeah, that is a change-up as well for Favbet. Thinking that just, look, we can hold lines at the beginning of the round. See if, again, more of this aggressive Iberian Soul comes through. And then switch back. That's what Marix has done.
Yeah, I guess when you have all the spoils, when you've got the finances to go for it, why not? Oh, Davi G's going to go searching. Not the first time we've seen them employ this kind of an option. There's 3 players in E-Box right now for the CT side. Smoke fade, frag found, but there's more where that came from. Can Smash be the difference maker again? Oh my goodness.
I'm sad. But it's still not over. 23 seconds. Alex is hearing everything. Timing peak. Oh no, Alex. Alex. Jackie will now incendiary off that position as well. There was going to be a player pushing through it. Alex has made up for his misgivings. Okay. You redeemed yourself, my friends. You will go down, but there's no time for any more than that. Iberian Soul will get their 2 on CTOT. It should be 3, and it should have been more comfortable than that. Absolutely crazy. But it gives them a great opportunity. We saw how good their T-side was. They kind of read Favbet perfectly in regulation. Leaning toward mid, Jackie. Fall back away. What a grind of a map this has been for Iberian Soul. Should have been 3 in OT, but they've got themselves the 2, just about. Got mid control. Alex has managed to push YaLLa back away. $40 seconds left. FavBet to try and win what would be a critical round. Iberian Soul would be on map points again if FavBet can't get this one over the line. Drop into Canal will be heard by Tension. You can see him relay that information over to his teammates. They're trying a B split once again. It was very successful in regulation. They've got good util for this play, but they've got a good rotation in position here for FavBet. They've got multiple ready and raring to go, and they've got the opening pick thanks to Bondic, and Smash very fast through Canal behind and toward E-Box here. Davy G is the player that's dropped, but now Bondic's been tagged down to 15. This retake's going to be so difficult. Even now, even a pick up. 2 kits available in overtime. That may not be enough, actually. I say 2, there's 3 now. But, who knows? Could be fumbled if they don't get one of these kit players onto the defuse. Marix will get 1, but Mopos and Alex will deliver.
Oh.
It's now all down to Alex and Mopos, the old Spanish duo that have been working together for so long in the scene. It's now all down to Alex, and he's found 2. 1 bullet needed on Jeki, and he's going to find it. Alex with the clutch. Quad kill on the round. I mentioned his error earlier. He is completely made up for it in his final 2 moves.
Oh man, incredible work there from Alex to lock it down. It was looking unlikely for Iberian Soul after Dodo misses that shot. He's missed quite a few shots actually. They're going to need him to up his game. But he misses that shot when FavBet starts to push back into the B bomb site. And at that point I'm thinking, yeah, FavBet looked likely on the retake. But Alex, what a massive multi-kill. First 2 kills were great, and then he just slows it down after that. Low health on YaLLa. And now Iberian Soul, well, they got 2 map points here again, as was the case in regulation, except that was on the CT side. Now, they've got 2 chances to try and finish off the job on the favored side of the map.
Incendiary toward the pillar. Iberian Soul trying to up the pace. This was successful for them earlier as well. Not just the slow takes we've seen, but also the faster ones. And they've got another opportunity, but they're going to have to play a little bit more on the front lines, I feel like, here. FavBet have got so much utility for this retake, and Mopos is 6 HP, Sododo is 43. Weirdly, this is one of the ones that would actually favour FavBet. Let's see, though.
Well, they've chained the mollies together towards CT. They've smoked off Temple. And there's a player in Temple. He's not going to have the luxury of waiting for that smoke grenade. He's going to have to try and go through it. FavBet have been lost sight for a while. Now they have to try and get a move on. There's a lot to do in a short amount of time. And there we go. The kills come through for them. 2 versus 4 right now. Someone has to get on the defuse. There we go. The digits are being punched in right now. It's only Dodo that can deny it. And unfortunately, he won't be able to. Mopos arrives on the scene too late. And FavBet hang on for another round.
Retaking is tough, don't get me wrong. But there are certain scenarios where you look at it and it's like, okay, surely the CT side are actually heavily favoured here. If they had no util at all, I would give Iberian Soul a slight edge. The fact they've got so much of it to smoke off every important choke point, despite what Iberian Soul had themselves, they can just force the issue against the low HP players and get control. Even like body block the diffuser if entirely necessary, right? So, yeah, really good work. And gives them a chance to get more rounds played on Anubis.
How many more is the question? Oh, smoke gets broken open. Tension doesn't spot anybody, and the tension in the round builds as a result. Again, Iberian Soul looking to force their way in towards this B bomb site. Tensions fall back through the smoke. Molly gives up the clue that he's there, though. And in the meantime, Dodo's found a frag as well, Trav. This time, Iberian Soul have full B-side control and a man advantage in the post plant.
Oh, Sododo, be careful jumping into the open like that. I would much prefer piling toward E-Box a bit more heavily, but gets away with it. Smash on the big flank. It might have to be him. There's no one really keeping a very close eye on it right now, and if he gets 1, it could all fall apart. But unfortunately, Jeki's been found, and now Smash knows what's up. Did a good game, but he needs 3 kills, and they're keeping a very close eye on it now. Sonodo will get his 3rd of the round. Important time for Sonodo to show up there. Been a bit of a quiet map for him, but it will help Iberian Soul get over the line. I really love at the end there. They know they're getting so much progress over toward B, just not winning some of those situations and winning some, losing others. They keep the pressure up and just don't let up, knowing that they've got a good plan to get at least some semblance of success, win or lose on that side of the map.
Yeah, the persistence is key, right? And it shows that they had belief that they could eventually make it work and get across the line. Like you say, they'd come so close on a number of occasions that if they could just tweak 1 or 2 small things, then they knew that they could have won the round. So they had the belief and it paid off. Took Iberian Soul probably longer than what they would have liked to win the map, but they do actually get it across the line. That's their opponent's map pick as well. We're going to Nuke next, Trav, which is a decent map for Favbit, but it's a fantastic map for Iberian Soul. So they'll have the 2-0 in their sights right now.
Yeah, I mean, just remember how good Nuke was back in the Movistar Riders days, right, for this core. I mean, they had Alex is running right outside. He was the guy who would lead the team and frag for the team. There was that ESL Challenger Valencia event they won, and then going into the summer of IEM Cologne where they made the semi-finals. That was their dream run back then. On
Yeah,
Movistar
Mopos was
Riders.
a monster, wasn't he, with the entry fragging as well? Like, that was a big part of their success on the T side of Nuke, is that he was so good at opening up rounds, which is difficult to do on the T side of Nuke, but he was like that can opener, which is like, it's hut and get a kill, or be the guy squeaky, get a frag there, send him outside. Like, he was just so durable, like, multifaceted tool on the T side, and I also think that's something we'll have to look out for.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if that is still a fact in the modern day, right, for the team. So we'll figure it out. Alex, of course, as I mentioned, been around for quite a while with that sort of form too on a Spanish roster. So we'll see if they can do something with it. They definitely have a better record, like you mentioned, Matt. Favbet have kind of played the same team, RUSHB, like 3 times, and what I saw from RUSHB the other day on Nuke was absolutely awful, right? So maybe those 3 wins aren't necessarily that impressive. We'll see though. We're going to throw it to a break. When we're back, we will have that map too.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I got nothing phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back to more YaLLa Compass and more Iberian Soul versus Favbet. Iberian Soul done a brilliant job to win a map which is not their favourite really at all on Anubis. It was a messy one. Well, they got it over the line in overtime in the end, and now they go on to Nuke, which has historically not been a messy one for them. It's a map that they've loved back in their old guises, and Movistar Riders and Movistar Koi, and the individuals like Alex and Mopos are always very solid on it. We'll see if that continues to be the case. Favbet, okay map for them, but their results, their good results, are skewed by 3 of them being against the same team who aren't very good on the map. So, yeah, we'll have to see.
I mean, we just think about what we saw on Anubis and kind of look at the level we got from both teams. It was very evenly matched, right? Mopos had a fantastic map, but Stododo side wasn't really finding the impact that he could. I think he'll have a better time on Nuke. I mean, it's not really like an Orpus playground, but he's obviously just more comfortable on the map, more comfortable in the systems and the setups and his role in the rotation. So I think we could expect a bit more out of Stododo, and if he does raise his game, then all the pieces there for Iberian Soul, right? No reason that they can't finish this off 2-0. I mean, of course, at least Favbet will be able to start on the defensive half here, Trav, to try and get their fight back going and level up the series, but I think that they're going to struggle here.
Yeah, that's what I kind of feel as well. Just look at recent results for Iberian Soul. Monty twice that you brought up earlier, right? 13-6, 13-4 as well. Like, incredibly good wins. They had a streak over sort of March and April of 6 in a row. Ecstatic, Sinners, 9 twice, and Novak. They've beaten other teams back earlier, even earlier in the year, like Bait on the map, right, in Challenger League. Like, that's just an insane result. So, you know, sure, you can argue that's when they were first integrating Kenzizor to the team, but they've gone from strength to strength since they've added him. So, you know, even the win against OG in CCT it deserves to be mentioned. So, yeah, I think they've really got something here, and I have a feeling that Favbet's firepower needs to be very, very on point to have any chance to really deliver here.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of a concern for me because there were rounds where they looked a little bit underwhelming. I think Smash had some good multi-kill rounds. You know, I don't remember seeing much out of Tensions or, but I haven't actually looked at the statistics from the first map for Favbet. You can just pull up the numbers here. But yeah, I agree with you. I just think that they're going to struggle to kind of improve in that department against a heavy-hitting Iberian Soul. You know, Mopars in such good form. WG, we saw Alex also popping off. So, yeah, I think that's going to be an uphill battle for them, but it's what they have to do.
Yeah, and I'm honestly a little bit concerned because I'm just looking at some of the things over here as well, like on my other list of things about the teams, and it's like there's one thing for Favbet which I think I can rely on. It's Tension playing all right, and he needs to be truly ready and raring to go because, like, in the early stages of the game on Anubis, when you weren't unfortunately with me at that point, he was really the only guy really pushing for an opening kill on Favbet early game, going for peeks outside main with the AWP, going for, you know, whether they won the round or not, he was trying to do something, and whether he got the kill or not, they were trying to do something. Less opportunity for that on Nuke. Maybe you could push in toward Heart, maybe you could like push up toward Lobby from ramp and go toward Trophy and have an aggressive hold with the AWP, but for me, I am concerned about kind of where they're going to go with the game. We've always mentioned between us as well when we cover Favbet that Smash, as I've kind of been, you know, having a look at, very up and down with the stats, right? Like, he can have games where he looks really solid and can have crack open bomb sites, especially like Inferno. That Inferno game we saw the other day just cracked open the A bomb site like 3 or 4 times in the game. Then also later on in a different BO3 can like go 2 and 9 quite often and just look like he's nowhere. So it's that consistency that Favbet haven't found yet, and I do think the consistency of Iberian Soul on Nuke you'd think would be too much, but we've seen crazier things.
Yeah, I mean, Smash is quite a volatile player. I think there's a few volatile players on that Favbet roster, which means they have quite a high ceiling, but there's just quite a big gap between their ceiling and their floor, right? Like, when you get them all on form, that core of Yeki, Tension, Marek, Smash, like, all just fragging like madmen, then it looks very good for Favbet, but like I said, we probably just don't get that as consistently as we want, and that's something that will come with time. I mean, that's the one thing they have done, is they've stuck with the same roster Trav from the previous season into this one, which will definitely give them a good edge moving forward into the rest of the season. I think they're in an okay place, but yeah, I think there's still room for improvement.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not ready to get ready and raring to go yet in the server, so we'll throw it to a quick break. When we're back, we'll get straight into the game.
Don't blink, Trav. I think he did say, like, we might not need a break.
Maybe he did. Maybe he did. I heard break. That's all I heard from production. I heard break.
Cans, can we get confirmation?
Cans, can we get confirmation when you said
here?
break
Q
or
in
no
cans,
break?
Q in cans, radio, no
break.
No
Okay,
break.
thank
it was just
you.
a joke, having a laugh.
Yeah, Cans is just trolling me. It's fine. He's allowed to do that. I like
today,
him.
Trav. No breaks today.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I think what you said is absolutely right as well. I just want to kind of quickly mention too that when Iberian Soul were, or the players on Iberian Soul were amazing on Nuke back in the day, right? It was Alex outside. Like, that's the main role that I remembered. You kind of touched on Mopos a little bit earlier about how good he can be. I think the main thing that I remembered was Alex and how good he can be with the outside role on Nuke as an in-game leader as well. So, like, full control of the map. Even, like, you know, Dweg mentioned the other day, there's, like, lots of other players are starting to do that. They're starting to play the in-game leader outside on Nuke. For some teams, it makes sense. And for some teams, it doesn't. I believe, like, BTN is actually playing outside on Nuke a couple of times, right? Which doesn't really make sense for a player of his caliber and age to really play that position. But, bless him, he's doing an okay job. Nexus is playing well right now. But, yeah, I think it's interesting to see if Alex can recapture that sort of form from the old days. If he still plays that role, of course.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what the modern-day Iberian Soul looks like on the map. I mean, just judging based off results alone, clearly they are still damn comfortable and happy to play the map. They've got a lot of reps on it as well, right? So they will be super familiar. 22 times played in the past 3 months, 68% win rate at a pretty decent level. Like I was saying in the pre-game before I was rudely interrupted by my tech issues, it was quite funny because there was a point where this Iberian Soul team just couldn't really win a series. Like, more than 3 months ago, sort of towards the start of this year, they were really awful. Like, that's just that they were losing to teams that they should never have been, especially with the history in and amongst the core. But they've been able to get things back on track. However, what's not on track, Trav, is this game, evidently. And now, for real this time, we will be thrown to a break, and when we come back, we'll jump into Nuke.
We're ready, finally, for Nuke. Sorry for the delay. And sorry for the waffling before the little tech pause we had. But everything's been sorted, and Iberian Soul and Favbet are ready to do battle once again. Iberian Soul should be winning Nuke for me. They really should. Even though Favbet have a better percentage win rate, there's a lot less reps and only a few opponents compared to the list of Iberian Soul's recent victims.
Yeah, and Iberian Soul, they were also in control throughout the entirety of Anubis, Trav. I mean, the map kind of slipped away from them by their own fault, right? So you combine what we saw in the previous map with the fact that Iberian Soul are generally very good on Nuke as well, and it all points in the direction of that 2-0. But it's not like it's a 90-10 kind of expectation.
Yeah.
Favbet can definitely win here.
Yeah, for sure, without a doubt. Tension, though, needs to be on the bloody server for them to win. Come on, guys, what are we doing here? If it's been his problem the whole time, just throw your PC in the bin, dude. Get a new one. I've had enough with you.
Yeah, Trav's fed up, mate. Understandably so as well. Hour 40 minutes in, we just got the one map done so far. Of course, we did have overtime in the previous map. Iberian Soul were up 12-9 in regulation, eventually slipped into overtime. It's nice. I like that setup, like a studio apartment kind of thing. Quaint.
Yeah. Do you have like a
big fan?
Is your place like a proper house, or is it a bit more like a smaller?
I'd describe it more as like a townhouse. So 2 bedrooms, kitchen, lounge, dining room, kind of like an open plan, 2 rooms in one kind of thing, 2 toilets. So it's definitely not like a typical European studio apartment, like 40 square meters where you've got tiny closet bedrooms.
Yeah.
Got nice spacious rooms here, a little garden even to myself.
That's nice.
And I'll shock you if I tell you the rent that I pay, and everybody who's watching from like Europe or America. It's something like, oh, dude, $450 a month for a 100 square meter apartment with a garden and a garage, 2 bedrooms.
That is...
They could never comprehend it, Trav. They'd never understand.
That's a sweet deal. That is a sweet deal.
And it's very safe. I mean, I can say this live on broadcast because no one listening would ever be a threat. I don't even lock my doors, Trav. I haven't locked my doors for months, mate. I always hear people in Europe, it's so safe in Europe because you don't have to lock your doors. Like, I get that in South Africa as well, you know?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's a bit of
on the edge.
That is a surprise. I think, like, I would still do it just for peace of mind.
The thing is, I live in a complex which has like guarded security, it's gated entrance. You can only get in and out with the code. It's so there's never like been any crime problems. Yeah, it's basically like just old people who live around me, so it's very safe.
All right, fair enough.
The truth is, my lock is just jammed, and I haven't gotten around to fixing it. And I've just now turned into a person who's not too worried about it.
Okay, so what's going to happen though when you get your laptop stolen or something? Like,
then I guess I fix the lock, and I get annoyed that I didn't get around to doing it
sooner. And then you blame yourself because you're a little bit of an idiot. Bless your heart.
I know. Maybe I should fix it.
We're going to go to a break because Tension still can't get in the server, sadly. 3rd time he's dropped out.
Bloody
Hopefully
Tension.
we'll be back and get the game going soon. Oh my god, tension is in the server. Let's go, baby. I couldn't be happier. Iberian Soul and Favbet will surely start in... now! They've unpaused! Ah! Matt! Hold me.
Well,
I'm
he's
too
0-1,
excited.
so I don't know if they're going to look to restart the round here. But it looks like we are going live. I'm still not holding my breath. I've learned, Trav. He's dropped out 3 times in the past 10 minutes. Okay, I can hold my breath. We're good. He's in the server. Pistol
don't
round's
hold
live.
your breath. You need to use your breath now.
Well, maybe I can do both.
Okay, you're just some kind of evolved human being then. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure, mate. Yeah, exactly. You go ahead and do that, right? Tension's got Julies here and Kevlar. They certainly have kitted him out here in the pistol round. An HE and a flash on Bondic. No kit. This is quite an interesting way of going about spending their money. Probably would have preferred the kit instead of the utility. Particularly interested to see where that nade is going to be used. It doesn't look like there's a plan. Oh, he's got it ready to break the smoke open outside. Okay, it's not like you normally see the wall of smokes outside T-Pistol. Anyway, Iberian Soul path their way towards ramp.
It also could just work later on in the round, right? Like in any position that they're in. So, let's see if that does come into effect later. A little bit of a jiggle toward control room there. There are 2 players here, though. Double door is going to be very populated, and Smash tries to escape the fire. Won't be allowed to. Jackie somehow found South although, so there's a chance to respond. Alex will manage to take Jackie on the aggression, though. Now, Tension is finally back in, as we can see. But he needs to be very ready with these dualies. Good drop on Mopos, but the bomb's been down for a while now. We need to recover, and Sododo will not allow that by the looks of things. There'll be a double pick that will come through, but it's a great reaction from Alex to find one more. And even though they do pinch WG, it's going to be very hard for Tension. He's got a little bit of time left to find one more kill here. Try and run Sododo down, but it's a jiggle tap from Sododo. And it will seal the pistol.
What's crazy about Stododo is you do see these insane rounds from him. Like, we had that one round on Anubis where he's posted E-box and he hits the first player crossing his screen, then the other guy jumps across, he hits the nasty flick shot, finishes him off with the USP, and then he also has rounds where he just, like, can't hit the broadside of a barn. Up, Tension, don't you dare. Don't dare, Tension. You get your ass back in the server right now, mate. But just to finish off the points I was making about Stododo, you get those rounds where you get to some insane ability from him, and then you get some rounds where he just really tends to struggle, and then you get these like 3k Glock rounds out of him, nasty shot hit on the jiggle there as well, so it's just, he does play like a guy who's got an incredibly high skill ceiling, very mechanically gifted, but sometimes I wonder if he just dialed the flashiness back a little bit, if he could be more consistent.
Maybe. It seems like Favbet have also gotten fed up with Tension in this situation, unfortunately. He got 2 kills in the pistol, but he continues to crash. And maybe he needs some of those experts from Twitter to help him out, who fixed all my issues back then. They are actually going to use the coach instead, I think, to figure things out here. Just to actually get a consistent game being played. Which is a shame. Really is a shame for Favbet, but... I mean,
it's what we have to do, right? It's the first game of the day as well. There's still 3 best of 3s to be played after this, so got to get the show on the road, I'm afraid.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, don't know who Favbet's coach is. We're going to find out.
Let's guess. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. It's not Kane, right? It's not Kane. Who else could it be? I mean, we know it's obviously not Crizzen. Okay. It's Crush. Wait, Crush used to be a pretty sick player, bro.
Yeah.
A while ago, Crush used to be a pretty damn good player. 29 years old. The only problem is that he wouldn't have expected to have to play now. So how warm is he going to be? Last official, 29th of Jan. He stood in for Favbet. He stood in for them twice before, Trav. And across the BO3, he went 35 for 56. Not too bad. The other game, 20 for 28.
That's,
so he can get kills.
That's all right.
He's not like the hard style level of coach standing in.
No, that's acceptable. I always actually remember Crush, because Crush and Smash together would have played together quite a lot, right? Kind of funny you have those 2 names on the list here for Favbet. And yeah, that's the reason why I couldn't find him as a coach listed, is because he's actually technically, at least on Liquipedia, listed as the current analyst for the team. So maybe he's been upgraded to coach. Who knows?
I guess it's also just like a common term to use, whether he's the analyst or the coach. They're not going to say, well, our analyst is standing in, right?
Yeah, of
Just-
course,
just say
yeah.
coach.
Well, he's in the server, right? So that's what they've assigned him as today. So
Well, before his couple of games he stood in for Favbet at the start of the year, his last series before that was for Navi Junior. I think he was coaching that team as well at the time.
Yeah.
That was 19th of November 2022. The last time he was an active player, 29th of May 2021, under the unique banner with Shelfie, Celta. Certainly some familiar names. My goodness, Trav, I know this means nothing right now, but in that series, unique, where Crush was the last game he played as an active player, playing with Shelfie against a team called ZJ, which has Dragon and Bro on the team. Shelfie went 113 kills for 63 deaths. He was plus 50.
What the?
In a best of 5, 4 maps played.
What the bloody hell?
Plus 50? I know it means nothing in this conversation right now.
I know, but it's crazy that you
just caught
found
my
that
eye.
map. Yeah, it's crazy that you found that series. Of course, like you rightly mentioned, like Crush was on Vega Squadron after their like kind of like more famous runs back in the day. Obviously, like 2018, 2019, playing like, kind of like the end of Vega Squadron's run as a team. It was 2016, 2017 where they really had their like big upset wins and major runs to deny teams like NIP. Of course, if you remember that famous win on Cash, just destroying NIP. I think that he was kind of on the team a little bit after that. But yeah, then he was on Hellraisers for a little bit, where they were kind of making another attempt at a roster, Team Unique, like you kind of mentioned, and then involved in that Navi setup with the Navi Youth and the Navi Junior team, which of course Navi Youth is the younger of the two projects. Anyway, though, we are back underway. Crush in the server, full eco coming in here, and of course the issue is for Crush, he's joined, right? And I'm sure Favbet have noticed this, because he's joined at that round. Obviously, he's got his own money. He doesn't have Tension's money, so he's only on 800. It's a shame, but it's actually, there's no other option. Like, that's it. It is what it is.
I mean, it's kind of hilarious. Like you said, there's literally nothing we can do about it. We can't, like, port Tension's money into Crush now. Completely different Steam profile has joined the server. Yeah, it is what it is, basically. Got to get a move on. I did see Marix's cam before the round had started. He was laughing. So it's good to see that they're still in, happy spirits right now. Still in a good place. I don't know how long that will last if the map starts to fall apart. And it really sucks that they didn't actually get the win on their own map pick. And then maybe hope Tension can remedy his issues over this map. And even if they lose it, they get the third. Because now they have to win here on Nuke just to keep themselves alive. And that's going to be very difficult with Crush standing in. And like we said, he is an okay player, but he wouldn't have known, Trav. He wouldn't have had the luxury of like Taz a couple days before knowing he's going to have to play. Could obviously like scrim and warm up and DM before the game. He's going in super cold.
Yeah, literally. Also a morning match as well, so... Well,
Great.
It's all adding up against him, I'm afraid, at the moment for Mr. Crush. Maybe he needs a teammate called Candy, and he'll feel a bit better. Okay.
I've never owned that game. Never downloaded the app in my life.
I haven't
Trav.
either. I haven't either.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Oh,
I haven't.
It's middle-aged women that are keeping Candy Crush going. the rumor is the devs have wanted to shut the game down for years, but they just won't let them.
Okay. That seems like a suspicious bit of knowledge for you, Matt.
I just saw a meme on that recently.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's just funny.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. I'm glad
Funny
you
'cause it's
sided
probably
me.
True.
Because usually you give my jokes the benefit of the doubt, but...
Yeah, this one was just too far, I'm afraid. Like, I really couldn't stretch that far. Anyway, have a look at this. Big burst into the A bomb site, Crush one and done. Yeki can't emulate that, I'm afraid. Oh, no. Okay. It's a fantastic cleanup from Iberian Soul on this A bomb site, man. What a big burst coming through from them on their bonus round as well, Trav.
Yeah, the Mac 10 of Sododo winning that duel toward heaven is the back-breaking kill for sure. It's the fact that it gets
Here's
more
one of
work
the
done.
glaring issues that we haven't highlighted is the fact that Crush is standing in for the AWPer. And so you can't even just plug him into like the ramp player's role and say, okay, you have to play ramp and then everything else will work the same within the team. He's going to have to like displace someone else to then play Tension's role. So you're effectively displacing 2 people now.
Pain. That's also painful. Max is doing his absolute best to do economic damage, but it's only the 2. And Iberian Soul have a wonderful opportunity here just to get this one done in quick 2-0 fashion. They've won the map they probably shouldn't have won, at least when you look at the stats, but now they know they're very, very strong favourites to take this 2-0. Crush. See how he does. I hope he does well. I'm always that guy. Classic British thing where you support the underdog, usually, in these situations. I hope Crush does well, even if they lose.
I also remember watching a lot of Crush, like 2017-18 kind of thing. So I'm also rooting for him, Trav. Wasn't expecting to necessarily recognize the name that was going to be joining the server for FavBet.
True.
But here we are. However, it is going to be... I mean, Trial by Fire probably doesn't even do it justice. Playing up against Iberian Soul on their home map. After they've got a full map worth of warm-up, including in overtime. Like he is just going to be so far off the pace of the game anyway. Enough harping on about that. We have a half investment here for FavBet, looking to see if they can maybe crack this map open and get around on the board. But it's Iberian Soul who have found the opening, and Mopaz is just controlling lobby right now. Making sure he plays fairly risk-averse, but he does step back into the angle, and YaLLa will punish.
Yeah, that's... Mopaz are trying to jiggle it again, right? He did kind of prepare himself for it. And Bondik's got a kill on toward Alex as well. He got himself all the way towards Silo. Managed to catch the kill with that CZ. And Sododo, if he just runs down here in toward B to join up with his teammates, they might not be expecting Marix in towards single door. And Sododo, he does have the bomb. So, you're going to get it down. He doesn't go through single. But there's Marix from that single position. And now it's awkward because Jeky's got an easy kill on Sododo. It's going to be Davi G. Thankfully, the bomb did get planted, but he's only got a 38 health. And FavBet have the AK and FAMAS both picked up here. No tap on the bomb coming in through just yet, and Davi G is caught pre-aiming the vent instead of the angle Bondik's coming from. So, very surprise round win there for FavBet.
Yeah, Iberian Soul, that is going to be frustrating for them because they get the opening pick. Mopaz is trying to control lobby. He goes down. There's no immediate response. They continue to lose players as they make their way down to that lower bomb site. Big round from Marix in particular. And that'll give them some belief. We've even got a picture here for Crush now, Trav.
Yeah.
Okay.
Props to production for sorting that out. I've run my own HUD on my personal stream before. I know it can be a bit of a fumble to get a profile picture in play mid-game. So fair play.
They've made it work, and they've given Crush the AWP here. Let's see what he's going to do with the sniper. And he's got a webcam.
Goat. And he's got a kill!
And an opening kill. Okay. Pop off, King. Oh, Marek spotted the top of the head there on the play on Silo.
I'll forgive him for that. It's fine.
He's going to get a lot of leeway.
He probably still plays in his spare time, right? Max 10
Well,
of
he's got cool
Mopaz.
skins.
Oh my word. Gets the kill onto a Jackie, and Bonnik only just manages to scrape that trade frag. So, there's a chance to get back in the round here for Iberian Soul. 3v4. Bonnik again going hunting on T-Roof. He's about to meet a player. Who has their gun out? Salsal, just about in time.
Yeah, the damage done by Mopaz is actually hugely impactful there for Salsal. I think he probably dies if Bondik's on full health. So the assist is important. Smash has taken up space here in lobby, but no further than trophy room. 35 seconds on the clock now. Iberian Soul, where do they path their way? Do they try and go down the vent, then join up with their teammates in control room? I think that's the most obvious option available, and yes, there we go. One makes their way down, and two. Both players surviving that little journey down the vent is a huge boost for Iberian Soul's chances.
Yeah, because they're going to be fine here. Crush is going to charge his way through, but of course not expecting Davi G already on the ramp position, up close. So that'll be the AWP. Nabbed. That'll be dropped over to Sododo in the next gun round coming through, of which might not be too much of a gun round. They can drop on Bondik and Marix, so they're probably going to go for something with two players saving. Should be fine.
Good work from Iberian Soul there, Trav, because Crush gets him killed through the smoke, and it's not like Iberian Soul really have anything to show for that frag. But Mopaz getting that kill and so much damage actually has so much impact on the round at large. and they're even going to deny Smash saving his gun as well. But imagine Bondic kills Salsal on top of Lobby Roof. Then is that just round over for Iberian Soul? It could have been, you know, because then they have to try and deal with him. You've got Smash who's in Trophy Room. He can play off of Bondic, taking all the attention. Nice shot. But the point I'm making is that Mopaz has so much impact with the kill and the damage. There's Salsal getting that kill, and then it all just falls into place. It's just like a good read, connecting the dots on the player who's in control room with the players coming through. Squeaky door going down the vent. Just very good read in the round there from Iberian Soul. Good decisions being made.
Crush got the scout out to afford the full purchase in this round. The rifle dropped, of course, to the others, and Malik's a little bit lazy with his movement there around that smoking garage. You can be seen on the top of it from Silo, and South Soul will punish.
Oh yeah, Crush realizes, okay, maybe I don't have the license to hang around here anymore. Yeki playing that smoke fade is still going to be able to go back and get the kill on WG. He spotted Salsal out, but that won't stop Salsal anyway, who's on a swivel right now. Crush is missing some key shots. He's going to go for the rifle instead. He's run out of ammo, but the pistol, will that be enough? Who knows? Bondic in the meantime has been able to activate. He's been traded. Crush has to clutch. I thought the flames might take Salsal down. Eventually he gets that frag. Mopaz has the bomb. He's just going to go down the vent, and he's got a 1v1 against Crush on 3 health.
Yeah, should be the freest 1v1 of Mopaz's career, but you never know. You never know in Counter-Strike. Crush's teammates will be egging him on here. He might just save, unfortunately. It is the right play to do, to save on the 3 HP, even though he's got a kit. We'll see what he chooses to do. He is just wandering around right now.
He's definitely saving.
And he's definitely saving, yeah. So, you can see Crush kind of like compose himself when he was on that 3 HP after his kill with the USP. He was like, okay, guys, what's going on here? Give me the information. I mean, I'm discombobulated right now.
Fair enough as well, right? This is where you got to look at the rest of the team here for FabBet and say everybody has to elevate their performance by 10 to 15% to bridge the gap that they're missing from Tension not being on the server. And that's why Smash going 0-6, again, shout out to the point that you've made with his volatility as a player. Had some incredible rounds on Anubis, but hasn't been able to find a kill yet here on Nuke. This is where that's a problem. Like, you're already missing your AWPer. You absolutely can't afford to be missing anybody else on the server. And Smash just is right now. Love the camera angle there for Mopaz. Got a couple decent camera angles here. Looks like the players are learning, Trav.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any like hair cams or arm cams lately. Anyway, Salsal, that's a brilliant opening kill. Just swinging straight into Yeki. Iberian Soul rule the A bomb site with an iron fist right now. And that is round over. This time they won't have any problems winning against the half-buy.
Yeah, the Nova. Not being able to do anything, I'm afraid. I do appreciate FavBet's plan. Like, they are just going roll for roll. Like, it's rough as well when it's Tension, the AWPer. But they're just putting Crush on it and hoping for the best, right? And clearly with these skins he's got, maybe he does play quite a lot in his spare time. But yeah, it's I think it's now just a case of FavBet. They know what's in front of them. They know the situation. Just trying to have some fun. They can play completely without pressure. Just try and enjoy their game. Crush will get another exit kill coming in here. He's pretty stuck, unfortunately. Surely he dies. Larynx will save him, though. And Crush gets one more kill. So, fair play. These are mostly exit frags he's getting, but he's showing some ability.
Yeah, you take it. You take it every day of the week. I mean, it's just going to keep that T-side economy honest as well. But I'm right there with you. You got to just not take this too seriously if you're FavBet. It is just the opening of the Swiss round as well, so losing this is seriously not the end of the world. You go down 0-1, okay, it's not ideal, but you still have plenty lives left remaining to fight back into the competition.
Pace.
Still going to be pacey and aggressive. Yeah, I love this.
Oh, Mopaz has already seen a Rafters player and he decides, listen, I don't want anything to do with that. I'm just going to go straight down the vent, but they need to get another player down as well. So Dodos can't get through the door. He just can't push through that smoke in the door and the squeaky position to bring the bomb down to B. He's stuck. He's lost in the source, Matt.
But it saved him, I think, Trav. I honestly think it actually saved him because he had his knife out or util out. So if he had actually gone through the smoke, he would have died there as well. I mean, I don't think it's going to change much in the round because Mopos has lost his life. Good awareness there from Smash to cover ramp, and he'll even finish off the job flawless from Favbet. And all that damage inflicted at the end of the previous round will now come back to haunt Iberian Soul.
It will. You're absolutely right. Those crush kills did have significant impact. Bondik holds the line well. He's up to 7 now. Iberian Soul will go for a timeout to decide what they want to do, and rightly, Salsa, I think, puts the scout away.
See, if he had gone through, if he had actually found his way through, Bondik would have killed him.
Yeah, Bondik was looking good there, wasn't he? They are forcing. Damn. 1 AK
Makes
on
sense.
Mopos. He had 6k. Guess it evens up the cash, right?
Yeah, $1,900 round loss bonus as well, so they'd have to probably like save in the next round anyway. So just going to go for an all-in play. And also they know they've got Favbet against the ropes. I mean, Favbet have kind of been struggling to contain the A bomb site up until that previous round. And I think Iberian Soul were just going to rely on that bully approach and just test Favbet until Favbet forced them to respect them. So they've now done that. What's the next plan here for Iberian Soul? What are they going to attempt from here? Mopos on that AK is going to be the key.
Marix will deal with Davi G, but the flashes are really good. That will remove Jackie from the rafters. Bondik trying to find Alex behind this smoke on the back of the site, but the longer he takes to try and get that kill, Alex, the more players will be in play to that heaven position. And Smash and Bondik have recovered things. Marix is waiting in the vents for the escape from Sudodo, and the gap's now just 3 again.
Very good awareness there from Marix to position himself in the vent. And as soon as that second player coming out of hut goes down, then the player coming through Squeaky knows that his only option is to try go down the vent. Good first kill from Alex, but like you say, Bondik going searching was the important kill. 6-3, should be 6-4, giving themselves a fighting chance right now. Oh, Yeki's off.
That looks like a bathroom break to me. Oh,
Without much urgency.
Marix's door is swinging open.
It's going to hit the table. The monitor's going to fall. It's all going to break. Oh, no!
Oh, it missed it. Look, it's gone past the corner. It's fine.
That was a bit of like an optical illusion.
It was,
Tripped me
wasn't
out
it?
for sure.
Look how good the timing is, though, between like the quick switching of Bondik on the left and the camera of the monitor. Absolutely on
missed it.
perfect sync. We love that.
Yeah, I missed it. Yeah, Iberian Soul are just going for the very simple approach of just seeing if they can just bully Favbet here on the map. Think, okay, well, let's see if they've got the comms, if they've got the reactions. We know how important rotations are on the CT side of Nuke. They're trying to take advantage of the fact that maybe if they play faster and pacey, then Favbet won't have the time to gather themselves in the round. But Favbet have proven that it's going to have to be a bit more of a complex approach than that here for Iberian Soul.
I do like the fact they've kind of gone back to like one of the old names again with this roster, right? Because it was like Iberian Family for a long time back in the day. The likes of Mopos and Alex. Changing it up a little bit. It's the soul of the team that has returned.
I don't remember Iberian. Was that recently? Iberian Family?
I think that was a long time ago.
Okay. Because I know there was Portuguese Family recently.
Yeah. So Iberian Family existed in 2021, and it had Davi G.
Yeah, okay.
Davi G, Deaths,
Adam
Some
S.
Pious, and Adam S. Yeah.
That's the one I remember. I remember Adam S. Yeah, okay. They had the Portuguese and the Spanish flag in the logo, I think. Don't know if you can check that. Pretty sure that was the case.
They actually did. You're right. How do you manage that? That's
I
crazy.
just like some weird little thing in my brain, you know. I remember
That's so
actually
proud.
liking it because it was a combination, like an amalgamation of the representation from both countries. Anyway, good cleanup coming through from Favbet here against the Eco. These past few rounds have been very convincing for Favbet, in fact. How much more do they have in the tank here in the first half?
Yep, clearly playing without pressure. Playing with a bit of freedom. Some smiles on the faces. Good to see.
Yeah, Barry and Sol, we haven't really seen them go for any super dynamic or layered approaches on this T side so far, and I reckon now we will get something like that out of them because that simple direct approach has been shut down. So it's going to be wall of smokes outside, one player kind of poking and prodding, and then a big hit in towards ramp, but Favbet are well poised to deal with this. They've got, okay, it's actually just the AWP that's ramp now. Crush has been entrusted with it, and he's missed a key shot.
Yeah, Asby's done exactly the right thing. As any ramp player, or even the AWP playing ramp, should know. You missed a shot, drop down toward ramp instantly, smoke yourself off, play with a teammate, and just say to your teammates, look, hell and heaven is open. You can see how they've adjusted for that right now. G could try and like flank these outside players from secret. And Marix is going up to try and like cancel that if they do go up the heaven ladder. I like this repositioning from Marix, but it does depend what G does. There's the kill. Does G swing? Wow, Mopos, he was ready for that trade, but actually didn't get it. And Jekyll will find Soneto in the meantime. So, despite these layers of the map right now, as you can see, G does try and creep forward, but then just gets caught by Smash. All the layers have gone the way of Favbet. They're tasty layers for them. They're disgusting layers for Iberian Soul.
Yeah, that was really good work out of Marix. I mean, I feel like he's just stepped up his game in a big way here on the CT side for Favbet. And I was talking about how everybody for Favbet had to elevate their game because of the fact that they were missing tension. And Marix is doing that fantastically well right now. Seen some different positions from him here on the CT side, kind of reading the rounds quite nicely as to where he should play, where he can find impact. Doesn't even die there. Favbet draw within one, and Iberian Soul probably a little bit frustrated that the game has slipped to this point.
Yeah, they probably feel like it should be at least an 8-4 half in the situation they're in, knowing they're playing against the analyst stand-in who hasn't played since Jan. Awkward for their feelings right now. I bet we'll be loving it. It's CT Nuke, sure. Maybe you could argue it's slightly more comfortable for a plug-and-play player in this sort of situation, but yeah, let's see if they can show anything on T side. Stodo has strafed his way outside of Hut to try and take a duel on toward A, and Jacky's playing very aggressive. Only just gets away. Smash will help out toward Davigi again. Second time in 2 rounds that he's managed to find him. And his back 10 under heaven is waiting for a chance to deliver, but Crush has just wall banged through a smoke, killed Alex. Slap on the bomb will finally come through, but it's all falling around him. They're going to get flanked. The Mac 10 of Stodo was first out, and he's last to die.
Brilliant work there from Favbet, just not overextending, not overplaying the situation, giving up some space, but then buying time, allowing Bondic to activate as well, finding the necessary kills. Oh, Iberian Soul kind of slip away in that first half. Was it not 6-1, I think, or 6-2 at least? Iberian Soul were in complete control on the T side, probably would have been thinking about what they're going to have for lunch. Well, they're currently being feasted on.
Will the T side be a different story, though? Iberian Soul, if they win the pistol and confirm some economy on their CT, I do feel like that should surely be where it looks a bit more comfortable for them again. And there's a good counter flash from Sododo. Oh my word.
God.
Deleted.
Were they all 5 blind? Were they all blind by that flash?
Well, 3 definitely were.
And full blind, right? Not like partially, like that full 4-second flash. They ate that for breakfast, lunch, and supper.
Won't be hungry anymore.
No, sir. Full of lead off the back of that. Okay, well, that will restore some calm in the Iberian Soul camp, I reckon.
So it should be 8-6 as well. Full eco for Favbet.
Yeah, generally speaking, when you're playing with the stand-in, it's actually more difficult to make him work on the T side than it is the CT side, because on the CT side, you can just give him a role, define the role, and tell him what's expected of him. On the T side, there's so many more moving parts. There's so many different openings to try and actually get him comfortable and find a way to get impact out of the stand-in on the T side is a lot more challenging.
Especially as as we kind of have already touched on a couple of times, it's Tension who dropped and had these crashing issues. Crush was CT AWPing. CT AWPing on Nuke, fair, that's fine. T AWPing on Nuke, probably not. Gonna have to start rifling again. And yeah, that could change things, knowing that you've got, of course, Stododo on CT, ready and raring to deal with you.
I guess what it does mean is that Favbet will be missing their AWPer less than they would be here on this half than probably any other half in the game. So maybe that could negate the impact slightly. I'm not sure. Anyway, first gun round upon us. Bonus round for the CT side. 3 MP9s. All of the MP9s right now. So if Favbet can't win this gun round here, Trav, that's going to be leaving them in a pretty dire place.
That's why Favbet are playing very, very patient. They know with these MP9s in play for Iberian Salt, they might go aggressive with them. Right now, they're staying put. I actually think that that could be an issue for Favbet later on. You see Mopos giving a lot of communication there with that MP9 in close heart, what he's hearing, what he thinks is going on. Mounts may have spotted one in towards Secret there. Not so sure. Very tight, and in comes the push towards round. MP9 off angle, and he manages to find the 1-for-1. Thankfully, Jackie immediately takes that one and gets ramp control. And with 30 seconds, they need to make a move.
Yeah, where's that move going to be? Because there's no obvious options available. They probably have to wrap around Heaven. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do here. And it is going to be Mopos looking for it, but he can't win the gunfight out. Yeki should get traded, and he is by Crush. Great work. And Marix will get in on the act in the meantime as well. It's only Alex left. Successful gun round for Favbet. And they had to piece that one together quite quickly at the end there, Trav.
Yeah, they only had one option, really, that you kind of rightly brought up. And they took it. Crush getting that one kill, that important trade. It's a good angle that was being played, I think, by Salsal. I actually can't remember if it was Salsal or WG, but he got his one. And still played that headshot position behind the site silo, knowing they were coming pretty much only from Heaven. But, yeah, Crush hit a very clean trade. I've been liking what I've been seeing so far. It's not like he's one of these, like, you know, analysts and coaches that barely play the game and never had a professional career. Of course, he did. So, yeah, it always gives you a bit of an advantage over some of those others that would have to stand in these sort of emergency scenarios. Look at Taz and Astana. He's been doing absolutely fine, incredibly.
Yeah, I noticed Crush even has I think it's a Karamba Doppler, so he's still got cool skins. So, I mean, you probably don't never play the game if you have decent skins, right?
Yeah, I don't play the game nearly enough for the skins that I have. It's bad.
What's your inventory worth, Trav? Give it to me.
It's going up.
We're talking like more or less than 5,000 quid.
Around about that, I think.
Good lord. Invest that money in crypto, Travis.
I will never touch that shit in my life. Pushing down toward the V-bomb site. Favbet. Can they do anything on this entry?
Oh,
yes, they can.
perfect
Alex
timing.
didn't know which way to look. And
Doesn't matter.
Smash has smashed him out the round. You mentioned he had a poor start. Look at him now. 11 and 10.
And that's what I said that needed Favbet as well if they were going to stand a chance. Probably one of the big contributing factors to the fact that they were actually able to wrestle back that first half. Should be no way back here. I think they're just going to be looking to save their guns. Favbet have done it. Brilliant opening kills there from Smash. Oh, and Davi just died as well, so no weapon for him in the next round.
You know what the joke is, right? Oh, that's that was an accidental tap kill there for Mopos. You could tell that with his crosshair movement, he was preparing for the spray down, but like instantly switched to a bit of utility. And, well, he's lucky he hit the first bullet headshot. Anyway. But yeah, you know what the joke is, Matt, is that some skins have been a lot better than Crypto, so...
Oh, almost all of them, I think. But you could say that about every traditional market. Stocks, gold...
Maybe, yeah.
Indices.
That's actually just crazy, like the skin market could just, like, completely explode in a day if Valve do something, you know? But everyone just relies on it. Thankfully, Valve are aware of that fact, that's for sure.
It is still peculiar because they don't give it any assigned value, the skins themselves. They just have the control over the scarcity of the skills, which then creates the intrinsic value, right? And then it just gets traded publicly by users.
Yeah, and then sold
So
on
it is a bit of a gray
sites.
area. It's a bit of a gray area in terms of like a market, like a financial market. It's why they don't have to have like a license or something like that, I believe. But they know what they're doing. They're just very smart about it. I think the market cap for the total CS2 skins, which is like the valuation of all the skins in Counter-Strike, is something like $400 million.
Like the circulation of all of them. Yeah, I think.
Yes, exactly, the combined value.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean we hear the stats, don't we, all the time of like how much money Valve make from case openings over the course of a
It
2
makes
month
me
period.
sick, Trav. Don't even
I
have a
know.
working anti-cheat.
I know, it makes
Just
me sick
kidding.
too.
I haven't come across a cheater in ages, but
Same here,
apparently
actually.
everybody else does.
I do play enough to be able to say I haven't seen a cheater in a while, to be fair. So.
I'm also not the person who just jumps up. You know what? He spammed me through a smoke. 2 rounds across 24. He's cheating. Valve, I fixed the bloody anti-cheat.
I know.
It's like, no, I don't concern myself with that too much.
We're both a
Bit
little bit more
level-headed.
level-headed. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's all good.
And even if I do think somebody is suspect, I don't understand the whole thing and getting caught up about whether they are cheating or not. Because you can't change anything. Just play the game or quit. If you think they're genuinely hacking, then leave. Like, it's just a game of Counter-Strike, you know.
Exactly. Okay.
Anyway, that's a good kill through the smoke there from Mopaz. Orp is in play for Stododo. Favbet have cost a couple players into secret. But where do they go from here?
Yeah, Mopaz has been clean with the AK in the last couple of rounds. Using that to a good effect. To get one. You see Alex hopping there in the X-ray to check for the secret push, I believe. Yeah, I was going to say, I did the, like, double door from that position, and it is. There we go. There's the information. Actually choosing to play ahead of it. Unfortunately, he's been seen. I like that plan. If he wasn't seen, I reckon they probably wouldn't expect him to be behind the door, probably ahead of it. But, yeah, now it's interesting because there are multiple players looking to try and rotate in and pinch Favbet here. 10 seconds for a plant. Stododo's gone 1 for 1. Where can they get this plant? Crush, you've got to get it down. Oh, my word. 16 HP on Crush, but it will be denied. It will be denied. There's too many players around the site. Too much opportunity to go towards single and take the kill. And that will get a really important round, actually, for Favbet on the board, it has to be said.
It feels like one of the first BS rounds that Iberian Soul have been able to win here on Nuke. Favbet have won one of their own. So it kind of levels it out in that regard. But Iberian Soul just do very well at chipping away at Favbet and then kind of running that clock down super low. So it becomes really awkward for Favbet to try and find a plant with so much pressure being applied to them on the B-bomb site. Stododo tagged Crush, and I thought that might be the missed opportunity because then Crush tries to plant the bomb, but the kill comes through just in time to deny. Iberian Soul regain the lead, and if they win this round here, Trav, they're in complete control.
Oh, Jiggle almost gets the kill, but Mopaz has found Bondic through the corner of the smoke, and then they're going to try and put pressure on Stododo. He is not necessarily fully prepared for Jackie to go through the corner of the smoke, and there we go. Beautiful entry, and that is really the kill that gets him back into the round completely. I like this angle, though.
The mid-rounding. Yeah, Salsal not going to get hard cleared, but how does he avoid being traded? He baits out the AWP shot, but Marix is there on point. Trades the name of the game right now for Favbet. They've got full ramp control, and they've got 1-player lobby. Problem is, it'd be kind of predictable if they try to go up the ladder into heaven, so I guess that's probably why they're not going for that option. Mopaz is re-exploring backup ramp. Look at this, though. Tucked in behind the box is Marix. He's going to step out and catch Mopaz completely off guard. But there's more.
Yeah, I like that Alex isn't pushing this one. They know that Heaven is open short. It's about gauging the timing. LVG's now seen the hut play. That might force Alex forward. The bomb being in that position, known of course, could get dropped, and that's brilliant for Alex. They knew it was Marix carrying the bomb, and Smashes missed a critical kill. Thankfully, Crush will take it anyway, and they know where Alex was, but he's got that bomb under control with 20 seconds left in the round. Look at that blinking below his feet. Smash trying to get the kill with the AWP from Heaven is so awkward. He's going to have to try and drop down and quick scope him, but he's missed the opportunity. Can he still get the bomb? He can. He's escaped. I can't believe it. He's taking 16 damage to full damage. Okay. On 5 HP to spare. We'll hear it. And now Alex can go with the USP and just find the kill straight up. That was a wild ending there from Smash to take that much damage to the fall. But in the end, Alex is the hero overall.
Man, that was all over the place. That was a crazy round being played out. Alex does everything he can, isolates the jewels. Of course, the player who wrapped around Mini outside to try and help Smash out, he had to run. So that's why it's easier for Alex to step out and get that kill. Smash does his best, though, by picking up the bomb and then dropping it. Craters onto the side, down to 5 health. And I was still nervous for Alex. USP swinging into the AK. I thought maybe Smash could find a way, but it is Alex who prevails. Yeah, huge impact from him in the round, and that's going to be double digits now for Iberian Soul.
It was that kill. It was that timing that when he was pushing up toward ramp after Mopos went down to Marix. They knew Marix was a bomb carrier. Alex got the perfect timing. I mentioned that timing, and he found it.
Alright, well, if Favbet lose this here, then they can almost just write the map off. Everything relying on this round right now. Full investment, Tech 9s and an AK is what they have. It's going to be ramp once again. Southall should get traded. At least he does half health to the second player who does come through. Alex has been forced backwards, and again, Favbet have ramp control.
Oh, Sododo, though. They try and push forward toward Hell. They try and take control of that portion of the map. Again. But Sododo was ready. Not had the most hugely impactful game over the course of this series, Sododo, but when it's really mattered, he has stepped up and got the kills necessary. That puts Favbet down to pistols, and this little outing for Crush, unfortunately, looks like it could be ending in a defeat. This has to be the eco. It's going to be 12-8. Parivision and Sododo already with the start here. Marix can't connect the 1 dig.
Oh, man. 4 rounds in a row here. That's what Favbet have to win to force us into overtime. It was obviously very unfortunate that they didn't have tension featuring here on Nuke. Looked good in the first half. They made it competitive, but here on the T side, Trav hasn't really delivered, I'm afraid. It was close. I mean, there was that breaking point within the second half where maybe Favbet could have put Iberian Soul on the back foot, but Iberian Soul were able to withstand the challenge, and surely they get the job done from here.
Very possible. Gotta give credit, though, to the side of Favbet. They've really fought well, considering everything. And actually, we could have some legs to the game, of course. Where's Travis Law? I think it's coming once again. We've got Marix and Bondit getting opening kills here with that Molotov to clear out CT vent. And I don't think Soul don't really have any control of the map at all until Alex gets that response. So, bomb down on A, 3v4 retake for the Spaniards.
Do they want to attempt this? I don't even know if they want to roll the dice here. They're looking to see if they can find any... Maybe if they make it a 3v3, they'd be compelled. Might just look for exit kills. Lovely way for Favbet to get back to winning ways. I mean, the Molly dead vent and then Bondic just spamming the squeaky smoke there. He clips Davi G, and that's why Davi G ticks down to that Molly so quickly. And that is going to be 12-9. Favbet alive and well for now. That's brave from Southall.
Hello.
Hello. Wait, hold on.
Hello.
Stododo, smoke,
He's
hit,
won.
defuse, time? I don't think so. I don't think there's time, but there is. He's done it. Iberian Soul have robbed Favbet.
Oh. What a way for that one to end, dude. I love Counter-Strike, man. Always something different happening in every single game. Always some wild moments, and I love that. That might have been with about 0.001 to spare. I think.
So little time left on that bomb there when the defuse comes through. And can you imagine how brutal that is for Favbet? Because it's 12-8. Okay, fellas, let's just do what we can here, round by round, get both the opening kill side, bomb planted. It looks great. All right, fellas, we can do this. Next round, I want you to go here. Oh, there's a smoke on the bomb. He's tapped the defuse. What's going on? Oh my god, fellas. Like, so quickly. Swinging from one end to the other, and disaster strikes.
Pain pain and only pain for Favbet. They probably should have won Anubis. They had a good game there with Iberian Soul, but definitely a bit of an overperformance from Iberian Soul on that map. And they deserved their win. I think they were the better team overall over the course of the game. Obviously, pain on Nuke for one main reason. Tension managed to play the pistol after crashing 3 times. He crashed for a 4th time, and Favbet thought, okay, we can't deal with this. Get Crush to play. And Crush played fine. Crush really did play fine. I'm going to give him his fair dues. Considering the situation, he played absolutely fine. But there's only ever going to be one winner, and it felt like, and Iberian Soul did convert.
Yeah, as we expected after they had to play against the stand-in on the second map, they did really well to win on Anubis. It felt like they were always going to win Anubis because of the fact that they were in control throughout. Kind of slipped away a little bit in regulation, but they maintained their belief, especially with the persistence on that T side, executing onto the B bomb side. That for me was like a mark of confidence for the Iberian Soul, that they didn't start to like second guess themselves, their plans and their protocols. And they're going to go 1-0 now on the Swiss stage. Unfortunately for Favbet, it means they go 0-1, but it's also only 0-1, right?
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, right? Hopefully Tension can fix his issues. And he can come back and deliver in a future series. Of course, opening match, like you said, is pretty... not an absolute disaster at all. So, hopefully we'll see him back soon. But what we will be doing, of course, we will be getting us back on the mic very soon, because we've got the next BO3 to come this afternoon. We've got Parivision versus Amkal. Really looking forward to covering Parivision again. It's been a little while. So good chance to catch up, but we need to throw it to a bit of a break before that game. It should go live in around about 25 minutes.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm seeing Joe like back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, cocked up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Area still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
We're back for our second best of 3 of the day, and this is one I actually am really looking forward to. It's Parivision versus Amkal. I've really been keeping close tabs on Parivision in the scene lately, but I haven't had a chance to cast them for a little bit. So really looking forward to it against Amkal, of course, who are unfortunately Molodoyless and Artfrostless, which we'll get into in a moment.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out for them, right, coming into this game. Parivision are going to be tough opponents. It's going to be stiff opposition here for Amkal, I reckon. Some history, right? Nota, formerly a part of Amkal as well, so playing against his former organization, that'll be fun. As we do have a look at the Parivision roster, narrowly missed out on that spot at Pro League, playing against Bait in the grand final. They went in with a 0-1 map disadvantage, having come through the lower bracket. They won the first 2 maps fairly convincingly, and then they lost the next 2 maps after that. So probably had to take some time, Trav, to get over that. Would have been pretty brutal for them, but expecting big things from them here today.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a bit more of a comfortable game for them. The problem is that their comfortable games aren't really necessarily being comfortable games at the moment, right? Like, listen, the team's all in an okay place, I would say. Nuke II is this exciting youngster that came, of course, from Amkal and originally RUSHB. Kicker in-game leading is not going too badly. I see some questionable things sometimes, but they're making progress without a shadow of a doubt. James is looking as good as he ever has been. Belchinok is also looking as good as he ever has been. He's kind of like the main rifling star of the team. Unfortunately, my GOAT, Travis, at the end there, the man who's given me stickers in the game with my name on, unfortunately, lately, he's been really struggling. Before, he was kind of like the stable force of the team, the guy you can always rely on to put up like a solid 1.0 rating. Okay, he's had some decent games in recent times, but in that all-important game against Bait, he was absolutely nowhere, completely absent, really looking really off individually. And it's not the first game that's happened for him lately. Expecting him to play better today against an opponent like Amkal, but I am wondering, with the amount of options in the scene, in the CIS scene especially, in Russia, and in CIS, whether that could be it for him on the team soon.
Yeah, I mean, just to highlight the point you make, if you look at his stats, 1.02 rating in the past 3 months, but if you change that, the filter to the last month, he goes down to 0.94 across 38 maps played. So Travis's form certainly is questionable at the moment, and something we're going to be watching quite closely here in the series to see what sort of a level we're going to be getting from him. But let's have a look at their opponents now. It is Amkal, and of course there's been some intrigue around this roster lately. They had Artfrost standing in for a couple games. He's actually listed as the main player on HLTV, and then Tommy is listed as the substitute. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on. I don't think that Artfrost is going to be the permanent player for Amkal. I mean, if I'm Parivision, he's obviously still on my books. There's no world in which I'm letting him play against my team, right? That would certainly not be the best ideal way to go about it, because we know how good Artfrost has been. So I'm pretty sure Tommy's going to be playing here. And this is the ex-DMS roster, right? And they've added Stinix into the mix as well. He'd be the IGL of this team, I believe. I think it used to be Spade8 before Stinix joined, but Stinix was the IGL for Cybershock. That was the team he was playing for. And if you're going to bring an IGL into a new team, he's surely going to take over as IGL. So certainly do have a number of voices in the team with both Spade8 and Stinix.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing for them, right? To have a couple of more experienced players to help out. I mean, Sveda is not necessarily that old, like, as you say, had a bit of experience in game leading in the past. But the thing is, right, now they've lost Molodoi, now they've lost, well, the ability to play with Art Frost. Not sure if they actually are going to continue to play with him outside of games against Parivision or elsewhere. Has been more Tommy recently. They need to have one guy to step up, right? And recently, that's been AW. Before Molodoi was kind of around the team, I do think that AW was the main star that people had kind of spoken about as a rifler and said, okay, maybe he can go somewhere. Obviously, Molodoi definitely took over as the strong favourite and the main fragging threat for the team when he was on the roster. Now it needs to be AW again. I'm not sure Tommy can really expect it of him when he's kind of only just joined and is playing as a sub, right? So I'll have to see if AW can show some more of that form today. Against a team, of course, it is going to be a very tough opponent.
Yeah, that's for sure. It certainly is going to be a stern test for Amkal coming up against Parivision, who are in a good place. I mean, you could even see from James' rating, 1.18 rating over the past 3 months. I mean, he's having a field day of it. Of course, he's been relieved of his duties as the IGL on this Parivision roster. He came into a team that already had Kickit as the IGL, and he's been happy to kind of forego that role for the first time in his career. Trav, right? He's been an AWP IGL throughout the entirety of his career. And it's probably going to be quite a different experience for him, trying to have that hands-off role and just focusing more on his own game. But he's been putting up good numbers as the AWPer, so seems to have worked all right for him. Because remember, towards the end of his IGL AWPing tenure, his numbers weren't as good as they were before.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's interesting about the Veto as well, when we have a quick look at it coming in, is that I do worry for Amkal that there's not really any options they can go to truly hurt Parivision at the moment, right? They've got Dust 2 as an option that I will probably be expecting them to maybe go to, but actually choosing to ban it, right? It's a strength for Amkal, but it's the big strength of Parivision, so that's probably why they're choosing to get rid of it. They share the permaban of Nuke, Matt, and that is why I guess they kind of didn't go for it straight away. Wanted to see what Parivision would go for. So they've given Parivision that ban. They don't float it until later. Amkal will go for Mirage. That's one of the new maps they're adopting, I suppose, right? I mean, they haven't played it that much at all. It seems like a pretty weird pick. It's like a pure pick, as it's not their permaban, even though they don't play it that much, into the Parivision weakness, I suppose, because Parivision have played a lot of it and don't have much success on it.
I mean, sure, not statistically, but they did beat Beatty 9 on Mirage, and we all know how incredibly good Beta on the map. They also beat Navi Jr. on the map 13-11. Those results both coming in like the past week. So I get what you're saying. Amkal maybe trying to find a little bit of a deficiency there in Parivision's map pool, but I mean, they haven't played the map at all. How are they going to beat Parivision on Mirage, who have got all the reps? I do like the fact that Amkal banned Dust instead of Nuke. They're not like, well, let's just ban Nuke, it's our permaban. They're like, well, we'll float Nuke here. Parivision, you're the favorites. If you want to go to a scrappy map that neither of us play, we're more than happy to do that. So it makes sense why Parivision ban out Nuke here, and I do like the Dust ban, like I say. Just saying to Parivision, you're not going to get to play your absolute best map against us. You're going to have to do this on one of the other maps, and Ancient is still almost equally as good and equally as reliable for Parivision. So I don't know, man. Like, if this isn't 2-0 for Parivision, then I think they probably wouldn't have played a great game.
Yeah, exactly right. And as I say, just looking at the recent results, right, Amkal have actually had quite a good streak lately. Beaten Zero Tenacity, they've beaten Saber, Portuguese Family, YaLLa, but these are all like tier 3 teams, and of course there's Zero Tenacity, which are not on great form at the moment. For Parivision, of course, you mentioned the last game they played was that BO5 they lost to Bait. Sinners, Betera, Zero Tenacity, they did grind their way through. That's the thing, though, in those playoffs, right, in those Challenge League playoffs, it was a true grind. I mean, the game against Betera went to a third map. Mirage was a 19-17 for Betera, which is obviously a bit of a random mix Betera that Parivision shouldn't be losing to. And then Ancient was a 25-21 for Parivision. That should never have been that close in the month of Sundays, right? They had good wins against Navi Jr., but they occasionally just get destroyed. Like, they lost to Sinners once, of course, in those playoffs. They lost to Arcred, and that also is a pretty bad loss for them, because that was the Group B decider match at the Bet Boom Land to Land tournament. So that was a LAN result against Arcred. Like,
Yeah, disaster.
that was a disaster. You're absolutely right, at the highest order. They should not be losing that game. They need LAN opportunities. Losing out on that big LAN opportunity of Pro League to Bait was a huge pain for them. They had a 13-11 map 3, as we've kind of mentioned, or map 4 technically, which could have taken them through in a 3-1 fashion with a clean sweep after obviously having to deal with that map advantage coming from the upper bracket for Bait. So they've had their chances. They haven't been able to deliver when it truly matters yet. They're fine at this level. They should be winning comfortably. But there's also worrisome things with their results and maybe the roster's current form.
Yeah, there are some concerns about at the moment for this Parivision roster, I think is a pretty appropriate way of putting it. They're not going to be at the major, so that kind of sucks for them. I felt like they're one of the teams I would have expected to have qualified for the major as well, Trav, and I guess that is indicative of the form that we've seen from Parivision recently, because they bombed out in the major qualifier. They went 0-3 at the MRQ, losing to Astralis, Heroic, and Bait, so yeah, those losses don't look fantastic. I mean, Heroic and Bait did both ultimately end up qualifying for the major, so maybe that's like a little bit of a saving grace for Parivision, maybe saving their blushes a little bit, but yeah, I think if they're going to save their season, then they have to do well here at the Contenders, you know, get to the playoffs. That would mean something to them. They've got CCTs going on. They've got Galaxy Racer, but it's not, Galaxy Battle. But there's no, like, big LAN events on the horizon for them. So if they were going to consider changes, they'd probably do it around this period, right?
Yeah, that's what I kind of agree with you. There's one opportunity to do it when they've got nothing huge on the horizon. You kind of do it now. But it all depends on what options are available, of course. You know, Kicker and Jame, and of course, Dastan, of course, behind the scenes will obviously be kind of looking around and seeing that they're not stupid, right? They'll realize what's going on. Like, yeah,
what about like a Perfecto for Travis?
Yeah, Perfecto wouldn't want more than that. While it's an amazing move, Perfecto is waiting out for a better opportunity, I think. That's just why
but bro's been
thinking...
waiting out in the winter for like a year and a half now, so, you know, probably have to take something eventually.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But Norbert?
Different roles, no. Norbert's a bit more of an active player, a bit more of a space taker, creator. Travis is like the guy who just blends into the background. I mean, Norbert has done some anchoring, so it could work.
I'm just sad that we're talking about replacing Travis, dude. Like, unfortunately, that's kind of the reality that we're kind of in right now, but there we are. It is what it is. His form, as you mentioned.
I can't put my finger on it. Like, is it his playstyle?
Sure.
What relation could you have, Trav? Goodness, it's just...
None at all, because my real name is Travis, and his isn't.
His is Alexander, right?
Correct.
You see, I remember that little piece of lore from you before. Alright, well, here we go, Trav. We're into the game. Parivision and Amkal. Opening matchup of the Swiss stage and the YaLLa Compass Contenders for both of these teams. Who will set that foot in the right direction to start off their campaign?
Straight up short and Cat for Amkal to go for a B split, but look at this, Parivision are very prepared. Even Incendiary over towards short. Doesn't say Belchnok whatsoever though, and they're just getting the kills comfortably here. Listen, I understand having a plan in place with utility, but the Incendiary is so bad that I would say just don't even bother with it on a pistol round when you're going to get rushed down. AW will find Kicker and James. There's some even knifing in the smoke going on. And as you can see, Amkal may be on a little bit of a boot camp right now as well, with some high fives going on. So,
yeah,
we'll have to see
if
that
gives them a boost. They've been on boot camp for a while, by the way. They have been on boot camp for a while. I wonder if Tommy's currently on boot camp with them. I know Artfrost obviously wasn't on boot camp when he was standing in for the team, when he was loaned to Amkal. But Trav, that was a stack up on the B bomb side for Parivision. They had 4 of their 5 players on that side of the map, and they didn't even get it. They barely did any damage. Amkal made that look so easy. It was also their util usage that was really good, right? And it looks like they're just going to run it back here in the second round.
Then Spade8 finds 3 players in front of him. Now actually going to get it done comfortably though. Macton will get quite a lot of the damage. All very calm and comfortable. Just with a little bit extra pace. James looking for 1 kill would be nice, but actually it's Tommy to take it to the smoke as he sees it on the radar, obviously, as AW turns and sees him. So that's the start that Amkal would have wanted. Gun straight out for Parivision.
Yeah. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with the rifles in play. A bit light on utility, as is the case when you buy up in the 3rd round on the CT side. No AWP for Jame. That could be a key factor here. I mean, you've got Jame against Tommy, one of the most recognizable names in World Counter-Strike, major winning AWPer against an up-and-comer, someone who's cutting their teeth. Highest level he's ever competed at is this opportunity here with Amkal. That'll be a fun duo. Little duel between the two of them.
Yeah. For sure.
Like the change in direction here from Amkal.
Yeah, they kept up the pace, right? But they've just decided to use all the util to take A instead, and it's forced Parivision away. And listen, I really like this. I really do, because they'll know that in the first gun run there's a chance that Parivision barely have any defuse kits, and they're going to keep pressing the issue with the Mac 10s. The flashes work brilliantly. Parivision looking not really at the races so far. Amkal really trying to put the hammer down early game, and it's working brilliantly. Jame and Belchinok 2v3. Damage will easily come through towards Cynics because he was kind of fighting in the open for the entirety of the round, but they're just taking too long here. They know what to do. James on the team, after all. They're very aware of what the plan will be.
I mean, ironically, Jame was the last player to pull the plug there on the round and then commit to the save. But without a kit, there was never really any hope. As you say, Amkal, recognizing that's probably the situation, just try and buy as much time in the front lines as possible. They're fighting deep into CT, disrupting Parivision, never letting them actually get into the swing of making the retake happen. Very good work there from Amkal. Lots of pace and ferocity here in the early stages of Mirage, and I guess we're getting to see why they decided to pick this map as well. They've clearly been working on it on their bootcamp, Trav. This is going to be a convincing start for them.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that. I heard a tick in the chat. Does that mean we're pausing? Are we not live? Doesn't look like. I think we're fine.
It was just a bind saying haha.
Yeah. It was Jane
suck.
like putting a smiley face or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Svede's got the polo neck with the yellow Amkal shirt on top of it.
I like that.
Or was that just a collar on a jersey? Regardless.
I think that's like
quite a contrasting set of colors, mate.
It looks weird, but I think that's actually like an underrated style for like if you're cold at LAN, wearing your jersey over a hoodie. Like Stewie did that a lot, if you remember. Like
it would just feel constricting to me, I think.
Maybe because obviously like maybe the jersey fabric isn't stretchy enough. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd always roll my sleeves up as well. You have to have the mouse arm sleeve.
Otherwise, you get that friction, right, from the material over the mouse pad.
No consistency. Exactly.
Yeah. He's got it rolled up. He's got that done. All right, well, Sfade8 has faded through the smoke. Oh, he's got Belchinok dead to right, but he wants more. He wants more than just that one kill. He's calling for his teammates to rotate back in this direction as well. Executes Belchinok, goes deep into CT, finds another, but he's gone down. The problem for Parivision that their remaining 3 players are all still rooted on this B bomb site. This is round over.
I'm getting outplayed right now. That's what I kind of came into the game kind of worried about. Like, Parivision's form is just so strange. Up and down. I am thinking that we could get an upset today. I mean, listen, I'm predicting a Parivision 2-0 clearly, but I just think that they have the ability to look really bad sometimes. Jane might get taken down as well here. Yeah, I was going to say, AW is right behind him. He'll make noise dropping down, trying to fall away, and there'll be nothing to save. Amkal very much on the front foot with these plans and with the hunts at the end of rounds as well, kind of knowing who they're playing against.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first round we're going to get to see Jame with the AWP, though, so I'm not going to get ahead of myself. You know, this playstyle Amkal have been going for, very simple and direct pace. He can get shut down by an AWP that's posted on an angle, right? So if Jame can just position himself where the action is going down, he could just thwart the attack. He really has been the key for Parivision lately, has Jame. And it's going to be a change up in approach from Amkal. We saw them in their first couple rounds hammering home on that B bomb site. Then on the gun round, they went for a simple A exit. That was successful as well. But more of an approach here this time round.
I like this. Just try and make Parivision think. Being 0-4 down. Concern them a little bit. I think that's one thing that's very easily to praise Amkal for early game is their pace change and their decision making. He'll need to break the corner of that bottom con smoke. No tool, use it, then fall back away, takes a bit of damage himself, down to 64. And Tommy, he'll best Travis.
Yeah, that's a bit of a concerning kill. Man advantage now for the T side. They've got quite a lot of space afforded to them as well and towards Catwalk as a result of that frag. And well, Tommy's just posted with his AWP, but Kickit will charge into the scope, take down the AWP, but he still has to do more here. Rotations are coming through, but Kickit will get taken down. A frag found elsewhere onto Jay means it's a 2v4. Nota wants to see if he can make a play to get his team back in the round. He doesn't spot the planter though. He could have had that kill every day of the week, but he's so tunnel visioned on Catwalk that AW gets off the plant, gets the kill, and that's 5-0 for Amkal.
Wow. They've come in super prepared so far. Tommy getting the opening pick just made everything fall into place, it felt like. There's no way the AWP will be saved here for Belchanok. Fade's already on the front lines, hunting them down, and it's giving them even more chance to pull clear. I do love the boot camp camera angles we've got of Amkal as well. Kalash's camera is, like, quite far away behind him. Probably doesn't have the space, which is understandable. But it allows you to see most of the players.
I do love how they've got like the biggest tables available to them, and Fade8 has his keyboard at like a 75-degree angle, but obviously that's just so that when they do go to LAN and they don't have as much space, he's used to playing with his keyboard like that. I like to play like Jame as well, where you kind of have your monitor tilted upwards towards you, similar to Belchanok as well. And then you kind of sit nice and tall and look a little bit down onto the monitor instead of having it perpendicular to you.
Yeah. Mine's always been pretty straight. Like, it's angled ever so slightly, just for the shape of my desk and where my mouse is, but usually it's like, you know, it's... The bottom line of the keyboard is only slightly angled from the line of my desk, so...
Yeah, mine's a lot more like Stinix's, actually. Obviously, you're trying to get your monitor to match the angle of your head. So if you're someone who likes to sit nice and tall and kind of tilt your neck down slightly, then you need your monitor to be tilted upwards.
Yeah.
Otherwise, when you're aiming and shooting, your brain has to account for that difference in the angle and not just be looking at what's going on the screen. And that may be such a small margin, but it could actually make a difference, you know. Like, ultimately, you always want to be looking at your screen at a 90-degree angle. So even if it's tilted upwards, then your head would be tilted downwards to account for that.
Well, we don't want to see anyone tilted here for Parivision, because they're 5-0 behind and they're struggling.
Yeah.
And Travis toward B. Re-smoke. We'll stop Stinix and Clash for another 20 seconds or so. Can go back and check mid. Headshot angle seen. Dink hit. Actually finishes the kill. That's a good job considering he only had that FAMAS. And Fade8 can't trade.
Travis can draw blood though. First frag for him here on the map. Can he double down? That would certainly seal the round. This is a half investment for Parivision. I lie. It's a full investment for Parivision. Okay. It's just Jame who saved money to get the AWP later on down the line. He might get an AK offered up to him here. Travis has been rooted out of position, but Jame gets a frag back. And that will allow for Parivision to get there first on the board.
There we go. And that is obviously the best case scenario for them, because it's a round where they have a bit of a half investment coming in with a couple of guns. So they get the maximum cash in their back pocket from not just the round win, but from what they saved. Jame will be able to keep the AWP as well. So Amkal's first slip up. They've been faultless so far. How do they bounce back?
Oh, Belchanok not able to finish off what he starts there. Flash was very good, but couldn't complete the kill. Kalash will get out there with his life intact. He's been handed the AWP as well. Let's see if he can find further impact in the round here. Focus for Amkal probably has to shift to middle now to try and create some space for these players in ramp.
James. It's going to be a good incendiary. That'll move Spade out of that position, and that's when Kicker activates. That's a really nice little 1-2 punch there. One with the utility, one with the swing from Kicker. All those years of playing together. Sometimes it can look like they're playing together for the first time, but sometimes it looks like they're on the same page and have been for, well, 8 years.
Yeah, a lot of history. A lot of synergy, a lot of success between the two of them. AW is going to go searching, does kind of check in towards stairs. Belchenok was just jiggling back and forth. AW catches a glimpse, doesn't expect Nota to be in jungle, but he's kind of done his job of maybe pulling some of the attention away from this B bomb side. Jane will be here, misses a shot, but there's still Nota, kick it in position. Jane will get through market, but that's 2 for the price of 1. That's a good deal for Amkal. Bomb plant going to be secured as well. Travis is going to have to get through that smoke. And there's Kalash is still alive with his AWP, right? He was the one who was tagged down, the one that Belchenok couldn't kill. Can he punish Parivision in the 1 versus 2?
He's actually managed to move himself into a bench, but it's a really rough angle. He has to slow peek it. They're not peeking him yet, though. Oh, it's awful timing. I understand why he wants to push forward, right? He wants to try and get 1 kill and see what he can do. But the fact he'd moved himself into that corner of bench, it felt like that was going to be a position where they weren't going to check him properly. And at least maybe just throw 1 player in against the AWP. Maybe that gets 1 pick. And obviously, the timing is awful for him to put out the Glock as he pushes forward. But still, it's... I would have preferred the sit back on this occasion.
Yeah, probably would have worked out better for him. It felt like, you know, in towards bench, he maybe gets a pick and then can try and bob and weave a little bit. But it's still an uncomfortable place to be with the AWP. It was always supposed to be Parivision's round as well. It gets way closer than they would have liked, but they get the points on the board, and that forces Amkal to expend all of their money they have left remaining. Mac 10, Desert Eagle, Galil to plug the gaps here. This is Parivision's chance to really claw their way back into the game.
Mid kind of cleared for Nota. Can they take advantage of that opportunity that has been afforded to them? Tommy with the Deagle. Bottom column smoke will come through, but James happy to play ahead of it. About to have a quick glance into underpass at some point to check for a timing. No, he'll decide to keep hold of it for a little bit, realise there's nothing, fall back away through Con and up toward A, and Nota takes a gamble by pushing in toward the apps there, but he comes with a reward, and that is a 5v4, so Fadeout will get the kill.
Why have they entirely departed the B-bomb side off the back of that 1 kill? You've just seen presence. It's a 5 versus 4. Nota will get back in towards his B-bomb side, but it's not like there's going to be any quick rotations for him. Does look like there's a player headed in his direction. I think Nota needs at least 1 more. That Molly is going to be forcing him back out and towards empty. Did they hear the tick? Good flashes, but he has at least been able to fall back to empty pillar, and he's now buying time. His rotation's going to come through here. Nota's still looking for his opportunity to pounce, but Kalash times his peak to perfection.
Oh, it's fallen apart for Parivision off of the back of that rotation. They did get back into okay positions, right? But Amkal just swarmed them and they're suddenly all over the map. AW is even far forward in mid still to catch one of the rotations from A, and Belchenok just walked straight into it. It's not the Belchenok we've been accustomed to seeing recently at all. And again, Amkal, even on a round like this where they need money, they're already way on the front foot to prevent a save.
I mean, this numbers-based approach just continues to work wonders here for Amkal. Again, it's just players grouped up together, overwhelming a bomb site, locking down a post plant. Kick it. Travis, rather, with the AWP here, going to have to fight his way out of the round. That's never going to happen. They're all converging on his position. Amkal get themselves up to 6. And if they can win this next gun round here, they're in complete control. I mean, not to say they aren't already. I mean, even Parivision's decision to rotate off of B entirely after getting a single kill was a bit weird.
he saw more than one, right? Or did he only see the one? I don't know. I feel like he should have just stuck around, though. I know it's obvious because we've got the radar, but I don't know. It does feel like a bit of an oversight.
Well, here we go. Talk about pace and ferocity. Straight into the same bomb site. Jame and Belchenok will both get one apiece, but don't count Amkal out of recovering this. It's just 2 quick fire trades is all that they need. And Jame's been forced back, but that will bring Nota into the equation. Kalash, you can't fault the swing. They're trying to actually get that kill onto Jame, but baits him straight into his teammate. Jame doubles down.
Veto would love some more damage. Oh my goodness, they almost lined up with the Galil. Oh my word. That could have easily been the kill on Nota, then who knows how it would go since then. But yeah, I agree with that. I like the pace change again from Amkal. Been very dynamic so far, but it's small things like Jame taking that random pot shot and strafing back away to maybe give Amkal the opportunity to swing. That's by design, right? It forces a swing out of Amkal because he knows that Nota is next to him, ready to deliver. So yeah, it's well played. Good little bit of teamwork there between the two of them. Looks simple, but quite smart.
Oh, Kickett's lucky that he only catches
he
a little
got it
tag,
again.
and then a parting shot as well. Looks like Amkal off the back of dealing that damage would do want to try and feel out in towards the speed bomb site. Kalash almost impossible to contain, just bobbing and weaving back and forth around the site. Jame coming through to recover the round here. AW still in position, probably as he only has a Glock, so can't really follow in the footsteps of his teammates. Parivision have really had to work hard for their rounds in this half so far.
Yeah, so I haven't been overly comfortable. This is the only one that's been fine for a little while, and even that was a little bit nervy to begin with. Kicker got found, things could have changed. Someone outside is angry for some reason. Had the biggest beep in history. It's not Parivision though. They're happy with this one. Close the gap to 2. In come Stinix and Tommy. They are going to be walking to their demise, and Kicker, even on low HP, will make sure he doesn't get hit anymore. It's a 6-4 lead for Amkal, but it's closing by the round. And Parivision, if they get 5 or even get a 6-6, they'll be very content considering the start of the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is Amkal's map pick as well. A map that they've only played twice in the past 3 months, and both those games date back to March. Obviously, Tommy wouldn't have been in those matches either. Would have still been with Molodoy, right? So we had no idea what to expect coming into this one for Amkal. Parivision didn't know either. It was a bit of a rude awakening, but they've been able to claw their way back and make this competitive. 6-all half is still there for Parivision. Spade going to do everything he can to try and make sure that's not the case, though.
Good peek from Nota. Spade 8 will go down. Molotov in toward window. We'll allow them to push forward, but there is a timer on that, obviously, when these pieces of util will fade. Travis is quite far pushed up towards short, and they're going to have to throw another molly in toward window to clear out the more murder hole side of it. They could boost in if they really want to. And they are. Oh, but that's when the pincer comes through. That's when everyone on Parivision decide to say, let's move.
Lovely moment to activate there. Perfect timing coming through. Great work from Nota to get both those kills. He's been a bit of a shining light here for Parivision in the half so far. And now, well, I mean, there may even be a case to be made to just save these guns if you're Amkal, because next round's investment's going to be way worse off than what they'd have if they kept these guns in play. But they're still feeling it out right now. Back to the scene of the crime. Their teammates' bodies littering the floor. Trying to see if they can do what their teammates weren't able to. There's a look in towards the boost from Jame, though. Nice position being held. No risk or threat at all. And now AW will indeed concede the round.
Kicker will take him down. And yeah, no chance to save the AK, which means they've got no rifles at all for the final round of the half. Tommy could buy one, sure, but barely any util will be available. And this just gives Parivision that path to 6-6. Look at how the round history has gone. The dominant start from Amkal with some great pace changes, some great maneuvers. It's putting Parivision under a lot of pressure. But Parry are now back in the form that we know they should be in.
Going to be so tough here for Amkal with the pistols. Haven't been able to at least work their way into middle, but that's because Parivision have been totally content not to really contest mid this time round. Amkal did prioritize quite a lot of util here, which I am happy to see that on the force spy. It's not like they've just tried to go for as much firepower as possible. That's why they've been able to work middle here, kind of leave... Oh, wait, what? Fade 8 was in market. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't even clock that. I completely missed that. And that's all Amkal were relying on. He was the linchpin, he's gone down, and with that should be any chance of Amkal being lost out as well.
That's the issue, right? Like, you need some ridiculous flank like that to really make rounds like this possible. Noto needs to be careful, though. He needs to be careful. Done some extra damage. He's got a teammate next to him in Jame, and now it should be all right. There we go. Noto feels like he can swing, and of course he can. Clean with it is Noto. 13 and 6 for him on the half, 12 and 6 for Jame. Very good between those two. It's Belchenok and Travis that are lagging behind somewhat, but it's okay. They've recovered the half to a 6-all. And, you know, again, like, as we were talking about before the series, it's a weird opening map of the series, purely because Parivision, they play it a lot, but it is a very up-and-down map for them. They beat Bait, like you mentioned, in Challenger League. Fair enough. They beat Navi Jr., who are amazing right now. Fair enough. But they lost to Batera. They lost to Spirit Academy on land 13-3. Just got destroyed. You know, Gunfight they've lost to. They lost to Cybershock and Galaxy Battle relatively recently. Like, there are some issues on the map for them, which is why Amkal, even with only 2 maps on record in the last, like, 2 months, and the last one was 2 months ago, they decided to pick into what is a supposed weakness. So I get the choice, but maybe now we're seeing why it is a weakness for them.
Yeah, maybe Amkal have been studying the map as well and, you know, looking for the deficiencies in Parivision's Mirage. But here we go. A site successful, or successfully taken here by Parivision. How far do they go from here? Did they take the fight to CT? Did they hold off? Amkal are waiting for the fight to come through. And Parivision aren't actually going to commit to it. They're just kind of faking as though that's what they're going to go for. It's just Noto on the jiggle. Lots of time being taken, and time that's really valuable. Time is of the essence because Amkal don't have a kit.
Yeah, they are playing pretty aggressive. They haven't really fallen back into some really nice after-plant positions yet, though, and they could get punished for that. They absolutely will. Travis, Noto, and Kicker will just all fall one by one, and Jamon 23, we know what he's doing. He's off. So the defuse can come through, and that is... Parivision was setting them up, themselves up, for a more aggressive play and more aggressive pushes, but they decided against it, and they were given no time to settle in any crossfires.
I don't know. I feel like the plan for Parivision was to fake as though they were going to take CT control and then have a very late shift into jungle. The problem with that is that the bomb was planted for CT. So even if they do get that positional control for connector and jungle, they can't do anything about a player sticking the defuse. And Amkal actually made that look easy once they got going once again. They truly did make that look easy. That was very convincing. Parivision are just juggling guns in spawn right now. Eventually Noto will get his Desert Eagle. Kick it, picks up the Mac 10. They're still juggling guns around. Come on, fellas, you can do it. There we go. Finally. Lose this round, 8-6. Anti-eco for Amkal, 9-6. In complete control once again at that point and just 4 rounds away from winning the map.
Kalash. He's been mollied out. And that's awkward for him. If he actually managed to, like, strafe down toward Van and hide in the corner, that would have spread to that position as well. So I had to go all the way back. If he crossed the angle, he probably would have died. So that's to take quite a lot of damage. Sort of fall back in a straight line toward the corner of Van. Now they're a bit more confused about where they want to go for. Just checking mid on that timing. Steel needs to connect because Kalash is going to be ready and ready to go with the MP9. And Parivision have not been able to force their way in here. This is a classic situation. You got 3 players stuck in apartments after losing the opening 2. You just can't get in at all. You need some sort of heroic play from somewhere. With this AK available on Travis, and hang on, here's a heroic play, but never mind. Nota's Dig is the only kill they're going to get. James is dead. Will be allowed the bomb plant, which gives him a bit of money, which will actually really help, but dies instantly after. And that's Amkal getting a 2-round lead back again.
At least the bomb plant is something to celebrate for Parivision, because it looked like they would have lost this round completely empty-handed at one point when they weren't able to get out of apartments. Good job there from the Catwalk player to get back in just in time to meet them as they're trying to cross in towards the B site. Otherwise, it just would have been the bench player alone there, and it could have gotten ugly quickly for the CT side, but that doesn't transpire. What do we think, Travis? Tommy on boot camp with them? It doesn't look like it. It looks like different wallpaper.
Yeah, it does look different, doesn't it? Must be hard, right, when your team is on boot camp and you're the only one not there with them. Kind of feels rough. I have to confirm that, of course. It's not absolute confirmation. I'm just gauging it off the player cam, but unfortunately no interviews, of course, at this stage of the tournament. But I do appreciate Amkal like trying to really improve with this current roster they've got. I do like the effort, because you can kind of, for a team like this, you could probably say, listen, it's not an absolute necessity to need a boot camp at this sort of level, but they want to get better, and that's the way you go about it.
Imagine what that does for a team of this nature, right? Just to build the team up. Boot camps go a long way in just helping a team really come together and synergize. Either way, it felt like James kind of missed a bit of an opportunity to get an opening kill here in the round with his Tech 9, where he jumped up on the bench. Instead of going for that risky kill, instead he just let the player slip back into ladder room. And okay, Nota. He was in ladder room. Svede's been dinked as well. Nota will follow that up with a shot of his own. Now they shift their focus in towards the B bomb site. There's only one player here at range. It is Tommy with the Zor. Posted on the angle right now. First player jumps across just as Tommy repositions. I don't know if he was seen or not, but bomb's still going to take a while before it actually gets into the site. Belchenok wants to throw it to his teammate, but I think they fumbled it now. It's still in apps. Belchenok will drop down. My goodness. Eventually they'll plant the bomb and Amkal are going to have to retake.
I will say, I am very surprised Tommy hasn't tried to take one pot shot there. I know he's playing patient, waiting for a teammate to come and help him, and he's got his kill here. It's fine, but he had quite a lot of time to react on that first one, I feel like, on the cross from one minute to the other. But it's a good flank from Kalash. That gives Nota no chance. His heroics are done in the round and Kicker is stuck. So that's 9-6. And Parivision's bye will be coming through. But we reached a point where it could be a must-win.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is, right? You lose this 10-6, no money, 11-6. That could be irrecoverable for Parivision. A position they never would have expected to find themselves in here against Amkal. No disrespect to Amkal, but I mean the pedigree of these Parivision players, their incredible mechanical prowess, you thought would have been enough to just get the job done, but evidently not. Kick it to drop a hero AK for Nota in that previous round. That's why he's reduced to the Mac 10 here. The call going to be in this all-important round for Parivision. Pressure is on.
Nota. Very aggressive. They're going for instant trades toward mid. Just a speedy play with 3 through apps and 2 up mid, 2 up cat. And the 2 up cat have been removed already. But what can you really do about that now if you're Parivision? Kicker jumping through with the Mac 10. Needs a clear, gets a clear. Kalash will go down. That affords him a plant. Jane will punch in those digits. And now the nades coming through. The exchange of nades. Kick it down to 26. A slight tag on Svade on Tommy. They are quite far forward here. And James is stuck on that sort of near default position. They can just probably hard clear Kicker, and James can't necessarily swing to trade that from there immediately. So 2v3, Belchenok in apartments, still alive, actually towards short, but he needs to deliver because he's only 2 and 10. And a very slow game, which is not what we expect from Belchenok, and he's got his 1 kill. It's relaxed everything. Tommy has to fall away, and Parivision have found a way, which was a 3v4.
Yeah, it was particularly Jane there who does really well in the post plant to get a kill, because that's what then baits Belchenok in. Once he finds his frag as well, that's round secured. It looked a bit dicey at one point there for Parivision after they lost 2 players in middle for the price of 1, but they at least were able to successfully get themselves into the B bomb site. And you know you're always in with the chance if you can get the bomb down and the round isn't too far gone in terms of the numbers. And they do lock it down indeed, as was required. But that can't just be one in isolation. There has to be a bit of a streak here for Parivision. Otherwise, they end up back to square one.
That's fade out in window. Trying to get away. Not allowed. Stopped by a combination of Kicker and Jame. And immediately, Parivision will change their attention. Knowing they've got the opening kill straight away, all of them trampling back to A to go for a proper execute. They've already got Belchinok in Palace.
Big executes into the A-bomb site coming through from Parivision off the back of getting that opening kill. Useful raining on in, smoke, CT, jungle, and stairs coming through from them. And they have had full side control afforded to them. Just got to try and make sure they get the bomb down successfully. Where's bomb being planted? It's actually reverse default. I like that. I think it's one of the strongest places you can plant the bomb on the A site of Mirage. And I don't even know if Amkal can afford to go for the retake here. I mean, they've got one kit, a little bit of util, but if they don't get any kills immediately, they probably call it a day, and it actually looks like they already are.
Yeah, that was incredibly simple for Parivision. They get their picking toward mid. It was Fade 8, of course, who went down in that window smoke trying to jump away. And off the back of that, rotate back to A. Go for a proper execute. And of course, they're already on the process of the hunt as well. Look how far forward Jame is, by the way. He's actually in between all four of them, which is pretty incredible. Probably can get at least two here, maybe. That's one guarantee. Looking for the second. Oh, he's out of bullets. Oh. It's a whiffy spray on Stinix. So Stinix is lucky to stay alive, but it's huge that he's able to, because there's a big difference between 2 staying alive and 3.
Yeah, at least Amkal will still be able to piece together a pretty good investment. Jame not going to go for the AWP here, surprisingly. Going to be sticking to the rifle. He's been doing good work with the rifle so far, but I thought James, the guy who just wants an AWP any opportunity he can get it. Good to see him having that flexibility and that belief in his rifling abilities as well. This is the round for Amkal. Trav, lose this 9-all. I mean, Parivision had to claw their way back in the first half. They had to do it here at the start of the second as well. What if they can get themselves some momentum, gain a lead, put Amkal on the back foot? That's what will happen if they win this gun round.
Nota will force his way forward. Try and get that success under their belt. Kicker still waiting in mid. AW still waiting to pounce, and that's where Kicker will go. Surely he gets traded though, and there we go. That's a combination of Tommy and AW. Take that one. Travis will do some more damage to the plywood as well. More wall bang. And Belchinok is with Jame, of course, here, but they're not expecting Kalash close with the MP9. And Belchinok only just gets that trade. So, 2v3, it's the two players who have really been struggling for Parivision so far in the game. And Belchinok's already gone down. So it's Travis 1v3, instant headshot on 1. Now knows where both these two remaining players are, but an HE will come flying in and do the remaining damage. That's double digits for Amkal.
Yeah, very good work from them. The player nestled in top of the bin there is in such an important position. He doesn't overplay his hand either. Can't really fault Jame for not clearing it, I suppose. Oh, man. It was Belchinok who was there initially who decided against pushing deeper into CT. All works out for Amkal, though. And they maintain the lead as a result of winning that round. And again, pile the pressure onto Parivision. 10 kills between Belchinok and Travis right now. Certainly lacking in the firepower department.
Boosted up. Oh, he has his chance, but he misses his chance. Those are the sort of kills that when you're 8-10 down, money on a knife edge, you just gotta be finding those to give yourself a bit more space to work with in a gun round.
This is such an important round for both of these teams in the grand scheme of things. Whoever loses this is condemned to an eco in the next, and if that's Parivision, then Amkal get up to map point. And Amkal have been in control throughout the entirety of Mirage so far. They've kept Parivision at bay when it's mattered. They've pulled ahead a couple of times as Parivision really have been chasing this map so far. And that remains the case. However, they have successfully parred their way through middle, and they're going to try and split on the safe bomb site. Double
Oh,
setup in
goodness.
towards ramp right now. Sfadek the first to fall. Do they anticipate Stunix here as well, though?
They do. And you know why they do? Because that massive gamble wide swing from Sfadek was way too obvious. Like, it's not like he jiggled for a second, took a duel, and maybe had a chance to fall back and hide again. He just went so wide and so blatantly... Well, can't think of the right word for it. So blatantly blatant with the peak. It kind of gave them an idea that, well, it's a bit too quiet on A. Maybe there's one more.
Yeah, just very good awareness from them. They also had Belchnok in Palace, so that meant they didn't have to worry about Palace, right? They only had to focus towards CT and ramp. So yeah, you're right. Good awareness from them. The remaining 3 players for Amkal will keep their weapons in play. And Parivision around again. Can they finally level up the scoreline? What do Amkal even do here, man? $1,900 is coming their way if they lose this next round. Means they probably have to force around these 3 guns that they have in play. It's not like a full save will get them a full buy in the next. So I'd imagine they're going to spend everything they've got here. Makes sense they call for a pause just so they can talk it through thoroughly.
It's a tough decision, really, isn't it? Because a full save does give them something in the next round, especially if you can, like, re-save the Tommy AWP. That's just never a guarantee, though, right? So, do they want to invest around it?
I was thinking that they would. But looks like they've used this timeout to kind of discuss the implications of the investment and what the best option is for them. I mean, if they lose this round but keep 2 guns in play, then they have a full buy in the next. Maybe that's kind of the school of thought here for them. James does have his AWP on the T side now, by the way. Good flash to force Tommy back. Oh my goodness, he's just narrowly missed out on that shot. James will now assume the angle. Has the information as to where Tommy is. Brilliant flash into lowers there. Oh my goodness, AW nearly gets both those kills. Love the proactivity from him with one of those 3 guns.
Yeah, that's really nice. You know, I mentioned to you that I don't really like CTs and underpass in gun rounds, but in rounds like this, it makes total sense, and that is huge as well. Travis goes back to hold a bit more of a headshot angle when he knows that Kalash is into all the apartments there, pushed up, but it's still an angle where he's peeking, and it just gives Kalash an opportunity to pre-fire out of the round. That sent the bomb toppling back down the stairs. Nota has to come all the way around to pick that back up again. If Parivision lose this round, that would be the ultimate nightmare.
Oh, it certainly would, right? This was the key opportunity for them to level up the scoreline, bring it back to even keel. Oh, Belchnok he finds an angle there. It will be Sfadek who goes down, never really had much going for him. With just the USP, Tommy, though, slides back into the angle that Belchnok is holding. He can't hit the instant headshot. And it looks like Parivision are going to persist in towards the safe bomb site, but they're never expecting the player to come through from Tetris. That's Stunix who's there. Drops Nota, and with that goes any chance of the round for Parivision.
Nightmare. Elevated angle for Kalash. Easy AWP recovered. It's actually going to take both by the looks of things. Go for a double AWP if you can at this point of the game. Why not? Give yourself a different look going into this next round, knowing that Parivision will still find something. And still have a buy available to the pick up and drop the AWP to James. And the way they started that round, everything, like, honestly, I think they really were under control the whole way. Which is crazy considering the buy they had. The lovely flashing toward lowers, like you said, like AW at forward position. It's great on a round like that. You have flash support. Probably should have gotten both, actually. But in the end, they figure it out. Stunix being a bit of a nuisance. That kill just confirms everything. Parivision no chance to get into an after plant and settle down. Always on tenterhooks throughout that round.
Yeah, Amkal just had a lot going for them in that previous round. And now they have an opportunity to put Parivision away. If you win this 12-9, and then really not much of an investment to speak about for Parivision in the round that would follow. Molly forces Belchnok back, good information gained. Rotation coming through here from Spade 8 as well, so they're going to have padded up the defense on the same bomb site. That's exactly where Parivision are headed, trying to keep it simple and direct. Cynic spots the head, commits to the spray. It's not so clean, but does get a second opportunity, and you know what? He's somehow been able to get both those kills and stay alive.
And Tommy's found kicker as well. Noto's last alive. Tommy will
Wow.
push forward. There we go. Great hold from Tommy. Only 10 and 8 in this game, but I do feel like the majority of his kills have come at a good time.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, CT side is also where you expect the Orbit to up his game and have more of a contribution. That's exactly what we gotten out of Tommy. Oh, goodness, the audio is super scuffed in this clip, I'm afraid.
Yeah, replay audio can be a bit iffy sometimes, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Back to the game.
That does happen, absolutely. Upgraded pistols for Parivision. Sprinkling of utility. Hasten towards middle, but this has got Amkal written all over it.
Yeah, and it's, as I said, like their first Mirage for a couple of months. Picking into it against Parivision, a team that's beaten Veto on it the other day. It's definitely a map which Parivision have not found a good answer on lately, but clearly it's a map that Amkal are trying to start to make work, especially on this boot camp they're on. It's not their permaban, of course. Both teams have a permaban that they share of Nuke, so it allows for something a little bit different. Right now, Amkal are doing a superb job at keeping Parivision at bay. Kicker tries to push forward, and now his only option is Empty Pillar. Will finally get flashed forward, but Kalash is just so ready on the secondary AWP. He'll find one more. It's only Kicker, Jamin Belchanok left. Make that, Jamin Belchanok. Make that. Hang on. Belchanok's got a deagle. There we go. Goes down to AW, and Jane will not be doing a thing. Very nice map from Amkal. They got pinned back by Parivision, but everything they put into practice at the beginning of the game and at the end of the game was clean and precise.
Yeah, I feel like one of the key hallmarks of success there for Amkal was just their teamwork. You know, think about on their T side how many grouped up plays they decided to make, just like that pack-based mentality where they were just all on the same page, trading brilliantly, moving quickly, no one baiting, no one leaving anyone behind. And then on that CT side, the retakes were really on point, Trav. I feel like their retakes, there was always a clear and direct plan, and if the round wasn't looking so good, they were happy to pull the plug. Yeah, this is, you can see Amkal have been sinking a lot of time into their game, because that's a very convincing performance on Mirage.
Yeah, brilliant work. And it's crazy, right? If you just look at it, Parivision 25 maps played, 40% win rate. Not great, obviously, overall, but it's got some great wins littered in there. Amkal, as I said, only their third time playing it, and you know it's unusual, right? When you have a map like Mirage in your pool, where you actually only have a team that plays a lot in Tier 3, Tier 2, it's a map where you don't even have a percentage win rate on yet now. You will now, after that one. That is a fantastic result. Sure, they go into Ancient with that being the weakness of Amkal. That is where they've had some poor results in the past, right? They've only managed to beat Saber and Fireflux recently. It's not really not great results for them. And Parivision obviously have got a lot more to work for them in recent times. But again, this map, opening map, Matt, probably the main thing that I would describe about it as a summary is that that's more of the same from Parivision. Like, it's just up and down results, and I guess you could say even fragging an individual level.
Was there anything convincing about that performance from Parivision? Like, I struggle to really try and draw positives from what we just saw, you know. There were some moments from Nota and Jame. I feel like their successes were predicated off of individuals having big rounds. It's not like, as a team, they ever looked really solid. You know, Travis and Belchanok looked at C throughout the entirety of the map. And I remember Belchanok doing good work on Mirage in general. He's always been like a very strong Mirage player. So the fact that he was so underwhelming is kind of bleak. But you know what? One thing that isn't bleak is the next map is Parivision's, Trav. So they've got to draw some confidence from that, right? That's going to give them a mental boost now in going into this break that they should be able to level it up.
Hopefully they will. We'll see you in a minute.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Got phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Map 2 for Parivision versus Amkal, and honestly, going as we maybe thought it could today. We thought Parivision would win the game and maybe win the series, but honestly, Amkal proving a really good face on Mirage, and Parivision once again proving they have a very unpredictable current form.
I mean, Amkal started on Mirage, then, you know, Parivision were kind of able to wrestle their way back. I think it was like 6-0, and then the half ended, what, 7-5 in favor of Amkal, I think it was. Was it 6-all at the end of the half there? It was, okay, it was 6-all, so Parivision did well to wrestle it back. And then Amkal started that second half strong again, got a bit of a lead. We saw Parivision kind of claw their way back, but Parivision were constantly chasing that previous map. Never looked like they were in control or looked like they were in a position to put tons of pressure onto Amkal, right? So I got mad props to give Amkal for the successes we've just seen from them on Mirage. You know, it was even a big gamble picking that map in the series, but clearly they were well prepared. Now we go to Ancient, though, which is a bit of a home map for Parivision, right? So surely we're going to end up on the third here?
That's what you think, and that's what should happen. If it doesn't, then we've got big problems in the Parivision camp, right? Like, what are we... What's going on here if they lose this game 2-0? Like, and I'm not going to give them any excuse. It's like a BO5 hangover against Bait in that Challenger League Grand Final because it's online and it was a few days ago anyway. No excuse there whatsoever. I don't think there's actually any that exist right now for Parivision if they do go on to actually lose this 1-2-0. So I'm concerned about their current form. I'm wondering if they've got changes planned maybe because they've failed in all these big events they've wanted to qualify for. They failed for the Major. They failed for Pro League. They failed in some of these PGL qualifiers. Like, what's left over the course of the year for them other than playing these online events, right?
I mean, probably there has to be something that comes up later on in the year. I'm more looking at the season, which is obviously going to be culminating with the Major happening, you know, just around the corner. They don't have anything to look forward to for the rest of the season. And with that player break on the horizon, if you are going to make changes as Parivision, now is kind of the time you'd be looking at it. So maybe that is something that's going on right now, kind of affecting the mood in the camp and the performance we're seeing from them. But yeah, they should be getting the victory here. If Amkal win this 2-0, like you say, that would be a big problem here for Parivision.
Yeah,
and you know what, Trav? Sorry, just to add on to that as well. Based on what we saw on Mirage, I'm not like in the camp that believes there's no chance of this being 2-0. Amkal absolutely looked like the better team on that previous map. So if they can carry that form into Ancients as well, then Parivision could be in trouble.
Yeah, I think it's actually... if you look at the results, right, for Parivision on Ancient... Again, it's not like it's the cleanest streak in the world, right? I mean, you've got Sinners, you've got the win against Veto. That was an incredibly horrible grind of a map. That was 25-21 against a Veto team who are kind of only playing in one event currently this year, right? They've been involved in a few, but that's the only event where they had any progress in at all. And the only one they were playing in for the last couple of months in that Challenger League playoffs, right? It took them ages to get over the line there. And they've lost to Sinners in one of the Challenger League games before that. And they've lost to Arcred on LAN. Like, don't get me wrong, Arcred have got storied players on the team, right? You've got, Ryujin, Ryujin, DSSJ. Like, these guys have been around for a very, very long time in like the Uzbek / Russian / Belarusian scene. But Parivision have got the name value to beat that sort of a team comfortably every day of the week. And they got taken down pretty easily 13-10. So It's just not a Parivision with this roster where we've seen maybe earlier in the year where they're winning some CCTs, winning some of these online cups, right? Like, oh, the next big thing. They could make the major because the majors in an online MRQ. Absolutely, you know, fell apart there. Sure, tough opponents, but still ones you'd think they have a chance to beat, knowing that some of those do struggle online. And now we're in the position we're in now, where Amkal actually have a chance to beat them 2-0.
Well, let's see if they can make it happen here, Trav. It certainly is a tall order. James gone back to spawn there. Not sure if he had to just sell and rebuy something anyway. It is going to be a big group up on this B bomb site for Parivision. We saw the same thing on Mirage to open up that map. They had stacked on B with 4 players and they didn't even get a single kill. Surely this one's going to go a little bit different. Interestingly enough, Amkal have actually smoked off Cave. And then there's going to be 3 players running through that smoke grenade. Is there a flash? There actually isn't any flashbang here to try and enable them, so they're going to have to wait for the smoke to fade. Look at the big flank as well. Nota knows exactly what's going on here.
Yeah, the rotation should come in and they should be able to deal with this one because they're just going to be completely enclosed. But hang on, the dualies... Oh, I was going to say the dualies actually didn't get anything done, but it's okay. That Nota flank in the end does get the 2 kills, so it's all good. And that is the start Parivision needed to read the map perfectly and win it out cleanly.
Yeah, good job. I mean, that time they didn't only have the full stack on the correct side of the map, they also had that insurance policy of the big flank that comes through. I don't know about that from Amkal. Taking so long when you have everybody committed to one side of the map means you just have no idea what's going on elsewhere. And you kind of have to assume that your opponents are going to try and poke or prod, get some info and figure it out. So I think they had to move with more pace than they did if that was the plan.
And it is a force, by the way, in the next round immediately after that. And Travis and Noto are going to give them no space to breathe whatsoever. Kickout will hold the line too. So that's Fade 8 going down. So there should be a clean 3-0 start for Parivision coming in here. And winning this round with all 5 players alive is going to be wonderful for them. Because force buys can often just get so nervy and so awkward. But, yeah, we're in a spot for them now where they can build up money here and next round too.
Yeah, very solid anti-force buy coming through from Parivision right now, just shutting the round down emphatically. This will be such a good boost for their confidence as well, because they didn't lead once at all on Mirage, right, did Parivision. So it will be a good little confidence booster for them.
Yeah, when they level like 3 times over the course of the map, 6 all, couple of
Yeah.
and a half. We'll see.
And that's when Amkal would just always be able to win that decider round. Every time there was kind of those rounds where the game was on a knife's edge, loser would have to eco, Parivision could have pulled ahead if they wanted. They were never able to win that key round. Tommy creeps his way forward, eventually follows the same path as his teammates into the afterlife. And that is going to be an anti-eco now for Parivision, so they should be able to make it a clean 3-0 sweep.
I'm expecting a decider here. If we don't get it, I'll be very, very surprised. And honestly, if we do get to Anubis, it's also a map that I'm kind of had a poor run of form on lately. So thinking that should be a clean one for Parivision too. But that's all paper stats. And as I always say, which I haven't actually said in a while, paper stats don't hit the headshots.
Yeah, that's true. Only you can do that. Doesn't matter what things have been like in the past. At the end of the day, find yourself in the server, a gun and a crosshair, there's always a chance. Not in this round though, Trav. Shouldn't be any chance in this one.
If there is, then Parivision have done something seriously wrong. I'm surprised I haven't actually put the MP9s in more aggressive somewhere, because I don't necessarily want to have to use them in round 4. But I can still deliver with them. Maybe try and play more aggressive with them once they know where Amkal actually are set up.
Yeah, Amkal also just hoping to maybe bleed some of the utility here from the CT side before they actually commit. And eventually, it will just be that all-in approach on the A-bomb side. Does look like Spade8's going to throw a tiny bit of a fake into the mix, a little bit of misdirection, smoking off long. I mean, Jane will be able to see that there isn't actually anybody committing. So surely they should preempt the fake, and there we go. Belchnok denies the players looking to make their way out of A main. Note has been able to rotate across as well. And is that going to be 3 flawless rounds in a row? Oh, well, Tommy did get 1 kill, but damn near 3 flawless rounds here for Parivision to open up Ancients.
Yeah, that fake smoke failed as well, right? You saw it land on top of the brickwork on the left there. So, on that B-bomb site, it's in the middle of nowhere. It's the ideal start. When you're keeping the 1 MP9 of crossover as well. James got the AWP out.
Oh, a tussle in towards middle here. Damage goes both ways. And Spade8 kind of recognizes there might be some space available to him. He's gone all the way in towards Jag. He's forced Parivision out of cave as well. So good positional control early on here for Amkal. Now, where do they shift their focus is the question.
Jiggle for Belchanok in toward Donut to spot any information coming his way. And as soon as he does see it, get that smoke down and move back away again. Oh, James, he's moved back into Donut. Smoke's going to fade soon. Should get 1, maybe 2, and it actually is almost 2. The collateral on Spade8 puts him down to 16 HP.
How do they even get back into the round from here is what I'm busy thinking. I mean, those 2 players looking to make their way through A main aren't going to have any support of someone who's pulled the focus away from them, because Jane can now start to look back in that direction. Spade8 could find the timing. Oh my goodness. Well, he will still go back into Jag and get a kill. Trade comes through, though. I wonder if Parivision are ready for this. It's only Jame who's on the safe side. If Amkal can get this kill on the AWP quickly enough, then there's a chance.
Flick up. That will be a miss, though. And Jame surviving on 6 HP will just get run down for sure. Just trying his best to stay alive as long as possible because he knows the time on the clock. But there is enough time to get that bomb planted. Amkal recovered it into a 3 versus 3. But issue, of course, no after plant utility left. And Belchanok is already here. There's 1. There's 2. And he just settled Parivision down entirely. AW stuck at the back of the site. He'll actually manage to get 1 somehow in the same tick that Travis flanks and kills him. That is great work from Belchanok and a great start to Ancient after a real struggle on Mirage.
Yeah, it was looking pretty good there for Amkal. I mean, all things considered, they had nothing going for them in the round. But they were able to just still find a way into the A-bomb site. Onto James, 3v3 post plant, but they never expect the big flank through A main. Very important positioning there from Belchanok. A little bit of trigger discipline goes a long way as well. Takes the more difficult kill first. Can just immediately snap to find that second frame. And that's 4-0. Way more convincing here from Parivision compared to what we saw on the previous map.
Found 2 as well, and it's immediate rebuy for Amkal. Just the aggression toward lane. Flash assists coming over, giving him all the help necessary.
Again, this is just the fallback option when they don't really have much going for them in the round. Just group up and try and get into the safe bomb site. Attack has somewhat been stifled just by that little bit of a burst fire from the Temple player. In fact, it looks like that's going to send Amkal packing entirely as they reassess the situation. Kind of looked like they've lacked ideas on the T side so far. It's been really simple, and that worked on Mirage, but certainly not going to cut the mustard here against Parivision, and what a strong CT side they have on this map.
Tapping down, Spade8 does a lot of damage, and there's a couple of nades that will come in toward that position. In the end, it's that second one from Spade8 that will finish it off, and Belchanok only gets 1 in mid, so Stinix will get that kill. Back into a 2v3. 30 seconds to find a plant, though. And really their only option is to walk back toward B, and Kicker is playing in front of that push in toward Jag. And easily will take down both from lane. So another comfortable round for Parivision. Their money continues to swell. And Amkal just not found much progress whatsoever.
Okay, well, very good. I mean, it doesn't even feel like Amkal have been able to get into any of these rounds, and you can see that just from their kill count alone. 1 frag for 4 of the players and 2 kills on Spade 8 means they've got 6 across the board. Parivision are just dominating Amkal right now. It's the half investment for Amkal. Bit more impetus coming into this round, forcing their way into Jag. Mac 10's looking to try and take the fight to Travis, and they do successfully trade him out.
We'll get boosted up with the Deagle, but we need to find a couple of kills to get any progress into all the side, especially with AW on 12 HP, and, well, thought for a second he might be going down, but arrives for now. We'll try and run out the smoke on a random timing, and Jem gets the kill, and looks at the smoke as if to say, you ran out then? How dare you, dude? What are you doing?
Oh, that was... that was certainly rolling the dice for Tommy as well on the fall-off. If he hits that shot, then I think I'm just checked out at the end of that. And they kind of realized maybe they need to be a bit more concerned about Cave. Bomb plant would be something here for Amkal, but I don't see how they could even make that work. Belchnock with the line of sight. He's trying to take the attention away from Tommy right now. Is Thinix, and it's kind of work. Kickett's peering in this direction.
Oh,
One
no.
frag found. That then takes the attention away from Thinix. He steps out. Kickett's going to commit forward here. James has an orb, so it's a bit more awkward and uncomfortable for him. Tommy finally tries to shift his focus to actually planting the bomb, but that's going to cost him his life. It's Thinix left alive, and not for much longer either.
Could have gotten away from them, though, right? You can see at the end there, Kicker and James just synergize and peek together. Yeah, Kicker was moving forward during the process of them trying to drop the bomb over to each other as well. I thought you'd see that in the open and get tunnel visioned and try and take them while they were doing that. Here's that kill toward Cave. But there's that important one, right? Trying to swap the bomb over to each other. Not allowed to. Very awkward communication, it feels like there for Amkal in that round. Not sure that was entirely necessary. Could have just gone for a double pick together like Parivision did, rather than just be so focused and hell-bent on the bomb plant.
Yeah, you can't really fault them. It's not like they had much going for them in that 2vx situation. They actually navigate it really well, all things considered. It's the first time we've seen a little bit of bite from this Amkal team here on Ancient. Parivision have raced to 6-0. And, well, if they win this gun round, I don't really see a way back into the map for Amkal, because they haven't really inspired me to believe that they have what it takes to make this competitive here on Ancient. You just think about the way they've been losing these rounds. It's just been too easy for Parivision. It's not like they're 1 or 2 moves away from converting these rounds. Not even in a position to be converted in the first place.
That's a miss from James, which we've seen a few of in this game so far. A little bit of a slow day for him. And again, kind of a lackadaisical reaction from Nuke II there. He'll go down to Cynics just waiting for him. AW now creeping in through Donut. Got one player here to worry about. What's the timing like? No will creep forward. He's got that timing. It's a free response kill. Back into a 4 versus 4. And with 25 seconds left in the round, Amkal again grouping up. And they're grouping up quite late again here. Flash will use his util. Got a nade. And a flash as well. And so Red 8 will now team up with him, and they should have enough to actually confirm a cross into the site together. But when you've got 2 players holding that cross, they try and double peek, but you're getting double peeked yourselves. Kicker will hold the line. 2 kills for Travis as well. And Cynics is left on that lurk in mid, needing to save.
Yeah, Kicker has essentially been an impassable object on that B-bomb side so far throughout the CT side here. But he has been really solid, just killing everybody that comes his way. 7-0, you're right, Trav. Amkal have certainly been leaving these rounds later than what we saw on Mirage, and I guess that might just be a reflection of the amount of confidence that they have in their T side, just the way that they're going through the motions. not as seamlessly as it was on that T side of Mirage. But anyway, here we go. It's going to be a bit of a time up before we get into this 8th round. Amkal are running out of time.
They are indeed. Don't forget as well, you can also take the survey that is pinned in the Twitch chat to help us improve our events. Take the survey, and I think you've got a chance of winning $100 of skins if you complete it. So you never know. Might be lucky.
All right, Trav, I'm going to need you to hold on for 2 or 3 minutes, mate. Got a survey to do. Where's the segment about the casters? Surely I can give some feedback on them.
Surely, right? These two casters, this MF from South Africa and this massive ego guy from England, dude. Just talking rubbish all the time.
I mean, the first one was pretty accurate description. Don't know about the second. Anyway, ego's not the first thing that comes to mind if I describe you. But MF for me, yeah, that's on point. Either way, here we go. It's going to be Amkal with the half investment, right? Hero AK for Stunix. Setting themselves up maybe for a bit of a poppy play into this B bomb site, but we've seen how tough that's been for them in the half already. This is Kick It's Home. You're not displacing him.
Oh, they're trying to go. Nota's trying to give it a look. Playing close with the player directly behind him, and he's going to see shadows. When he decides to move, oh, he's lucky. He's lucky that Kalash doesn't look down first, so I think for sure it would have been the kill on Nota.
Alright, well, unfortunately, yep, the round has fallen apart. Again, Amkal barely even able to set foot into a bomb site here. Parivision going to keep all 5 players alive. I mean, this is just going to be such a good boost for them mentally, Trav, with the way that Mirage had played out. Completely puts behind them what happened on that previous map to let them focus up on what's going on here. And it's now or never for Amkal. I mean, it's not completely gone. It's not like they've genuinely lost the map already, but if they lose this gun round here, then that might just be the case.
Got lane control again, but I haven't been able to do much with it so far in this game. I've been Parivision flashing in to duel them and win those duels, or just sit back and take them as they push onto the site, but it's too late or too early. And even the in-between.
Travis has been pretty good here on Ancient so far. Good improvement from both himself and Belchnok. And you've been okay. You've been alright. Room for improvement. I've let them know in the survey. But Travis, that's in the server, has looked improved. Oh, Nota's going to go searching. This is because there's an opening kill from Amkal. It's the first time we've seen an opening frag, and look at what that prompts from Parivision. You see what the success of that opening kill brings. More fruits in the round. And now it's a 5v3. Surely this is them getting on the board.
It's a nice fresh apple as well. It's not one of those, like, you know, slightly brown bananas that you can only eat half of. It's all coming up Amkal for the first time in the game. 5v3,
sure,
double
there
in
might
Jag,
be a worm
though.
in that core. Yeah, there could be a worm in the core of your apple. Be careful. Don't just yet.
Everyone's here that needs to be here for Parivision. AW knows there's one in there, but he doesn't know there's 2. He's gearing up for this duel. He knows that he kind of has to take it, but also doesn't have to at the same time. And now James got his kill. 10 seconds. 10 seconds, and James could deny it all. And he has denied it all. Oh no. The worm has crawled through the apple, and it's eaten every single good part of it.
And then they ate the worm. That was like the worst part about it. Look at James going searching ferociously. Throws the AWP away so they can chase Fade 8. Doesn't want to risk giving it away. He knows he can just buy it again. That is a disaster for Amkal. And you know what the huge problem is? Fade 8 had push through middle into the A site and seen nobody, but there wasn't enough time. Maybe there was. There was like 20 seconds left on the clock once Fade 8 had already figured out that A was clear. And I think there is a world in which they could have pathed their way up lane through middle into A with just enough time on the clock. Instead, they decide to commit into the stack, hoping that Fade 8 on the flank might be able to aid them in that way. But by the time he had arrived on the scene, all his teammates were dead. Worst case scenario for Amkal transpires. Fade 8 tries to fight back at the next round, but he goes down immediately. And this one surely now as good as done.
Yeah, that's James doesn't necessarily always deliver when it's like an opening kill that maybe he should be getting, or a couple of misses can come through like that. When he absolutely has to in a late round scenario like that, it does feel like he always locks in. It's yeah, just giving Amkal no chance whatsoever, getting 3 from the site. Amkal choosing incorrectly. I agree. They just decision making has been everywhere on this map for them. And yeah, even the beginning of this round was a bit messy, right? Fade 8 trying his best to force his way out middle. He was back already, but whiffs on the attempt at the 2 players behind. I think Belchanok it was. So Nota will get that kill.
Alright, well, back into this B bomb site again. Amkal going to try and breach. I mean, this has been where they've tried to finish most of their rounds on the CT side. And, well, you can tell by the scoreline, it hasn't been going too well for them. James narrowly misses out on the timing shot, and Stinix will make good of that as he's able to just swing into that B bomb site and get a kill. That'll create some space for a bomb plant. Clash has taken so much damage, though. Incendiary will force him out into the open. He's a dead man. Belchanok now just has to stay alive because his presence alone will be having impact. That's why Tommy's trying to force the issue. And he will get a kill back, but he's lost his teammate in the process. Could he go for the miraculous wall bang here to try and finish off the job? Problem is, Nota's going to stop him from being able to even think about that right now. I mean, Tommy just thinking about saving his M4, but that won't even be afforded to him.
It's destruction, absolute domination. Does feel like Parivision was just completely, as a group, not just James, that I mentioned earlier, just locked in after map 1. Like, guys, we can't lose this. Like, come on now. It's about time we deliver what we know we can. And, yeah, that was another great recovery in that round. We're always in control of it, but Belchanok just does a wonderful job into a jag there. Gets the damage on the first player. Gets the incendiary down without showing himself, so he doesn't take too much more damage. And again, Fade 8 in the following round, just trying to force his way out middle, but the utility in mid is just too good. He hasn't taken much damage, but he's always locked behind these smokes. Parivision are going to completely leave mid on this occasion and play behind this utility. It will allow Fade 8 to push up toward red immediately, which is a little bbit faster than maybe Nota's expecting, because he's just running around right now without a care in the world. So they finally found a gap here, but Fade 8, oh, he might have missed his chance. Didn't realise that Nota had no clue as early as he should have, but he has found James. So that should be enough. Doesn't kick it down to a lot of pressure, but he'll find the kill and recover the round once again. The bomb's going back in towards B with some utility coming through here. Molotov will keep Kicker at bay, but again, Kicker has been very good from this position so far. Not this time. They double peek him correctly. That will allow a plant, and surely Amkal is their best chance yet.
Well, I don't know if it is their best chance. I think they had a very good chance already. Bomb plant denied. Travis, oh, so close to actually getting that kill and then staying alive. But at least the trade comes through. Stinix with a big gunfight here against Belchanok as well. In the meantime, you've got Nota who's edging his way up long. He has the planter locked in on the bomb site, but it seems like Kalash is aware of this little bit of a jiggle to actually confirm that information. In the meantime, Belchanok's gone the entire way around to join up with Nota on the retake. And now the information will be there for Amkal, but it's at the expense of Kalash's life.
Oh, and I got util. Look at this smoke that's in the way of AW right now. That's so awkward for him to push forward on a timing. You've got the ramp player, of course, but he's in that cubby that can just be so easily cleared. But there we go. AW finds his one and he pushes out with his teammate Swing. And AW will find both in the end. Finally, round 1 is on the board.
Yeah, that is incredible work coming through from Amkal. It was looking a bit scary, looking a bit dicey. Incredible, probably way too strong of a word, but still good work from them to get themselves on the board. I mean, they really have struggled throughout the entirety of this T side so far, but they do connect the dots on that occasion. Good work from AW and Stinix to combine there to make sure the wheels don't fall off right at the end. Can they double up their round count going into the second half? At least the one saving grace for Amkal is that they lead the series 1-0. Svet8 again going to be looking to try and emerge into middle. This time he's supported by a kill from AW. And he will be able to get that control as he gets himself out.
Stinix, ready. There is an attempt to smoke bang him out of the round there by Nota, but not really much he can do there, just firing blind. So it could be one of these situations here where we have that incredible streak from Parivision, and at the end, it's a little rebuttal from Amkal to keep himself in the conversation, but I do think they are out of the conversation of Ancient, surely.
Yeah, regardless of what happens here, right? Should be no way back in for Amkal. See if they can give themselves a tiny bit more breathing room going into their defensive half. 4 versus 2. Job should be as good as done. Travis and Nota looking to see if they can find some sort of way back into this B bomb site for Parivision. Got a kip between them, a smoke grenade as well. Smoke's going to be thrown in towards the top of ramp. Time is ticking away though. Another kill comes back. That's going to be an even numbers game now. How proactive does Stinix want to be? Because Travis is currently holding the line. He's waiting for Stinix to swing, and Stinix will step out.
Nice.
That's going to cost him his life. There's a hit on both these remaining players now. Tommy comes through the smoke, but Nota will get the instant trade. Trav, Amkal have dropped the ball again in a massive way.
10-2, I would say there's like a 2% chance. 11-1, more like a 0.5% chance.
It's like a negative chance, basically, right?
Yeah, this one's done, I'm afraid. Amkal have been totally outplayed. It's a good map for Parivision. They picked into it for a good reason. And, yeah, Amkal, not so much. If they go when they go into map 3, I'm not going to say if, it's a when. Anubis will also be tough for Amkal, I think, going off of recent win rate. So, Parivision have locked in.
Yeah, they certainly are. Good to see the way they've been able to put behind them what happened on Mirage leading up to this. Focus on Ancient. And they can put the game away here. And now if they win the pistol, it's going to be a big charge down from Amkal. Do they realize they've switched halves to the defensive half of the map right now? This is super aggro. All of the AKers, all 5 of them have just pushed down ramp. It's an absolute chaotic situation right now in Speedway. Parivision looking to try and keep up with it. I don't know if this is necessary. They're all in though. Where's the bomb? The bomb's actually been dropped by Amkal. They have control of it as things stand.
Oh, what an absolute kerfuffle this is, though. AW is able to get that kill on Nota. Nota guys can't connect a headshot to save his life, quite literally. But AW is on relatively low HP and he's been tagged down even further. Oh, what a wild pistol. Nearly every single player on the team all trying to converge on lane at once. Now, AW is worried about a player having possibly pushed all the way through mid and through red because they know exactly what's going on. Know exactly where Tommy and AW were. Now been allowed to pick up that bomb again. Amkal have, on purpose, let them recover it. Now, Parivision, well, the map is their oyster.
Now it's decision-making time for them. Do they kind of hang around, let the clock run down, and then hope Amkal rotates away from this B-bomb site? Or do they just immediately pivot and shift in towards A? It looks like it's going to be the latter. Amkal are all in, and you know what? I don't mind this. Them holding hands means that they can retake together instead of getting isolated on either ends of the map, just trying to cover both of the bomb sites. And, well, now Parivision will put the pedal to the metal because they realize they don't have that luxury of time. Smoke onto the site will at least give the game away. Amkal can start to rotate into that direction, but, oh man, 50 health between the two of them. Sure, a kit, but this should be Parivision's post-plant every day of the week.
Yeah, health advantage is just so significant. 12-1 should be taken, and there's Belcher not getting his one. He'll now just fall all the way back. Problem is, AW is the last player with the kit, and they are a very, very long way away. Look where James is, for God's sake. Come on now. Like, just go near the site, for God's sake. There we go. Back into a donut. And Belcher will go for a big swing. They know they force him off the defuse. There should be no worries. There we go. Belcher will take the kill. James was back in time. It's all okay. It's 12-1 after all.
It's a well-rounded performance from Parivision. Everybody between 15 and 11 kills right now. Convincing across the board. You can't say the same for Amkal. No one's really pitched up here on the second map for Amkal, I'm afraid. 3 kills for Kalash, 4 for Tommy. I mean, they were lighting the server up on Mirage, but what a massive contrast between maps. They're going to have to show us that they're capable of resetting the way Parivision did earlier on.
Very true. That smokes again a little bit of a misplaced one over toward that big side of the map. A nice little cloud above to the left there. But James doesn't give a damn, dude. Just a little jig, a little headshot. Very nice. 14 and 3 in the map. We're already all over the B-bomb site. James, of course, already gone back to check for a big flank. Naturally. And now the bomb will be planted. And Matt, if Amkal win this round, then it just delays the inevitable.
Oh yeah, for sure. But let's see if they can try to do that. Maybe save face a little bit, prolong the game, improve the mood of the camp going into Anubis. Fade 8 will swing out for one. That's a good one dig from Tommy as well. But now he's all alone. They know exactly where he's coming through from. It's mission impossible. And he ain't no Tom Cruise, baby. That is going to be Parivision as the victors on their map pick and in dominant fashion.
Yeah, there's only one Tom Cruise. And
that's Device.
Exactly. Parivision, that is pure comfort. I mean, they were never challenged really at all. There was maybe 2 rounds where there was a bit more of an issue, and they kind of came through it with flying colours right on some of the retakes. Especially that last one, of course, to end off the first half. So, incredibly clean. And Anubis, I don't think it's going to be as easy as that, but I definitely think there's a good chance that it could be another comfortable victory, because Amkal, that is kind of what I expected coming into the game. Mirage is a bit more of an interesting one, of course. It's more of an unknown. I understand why Parivision weren't necessarily ready for the Amkal Mirage, because, you know, it's one they'd barely play. I haven't played it in, like, just under 2 months. But Ancient is one where there's a lot of material to study, a lot of reps for Parivision. And for Anubis, there's enough reps for Amkal, and enough poor results for Amkal to make me think that it could be a easy reverse sweep 2-1 for Parry.
Yeah, I mean, also just based on what we've seen on Ancients and how convincing they looked as a team across the board, certainly does kind of lead me to believe that we should go down a similar path into Anubis for Parivision. They should be able to get the job done. For me, I'm just looking at Amkal thinking, how much work did they put into Mirage, counter-stratting their opponents and working on their own game as well, that it's great that they were able to win on Mirage, but you have to win 2 maps to win a BO3. And of course, Ancient, well, there was nothing inspiring about that for Amkal.
You just pulled a classic Michael Owen there. You have to win 2 maps to win a BO3.
Well, the point that I'm making is that you can go and you can counter-strat your opponents as much as you like on one map and guarantee yourself a map in the series, but that's not going to win you the series, right? So it's all good and well that they get the job done on Mirage, but they have to win another.
I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you. Yeah, stick your tongue out at me all you want. You can't get to me because you're in South Africa and I'm in the UK. Ha ha. Hey he. See you after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Got phase me. I'm seeing dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Area still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, guys, to the third map decider between Parivision and Amkal. First map for Amkal, really decent performance. Second map for Parivision, very decent performance. Amkal had nothing to show whatsoever. I'm a bit concerned, Matt, that we could have a similar pattern going into map 3 here, considering Amkal's recent results.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how much work have they put into Anubis. They wouldn't have known for a fact it was going to feature, where they knew that Mirage would definitely feature, right? So they could have like counter-stratted Parivision into Oblivion and done all their own prep for the map as well, but they wouldn't have known what the decider was going to be, so they're going to kind of be relying on the work they've done on the map in the past. So it's going to be difficult for them. I mean, they showed us nothing on Ancient, right? There were 2 rounds that come to mind that they certainly should have won that they weren't able to. Lost the map 13-1. And you think about Parivision, they also lost to Mirage, but at least they gave us something, right? It was at least competitive. So yeah, you combine those 2 factors together, and it does certainly point in the direction of Parivision getting this done in 3.
Yeah, I think we need to. You're cutting out a little bit, Matt, by the way, just so you know. So hopefully we'll fix that for you in a moment. Maybe you need to shove that cable in, Matt. Shove that cable in as hard than you've ever done it before. And maybe, because obviously earlier we had a bit of an issue, right? But in Discord it was absolutely fine. Now it's happening a bit in Discord too. So hopefully it's going to be sorted. Anyway, we're about to be underway, Matt, on Anubis, map 3. I'm looking forward to it because I'm convinced it's going to be obviously a better game than the previous map. It'd be pretty difficult and pretty big surprise if it wasn't. And Amkal starting CT, so if they can just like post 3 or 4, you know, ideally 4 or 5, then I would think we've got a great map on our hands.
There is potential, and it's gotten off to a good start for Amkal. They're taking the fight to Parivision, mate. They are hunting for them right now. Nota needs to be careful. The Kalash is in the corner. He's deciding against peeking out. That's just because of how low he is. But he will actually be able to duck back to his teammates. 2-man advantage. There's just bullets being rattled off right now. Damage has been inflicted, but it's a huge advantage numerically for Amkal.
Tommy. Oh, Tommy, no. No, Tommy. He can barely get away as well around the corner. He was one player that was a bit more healthy, but now he's been taken down to 26 as well. Oh, goodness. Nota, in any other situation, I would say probably not winnable, but yeah, I would say gave him a chance there, but he wasn't expecting Fade 8 from behind as well. So, Amkal will take the CT pistol, and with no plant for Parivision, could be a force. We've seen a couple of instances of that, right? The teams who go for a force on round 2, even without the plant, just get a bit of utility and go for Tech 9s, but I'm expecting rifles ASAP, so they're going to save.
Alright, well, not much to expect out of this round for Parivision. In fact, they've invested into only a couple of P250s. And look at this from Amkal. I mean, if this is a sign of what we can expect from them on the CT side, then this is going to be an entertaining one. Looking to be proactive, looking to fight on the front foot.
Lost
There
one.
we go. Going to be a cleanup as expected. SMGs running rampant.
Yeah, that's a good bit of damage at least for Parivision. Getting 1 kill when you got 4 Glocks is probably about the most you can truly expect. Anything more than that is a bonus. And talking of bonus, Amkal now have their bonus buy in play with the 2 MP9s still up. AW will get an M4. I think that's 3 MP9s, of course. So, what do? Aggressive outside A, aggressive outside B. Maybe even push through mid. We've seen that have come to pass a little bit lately in a couple of Anubis games I've covered. Or just do nothing and hope.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to go for. Just keep in touch with about the clipping. Try to unplug and plug the mic back in again. So, the classic, mate. Turn it back on, turn it off again, or turn it off and on again, I suppose is the correct way around.
Yeah. Also,
People always say, if you try turning it on and off again, you can't turn it on before you turn it off, guys.
True. Also, like, you've been moving around today, like, unplugging and replugging stuff all the time, right? Because of the move
That's
you have
true.
to do, so... Stuff can happen.
It's been a disruptive day, but we're here.
It has.
We've made a plan.
It has. It's all
Parivision looking to get their first round on the board. They have been able to get some decent control here. Work their way into A main, force the CTs backwards. Kick it still controlling canals as well, so they could pivot back if they want, but I don't think they're gonna.
Clash. Deep re-smoke, but unfortunately for him, they're ahead of it already. It's going to be a very awkward one for Amkal to hold. Smoke's up toward heaven, Molly up on that broken wall position as well. That's one of the most important mollies, I would say. One of the hardest angles too, just clean entry as a T. And it will allow them to get the plant very comfortably. So, Amkal are getting closer, and this is their bonus buy. Does that mean they won't save and at least give it a look with these SMGs? I hope they do, because there's a chance for extra bonus cash, and there's a chance to still win it, especially now. Sveda has found Jame. Clash coming in late through camera. There are 2 players. Oh, the timing's awful. It's absolutely awful. They both try and duel Heaven and Broken Wall as the camera player pushes forward. Now Noza has to try and waste time. He gets 1, looking for 1 more. He's getting jumped on by AW, and he's wasting time brilliantly. And AW is one of the players without a defuse kit. Well played, Nota. Parivision are off the board.
Oh, barely any room for him to maneuver. No wiggle room at all for Nota. Barely any health either, but he stays alive for long enough. I mean, getting that kill there in the 1 versus 2 to reduce it to a 1v1, that was the key. And that is going to be Parivision on the board. Not an easy round at all for them, but one that they make work. Even pushing into a number of players on that A bomb site, they still find success.
Of course, for Parivision, it's going to be a bit of a rough one around the edges here, utility-wise, because of all that damage they took. Tommy has got the AWP out. My favourite prime base hunter lookalike.
I now know that reference, Trav. It's now
Thank
not
you.
lost on me. Look at this, Parivision are changing up the approach. It's still going to be the same final destination, but they're going to be coming through middle and towards the same bomb site. Kalash is the only player here, and he will at least find 1. He's going to try and bob and weave back and forth, inflict further damage, and Molly commits him into the bomb site. Good util usage there from Belchanok. And Parivision will now level up the scoreline. Looking like they've got some good impetus on this T side, Trav. Again, just a heavy numbers-based approach.
I think that's one of the main things that I am happy with Parivision. So they do kind of tend to try and stick together. And those sort of purchases and those sort of attempts, I would say.
Should be a pretty clear opportunity for Parivision to get themselves a lead here. And they've done well in these past couple of gun rounds. And are looking far more convincing compared to what we saw out of them on that first map. Didn't really look great as a team across the board. The trading wasn't there. It was just individuals getting triple or quad kills that saved them the round. Mostly Nota. Jame had a round here or there as well, but it was just generally underwhelming from Parivision. However, that is in the distant past now.
How can they activate the AK and the MP9? First attempt is here. Tommy and Svadek pushing forward, trying to get AW in second or third. There's the information. They could try and swarm Belchanok. An angle, and he's actually caught hopping up toward the cubby as well. He's going to need a bit of support from Jame. They actually have got one player up rugs, but Belchanok's delivering fine. Travis is very much stuck in the corner, but Cynics is pinned from E-Box, so there's no way out. Travis smartly refuses to face any longer. Good teamwork. And it leaves Kalash nowhere with the Deagle.
And it should be an easy conclusion for Parivision if they could do it flawlessly. That would be even better, and that's exactly what they're going to get done here. So they've gained the lead, and they've gotten a healthy injection of money as well coming into the next round. Look at all of the water there for Nota. I think he's hydrated enough, mate?
Yes.
Surely, right?
That is a significant amount. I mean, I probably don't drink enough, but you know, I'm quite a small guy, so maybe I don't need to drink as much as some people. But I usually feel quenched with, like, see that bottle on the right, the far right bottle. That one, about like every one of those, like three quarters or more of those every single meal time. And I'm usually feeling like I'm, you know, not thirsty. So I don't know. Like, some people just take on so much more water, dude. Of course, you have to pee more. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think don't diabetic people struggle more with water consumption? Isn't that like a symptom of diabetes, just being more thirsty? It is at the beginning, yeah. At the beginning before you're diagnosed, because you've got high blood sugar all the time, it just makes you thirsty. Yeah, but yeah. Now it's more normal again. So once you start to manage it, then okay, so it's like a symptom before you start to get it treated. Fair enough. Travis, probably a little bit aggrieved that he's not able to get the kill. He was looking to try and make a play early on in the round. There's a smoke thrown by the T side. He wants to peek just before the smoke blooms to try catch someone off guard, but it's worked out against him on this occasion.
Belchanok. I was going to say, surely just timings Kalash here. And yeah, that's one of the main things I hate, right? I understand players have to jiggle a main like that. It makes sense to do so. And there's not really any better way to do it than how Kalash did it there. But it really does give up an opportunity. Jame very aggressive. Oh my word. He's taken Svadek and he's not even been traded because Belchanok will save his life. That's so frustrating for Amkal. That kill should have come through and it hasn't.
And now we kind of revert back to what we saw on Ancient, where Parivision just have complete control. Everything they try just works out for them. Amkal won the pistol and converted, but ever since we've gotten the gun rounds underway, it's been one-way traffic. And how differently this half could have played out if Amkal were able to win that situation out on the A-bomb site in the third round of the map.
Very true. This T-side already putting their best foot forward. In the scale of things, right, we've kind of touched on it already. For Parivision, it's not the most important game in the history of the world. You know, it's the opening Swiss game in a contender stage, which over the maximum 5 games they'll play should absolutely go through. But it does feel like one of those that where if they just lose, it's a terrible sign for them, right? So I think getting this one done 2-1 in clean fashion in map 2 and 3 will at least relax me about how their current form is and what they do look like. Because I'm sure, like, for Parivision in general as well, because they have been very good for a decent amount of time, there will be a conversation from many teams who face them. Okay, let's scout them. Let's really, like, you know, brush up on our material of what Parivision like to do as much as possible. So, yeah, they're going to eventually get found out. They're going to continue to need to innovate.
Yeah, it's also just to go back to the point you're making about what's at stake here for Parivision. It's almost like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if you win this, it's like, yeah, well, everyone was expecting you to win this. How can you lose to Amkal when they've just brought basically an unknown quantity into their roster with Tommy being the new AWPer? It's also the first round of the Swiss stage matchup, so it's not like there's a huge amount of pressure. But if they lose it, then it's like, well, that's a disaster for Parivision. So, yeah, they're certainly doing themselves justice right now. Good lead for them here on the decider. And have a good chance of making sure that they've got 5-2 here. Kalash's Deeg is going to be crossing paths in towards middle, but he's sweeping way deeper than where Kickit was. Not expecting Kickit to be so far forward. That allows the IGL to get the kill to open up the A-bomb site. And there goes any chance in the round for the CT side.
M4 on AW to keep over, but you know, Amkal are trying to press the issue a little bit on a couple of these rounds. Parivision seem equal to it, even on this one, right? They had a good bit of team play outside B to not get caught. James looked like he was going to die for sure, but he had a teammate directly behind him to cover.
All going according to plan here for Parivision. 5 rounds in a row, convincing fashion. First round of the streak was probably the most challenging for them. Ever since then, it's been plain sailing. Nice and smooth. Can they continue to pile the misery and pressure onto Amkal? I've only won 3 rounds since Mirage, actually, if we're going to keep a tally of that. Not a tally that they'd be too proud of, but one that is still salvageable.
Much going on for Parivision in the early round here. Just normal T default control around the map. I'll try and wander in toward mid a bit more now and press a little bit further. Kind of the regular way of going about things. You kind of sit for a little bit in the early stage of the round, then you push forward with around a minute to go. Slowly take a bit more control, more presence. And Tommy keeping an eye on that little table on the left there. Any team player wants to jump up on the corner of it to try and take an entry position. Now, on this angle, he's got to deliver, especially without Sfade in mid. That's the ultimate nightmare, really. Sure, he's got Kalash with him. They've got to be so concerned about both positions. They are charging through Fire and Flame, so give Tommy a chance to deliver. Kalash has gone down, so it's going to be all Tommy getting pressured from Kickert. And Kickert kind of just shifts into him there. Doesn't put much speedy pressure on him. And that will allow another kill to come through. But Parivision have escaped and will get a plant on B.
At least they've gotten something out of the situation. It's a very good read from Parivision as they pivot back in towards this B bomb site, recognizing where the space is available to them. And it's going to have to be a retake for Amkal. Does Thinix go the entire way around? Does he have the time for this? He's the one with the kit. No one's looking for this as things stand, but I don't know if he has the luxury of just walking the entire way here. You've got a player in E-box, and James could just join back up with his teammate in E-box as well. Tommy Zorp's position has now been made known. Finally, Stinix is going to be getting in on the act, but he's had to compromise his position. There's no smoke grenade. No, there's no smoke grenade. Only flashes on an HE. Jane posted on the angle. Will connect on the first shot. That could bring Travis into the equation. Diffuse is being stuck. Tommy is covering. Jane will take down that cover. Can he deny the diffuse as well? Absolutely, he can.
It's just classic James, isn't it, right? Like, falls back, plays the right angle, hits every single shot, and takes his time with that last shot as well, right? Even though there is clearly a defuse happening, he's got that clock in his head, ticking down. Knows exactly how long he should be taking. Definitely very, very close, but there's one man I'd trust to completely stay composed and not get flustered whatsoever. It's James.
Yeah, that's true. If anybody can hold their nerve in those tense, chaotic situations, it is James, right? What a way for him to get all 3 of those kills. You could see him just perfectly figuring out the plan, devising what he had to do, connecting on all of the shots offered up to him as well. He doesn't miss a beat. He was fantastic on Ancients. He's delivering the goods here on Anubis as well. Amkal are going to spend all their money here, Trav. They've gone all in. Is that a sign of them maybe just kind of starting to think that the game is getting too far away from them?
I wonder. The buy's okay, but you know, it's just never feels the most brilliant in the world when you're lacking so many crucial parts of it. It's a great start there though on the recovery, managing to molly Travis out of position. Another game where Travis is kind of just like completely stagnant when it comes to his individual ability. Seeing that a lot lately from him. I'm not sure what's up, really. It's not like he's really changed roles so much. Nothing like for him to really relearn, I think. Maybe a few positions on some maps, but it's nothing too complicated. So there's something going on right now with Travis, which is not delivering that stable fragging that has kind of been the hallmark of his career and on this particular team.
Yeah, something's definitely awry with him at the moment. And players go through these situations, these slumps in form. It's all about how you get back to form. That's what makes the player. Anyway, Kalash going to be looking to try and get back in towards the safe bomb site. He's inflicted so much damage. 99 damage onto Kick, who's still alive. And he's going to activate the C4 as well, so he's kind of done his job, but there's more damage being inflicted. Need to go back onto Kalash. This should be impossible for Amkal, you know. James been traded. Belchnok will die here. They're all fully committed into the bomb site. There's nowhere for Parivision to try and escape, but they've been able to fight their way out. That's ridiculous. Tommy left alive, but not for much longer either. Nota with the triple saves the day for Parivision, and surely that's the final blow.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Again, it's Nota stepping up. 10 and 5 in the map. If it's not anyone else on the rifling core, it always tends to be him and Belchnok doing work together as a pretty dynamic duo. It's an overused term, but they are scary at this level of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, if you just took a snapshot of that round after James gets traded A main, there's nobody who would have been expected Parivision to have gone on and won that round from that point. Like, that is just miraculous. Alright, well, makes sense. Amkal going to go for a bit of a gamble here, looking to lean in towards the A bomb site clash. Misses a key opportunity to get the kill. Kind of stands out in the open, but doesn't get that second opportunity. Notice just cleaning up, man. Going from strength to strength here on Anubis. He's 12 and 5. The only player on double digits on the server as things stand. Having a whale of a time of it. Now, could Fade 8? Could he maybe spoil the party? Could he drop the bomb carrier? James kind of lagging behind a little bit. There we go. That's an opportunity. Closes the gap as well to try and play into the strength of the MP9. That's going to catch the T-side off guard. There's more where that came from.
No.
Nota, though, will find another, but he gets traded straight out, so it's okay. And Fade 8 is still frustrating. Parivision tries to go through the smoke, though.
Yeah, and then AW is obviously one bullet from death. That's a really nice play in there from Spade. Actually gets some really good timing on the second player too. You can see, I think it was Kicker, right? Sort of fumbling to try and get back into the corner with his teammate, knowing he was stuck in the open when that first flank kill came through. But, yeah, uncomfortable duel to have to take. Went down, but there was no way back in after that. Nota does really well to find one more, considering he was getting overwhelmed. And it's 8-2. And if Amkal want a chance in this game, it has to be 8-4.
I mean, even then, I don't know how much of a hope I'd have at that point. Seems like a pipe dream more than anything else. I mean, still, if we keep a tally of the rounds they've won since the start of the second map of the series, they're only up to 3. Parivision at this point, what, 13 and 8, 21? It's 21-3, Trav. It's turning into a scrim scoreline. That's literally MR12, a full scrim being played out.
Yeah. Crazy stuff. Kind of more what we were expecting over the course of the series. Mirage just... I think especially Mirage. All the maps in the pool they could have played, but for Nuke, that was the one that threw a spanner into the works more than any other could.
Alright, well, let's see if Amkal can potentially recover a little bit more here from this first half. Give themselves something to work with going into that favored side of the map. Going to be a big group up here for Parivision as they're looking to burst into this B-bomb side. A nade break the smoke open is going to leave AW exposed. He will hold the line, though. Brilliant double kill. And now the trade is almost impossible.
AW will find kicker. But James there for the trade. Surely Travis can't activate a way back into the round. Oh, he's been so quiet the entire series. But he might have just opened up a 9th on T side. It's a 2v2 retake. Kalash needed it and gets it. So it's all James again. But what's he going to do with this one? He's won a clutch already. He's stuck behind default. Tech9 is ready to go. Big swing, big tap, looking for one more. Oh, I felt it. I felt it coming, but Tommy, he'll deny, and that's a critical third for the CT side.
Okay, well, everybody on Amkal can breathe a sigh of relief. I mean, it was always supposed to be their round off the back of AW's heroics. He gets 3 kills in E-Box. Holds it down. If he had gone down there, then the B-bomb side probably falls out of control. So a fine margin. Finally, somebody able to stand up to Parivision here, Trav, and not falter when they come their way.
Fair play, Tommy. Besting James. Besting a major, winning IGL. In a 1v1.
What an accolade.
Trying to hop
Tommy
away from
is
this
so
one, though.
lucky to be alive. Yeah, and he will. Okay. Good movement. However, that draws Fade 8 in, and Tommy's like, no, don't go there. They're all... Oh, man. Like, I just got away from that. It's like that Walter White meme from Breaking Bad, sitting in the back of the car, watching someone do something and he can't do anything about it.
No!
Yeah, literally.
It's a good one, that one. I like that one. You got AW and Cynics, by the way. I like this setup because you can have one player close left on the smoke. We actually saw it earlier in the
It's become popular,
game,
yeah.
I think. And it's actually quite hard to deal with, but not if you're No2 and Belchanok. AW only gets the one. There's a flank, though. Clash is in position. Recovers it into a 2v3. It gives them a sniff in this round, but James hearing everything. James in the perfect position. Kalash running his way through. There's still 40 seconds left in the round for Parivision to plant. You have to expect James somewhere. Now Tommy needs a ridiculous clutch. Not allowed it. 9 on T. It's the bare minimum for Amkal. It should be a 2-1 win for Parivision, but not confirmed just yet.
Surely, Trav. Surely the job's as good as done for Parivision, right? 9 rounds on their T side. I don't know if there's any coming back from that for Amkal. It would require a masterclass. You'd have to win T side pistol, convert first gun round, convert second gun round. Like, there's just too many things that can go wrong for them. Besides, they haven't done enough to lead me to believe that they have what it takes, even just outside of the enormity of the situation. You know, losing Ancient 13-1, winning only a single gun round in that first half here on Anubis. I don't think they have it in them. What I do like is the Penta stickers on AW's Glock. He's a man of culture.
It is a classic.
On the classic Glock, actually.
Yep. It's throwback roster. Fortunately, that doesn't exist anymore. One of those orgs from the 2015, 2016 days where you're like, oh yeah, they existed.
Spitty, Crystal, Dennis.
Zen.
Zen was he in that Penta team?
I'm convinced.
I didn't even remember that. Oh well, here we go. Amkal looking to try and keep themselves in the conversation here. They have been able to take some space into towards middle, and then they're going to completely depart mid altogether because James spotted a couple of them. So Amkal know that Parivision are probably reacting to numbers in mid play. That's exactly what they're doing. Parivision have shifted everybody off both B and A side to retake middle, and that's going to leave a glaring gap over on that A bomb side.
Stinix looking to entry. It's a must win. Good flash. Great timing on the flash, but Belchnok is still ready. He managed to avoid the majority of that. His crosshair placement is so good on the doilies there, even on that tough angle on pillar. He's found 2, he's found 3. Oh, it's nightmarish for Amkal. Parivision can just look so damn good sometimes. They'll finish it off. Belchnok up to 13 and 7. And with no plant, it's looking bleak.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that, I'm afraid. It's just so unfortunate because it seemed like that window of opportunity for Amkal was perfect with Parivision pathing off of the A bomb site to go back into mid. But unfortunately, the door slammed shut before they had actually been able to get in. Have you ever had a door slam on one of your fingers before, Trav?
I'm very grateful to say no. I've actually avoided the getting fingers slammed in doors, car doors, other doors. Listen,
yeah, the car door's the worst.
I've hurt my fingers before with various dropping things and, you know, I guess you could say like heavy machinery maybe, like catch a thumb on something, but I never shut it in a door, thankfully.
Now, I mean, I've once closed my thumb in the car door where the car door actually had closed, so I had to like grab the handle to open it again. It didn't just like bounce off of my thumb. And then my dad was dropping me off to go somewhere, so I was a youngin', and I was like, that really hurt, but whatever, I'll be okay. I was like going to like a friend's birthday or something, and he was like, my boy, you don't know the pain that you're in for. Get back in the car. We're going to have to go home. And true as faith, like in the next half an hour, there was just agony. So yeah, the nail ends up like eventually coming off, right? The new nail grows underneath it. It's quite something. Felt like that was what happened to Amkal. That's just what makes me think of it in that pistol round, just having the door slammed on them.
Yeah, feels like that, doesn't it? James, ready. 2 players on the other angle. Does he check the close left? Swadex creeping up. Of course he checks the close left. Of course he knows the timing, James. He's just so aware.
Well, paging Amkal, because they were incredible on Mirage, but we've seen a completely different team ever since then. Nowhere to be found on Ancient, and seems to be the case here on Anubis as well. James going to get forced forward by the Flames. Would have been spotted on the little jump peak there by Tommy. Gonna try and force James back, but James still hanging around here, man. He's full of confidence right now, and why wouldn't he be?
Oh, he's hit a tag as well on Tommy, man. That's just so frustrating. They're trying to bait out the op. You know the risk in doing that, but it's the fact you have to play the rest of the round on 27 HP. Kickert. He's got the help from Nota. It's impossible to get through if you're Amkal. It's all down to Kalash and Tommy. Kalash needs to find probably 2 more kills himself, but guess who's there? It's James in the right place at the right time. And Tommy, well, he can shift around the map all he wants. I don't think it's going to change much. Saving the Galil is not a good option. Going down is probably the right option.
No, well, next round is the last. If they lose it, there's not going to be anything for them to save.
Yeah, but loss bonus.
I guess he had, what, a Galil and armor. They get more money for the loss bonus than they do for him saving. So yeah, you're right on that occasion. Fair enough, I'll give you that. But doesn't inspire me at all. Amkal down 12-3. What a good fight back this has been from Parivision after they lost Mirage in, yeah, kind of brutal fashion. Just never really looked convincing at all. But ever since then, they've been far and away improved. And much like the team we expected to see today coming into the series.
And look at Parivision really trying to press the issue. Travis is trying to recover his KD at the end of the game here. It's a good tap on one. I really like that is one of the main things I think that will really help Parivision long term. So if you can just recover that form, which was like that stable fragger you could rely on. You know, you've got the explosivity of a Belchenok and a Nota. You've got the stable fragging of James. You've got Kicker who can do the job often when required, even if he's not the man you nearly or you should be expecting to do the work. The pieces are just so good, but with other options that are out there and the path that Parivision are taking, does make me wonder if eventually they are gonna keep trying to add these more known names bit by bit.
Wait, did Trav just confirm Bits is joining Parivision? Oh, he slipped the script. Confirmed. You heard it here first, everybody.
I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
Well, you just responded, so bang. We're back on the playground. It's primary school all over again. Here we go, baby. 5v4. 3 players making their way through cams. It's an Org on Belchenok and Kicker behind the pillar, but these players are going to be actually streamlining into today. Parivision aren't ready for this. Where is that Org? Belchenok waiting for his opportunity to pounce is only going to be good for one. He gets overrun. Nice pace coming through from Amkal as they take the A-bomb site.
AW is close. Travis is ready to swing. In comes the Mac 10 though, and it's just so much easier for the Mac 10 from that range, it feels like. Tommy would have picked up Galil though, and Stinix on 11 HP. It's Noto and James to try and recover things. That nade is going to chunk down Tommy a little bit further, and they have even an incendiary to force him into the open. It's not spreading, but it is now, and they know he's still locked there. There's a peek from Stinix. He has to peek to help. You understand why, but Tommy now has to find the clutch with the Galil. It's low HP on Nota, but Nota's going to do it all, and Parivision will recover the series in very, very comfortable fashion to win it out 2-1.
Oh, Nota had some big moments there on Anubis right here. It looked like Amkal were on course to win the round, but Nota was somehow able to rob them of it. He did it in, was it the pistol round to start off the second half? I can't remember that. Oh no, it was actually really early on in the first half where he stayed alive long enough on the A-bomb site so there wasn't enough time for the defuse, and gets a lot of impact in the retake there as well. Never got flustered, never got panicked. And they do get the job done in very convincing fashion. After losing Mirage 13-9, they only lost 4 rounds from there throughout the following 2 maps.
Yeah, honestly, that is kind of the scoreline I expected on Ancient. And Anubis' form for Amkal has not been too great, right? But Mirage, that was kind of the curveball in the series, and seemingly that was a curveball that Amkal made a great choice of going toward. But other than that, it was the right result and the right performance from the players that should be putting in that performance as well on Parivision. James, 47 and 25, 89 ADR. You've got Nota there on 93 ADR with 53 kills, 53 and 30 over the 3-map series. That is what we want to see from him. Belchenok usually is one of those players that's right up there on the frag count as well. But he wasn't really necessarily needed as much. He had a very slow map 1, which was unusual for him. Usually a player that's very good on Mirage. But yeah, it's a solid performance from the rest of them. And he recovered his own performance on map 2 and 3, as did the entire team.
I think that's what's so impressive about Parivision is just how they kind of put behind them what had happened on map 1. Because I was very concerned about them going into Ancients, even though Ancients a good map for them. I was just like, there was certainly cracks that had developed throughout Mirage that I thought could spill into Ancients as well. But that never happened, Trav. That break served them well, and they came out all guns blazing, and they never looked back from Mirage. It was almost like Mirage had never happened with the way Parivision were playing, and for me, that's just a good reflection of where this team is at the moment. I think that's probably the most impressive aspect of the series for Parivision as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, because like they would have wanted to win this game as cleanly as possible, and if you forget the random Mirage thrown in by Amkal, they did, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Fair play to them. We've got 2 more BO3s, of course, coming up today. We'll throw it over to some of our colleagues first for those, of course, though. It's going to be 9 versus 0 Tenacity and Passion UA versus SASHI. I think Passion UA already lost a series today as well, so they're going to want to try and bounce back. Should be 2 very entertaining series. Make sure to stick around. But for now, we'll see you guys in a bit. Cheers.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I haven't got nothing to phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s. So catch my car, don't see.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go! We're whirling through the field here at Compass Contenders Stage 1. It is a perfect way to explore all the teams at this level, getting to see what stage they are in their development. My name is Pavlos, and I'm joined by Ted, of course, again for yet another day of Counter-Strike. I'm excited about this, man. We're going to see a couple of teams that have been in a bit of an upward trajectory, sure, one more than the other. But yeah, you know, we've got a couple more games left in the day, and I'm looking forward to going through them with you.
Yeah, absolutely. The most recent matchup, obviously, the Parivision Amkal game, going all 3 maps. It was a bit of a show, and we were hoping to top some of that. Of course, we were stepping in for the first shift. We're going to be the second shift here at day number 1 of the group stage. It has been a really exciting one so far, I want to say. 9 taking on 0 Tenacity is the 3rd game of the day. We have another best of 3 coming up right after that, and it will see Passion UA take on SASHI. There's been a lot of interesting Counter-Strike played out so far, and actually, sorry for the lie, it's not day 1 of the group stage. We already have gone through most of the games. So
it's the first match for a lot of them, you know?
It's the first for those. It's the first for the guys that we're going to be watching here, and that is the reason that I'm really excited for it, because for the first time since the start of the year, Pablos, I can actually say I'm going into a 9-game hopeful, and knowing that they should play well.
I feel the exact same with you, Ted. At the start of the year, you know, this project came together, and there was a lot left to be desired. But for the past few, you know, tournaments they played, the past few games they played, it's been an upward trajectory. Things are looking clean. They're starting to feel a lot more solid with one another, and you're slowly getting to see a level of confidence you'd expect from individuals of this caliber and experience. So you're right. I'm following you on that wavelength entirely. 9 for a big surprise for us is actually doing quite well, and we hope they can continue on that trend.
I mean, it should be obvious for this team to play well on this level of Counter-Strike. Right now, they've won 7 best of 3s in a row, 4 of them clean 2-0 wins, and they've qualified for Lanavet in Prague. They're doing well in the CCT 1 in Season 3. They have been doing well in a couple other events as well. I feel like it's been a long time coming. You've got a coach who's an incredibly high-level coach of Barry, working with Rouse, good cohesion between an in-game leader and a coach. You have an Oprah with Tier 1 experience in Mantu. You have a Faven Rifler with Tier 1 experience. Bobixd and Kragan that are bringing in that firepower and I guess youth to the team. This team on paper should be really good. And I feel like now we're starting to look at them bear the fruits of their own efforts throughout the first 4 or 5 months of the year.
Yeah, and bar Mirage, they've been pretty consistent in, you know, getting some reps in the rest of their map pool, right? They've been kind of enjoying going on different maps and finding relative success wherever they go. You know, I feel like it's a really strong point for a team at this caliber to have a wide map pool. Sure, you've got your permaban, sure Mirage is never in the picture, but you know you've got a solid chance if you go into any of the rest that you've got available to you, right? So I'm excited for this one, especially Nuke being on that close to 70% win rate on 22 matches. It's some impressive stat lines coming through from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something that the team on the other side of the server will be struggling though, and this is another topic of conversation. 0 Tenacity, of course, lineup unchanged. They've been together for now coming down to 2 years and 8 months, which is again, we're gonna have that conversation. The longest time a team has been together, plus the coach, 5 people plus the coach in the world of professional Counter-Strike. Unfortunately for those guys though, recent form hasn't really been perfect, right? They were able to make it through the close qualifier to qualify here here for the YaLLa Compass Contenders 1. Lost 2 series to Monty and SASHI without picking up a map, and then they were able to take down Amkal, Ruby, and Fireflux. The only issue that I feel like, or one of the main issues that we found, because we were having that conversation about how deep the 9 Veto is, if you're looking at Zero Tenacity, they were able to win their map pick once out of 5 best of 3s that they played in that close qualifier, which can't be a good sign, right? Back in the days, Anubis used to be the comfort ground, and there's been a couple of switcheroos over the time. There was that era of picking into a nuke, picking into a train, maybe sometimes going Inferno, maybe even a Mirage every now and then. Now it doesn't really feel like Zero Tenacity have a comfort ground.
Yeah, and I feel like that's not the only negative you have for this team, right? It feels like a lot of things need to align for them to perform. We watched the match of theirs a couple days ago as well, Ted, and you know, for Zero Tenacity, it's the type of team that, you know, if Nimana doesn't start doing well, the rest of the team doesn't follow alongside him. I feel like it's kind of that situation where you need one of your players to start bringing up that tempo for them. Otherwise, you know, they just don't get started, and you can't have that so late into a project. You can't have that kind of anticipation for someone to do well in order to, you know, bring other people alongside you. So yeah, Zero Tenacity, it's you know, not being the best road for them, and it's hard to see that they'll have an easy time today. The positives, though, is that if they indeed do have that one star that aligns, if Nimana starts having a great day and calling a masterpiece, you know, there's no reason why they aren't capable of an upset here.
Yeah, absolutely. If Nimana shows up, Zero Tenacity could take down anyone that they want. We're gonna jump right into the Veto, and this is where I think things get really interesting. Now, Zero Tenacity will forward it back 1 year, 1.5 years. They will go for the Anubis pick. Under those circumstances, though, I feel like 9 are just ultimately going to be in the more comfortable position, right? Enches being removed from the side of Z10, Mirage being removed from 9, no surprises there. Then you go into the second Veto phase, and you're probably looking at 9 saying, hey, you know what, Anubis is a map that we love playing as a decider. We get to play it as a first and started on the T side. Then we've got a Dust 2 that we know Zero Tenacity are not necessarily proficient on, and if it goes all the way, it will be an Inferno, which I think actually could maybe give Zero Tenacity a little bit of a chance if it goes all the way, but the first 2 maps are definitely going to be tough for them.
It really is, and it's definitely kind of a target towards Zero Tenacity's weaknesses there, right? And that's what you're kind of looking at. Sure, Nuke at the same time could have been a very much a doable map for both ends. Both of them could have left it for a decider. 9 not wanting to take that risk and going to Inferno, knowing how strong 9 can be on it as well, is something that, you know, we'll have to see when it comes down to Inferno, if it comes down to it, if it's something that will favor them. After all, you know, they've had recent decent results, close matches against Fireflux. They won 1 match against them, lost 1 match against them on that map, and, you know, been able to keep competitive. And it is the map that they were able to beat 9 against in the last time these 2 teams met up against each other. So I don't see a reason why Inferno wouldn't kind of be there at that decider. The question is for Zero Tenacity, can they get to that 3rd map?
Yeah, this is the main question, right? We get a replay of a CCT matchup from 3 days ago, and back then 9 was able to clinch in a 2-1 win. It all started with an overtime victory on Anubis, and Zero Tenacity think they can do one better. They pick into it, doubling down a second time in a row. Map 1 ready to start. 9 on the T side, no surprises there, with a little bit of utility. A molly and 2 flashes heading in towards what looks like could be an A split.
Nearby, it's the triple stacker for Zero Tenacity that's completely halted 9's initial attempt. Mid push now being on their radar. You do have Nemanja holding the line, but I think he's just missed out on the timing.
The bomb can't go anymore, right? You're just waiting for your mid players, and you're hoping they're going to be able to find some kills, but Nemanja strikes down another one, and this one is slowly falling apart for 9, unless Kraken and Rouse could go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, you've got to group them up together here. You need to make a quick and rash decision to move into the B site, and they've actually found it open. Yeah, which could give them an opportunity. Also, Silver Linings, that's a Chofo, only down to 13 points of health, so malleable enough for 1 bullet to seal the deal on him. But the rest pretty damn healthy. A couple of smokes, flashes available. Kraken, though, amps up the pressure. Instead of holding back, playing post plant, they want to take their fight to their opponents, Rouse.
Doable.
His teammates struggled towards that, but now he's got a 1v2, and that's definitely more fathomable. The problem is he might get smoked off here. forced to dry peek this alone. This is going to be a hard one. Here's the bomb being approached, but Simka's got his shot ready. Zero Tenacity off the first exchangement put themselves in pole.
You know what? This is a really well played situation from Rouse and Kragan there. They were still able to give themselves a bit of a fighting chance, and it's nice to see that Kragan's taking the initiative under those circumstances, right? You get the bomb side, and on the other side of things, Zero Tenacity were just trying to not give them as many chances, but Kragan was still able to create something for himself. I mean, if he's able to get that second kill, then suddenly himself and Rouse are in a pretty difficult or a pretty doable position, shall I say. Big difference maker ends up being Zero Tenacity, having 2 smokes and a kid to work with there, made it really complicated for Rouse to try and clutch up, but at least you get the bomb plant, so the force buy will be brought up, and you do have 2 rifles to work with.
Yeah, we've been seeing these force buys more and more in the current status of the game, knowing how important it is to disrupt the opposing economy, but also getting into it as quickly as possible. Early chip damage towards Rouse, that's going to dishearten his confidence a little bit, but it's not going to slow down Nine's pace at all. Quick enforcement into mid. Nemanja spots it. Calls for reinforcements. Does he find cover though? Flash, not enough to deal with Nemanja. Satrova closes in the distance and he's got an MP9. Perfect gun for the angle. Perfect gun for the distance. Falvin is no more. Sure, Mantu's pressuring through mid. He's doing some damage there, but it's Bobixy that could do a lot more, but he gets telegraphed as well. It's not really going the way Zero Tenacity would have liked, but they are able to find some scraps in the process. Mantu is low though. The only positive is that his opponents don't have most of this health, but Zero Tenacity, through the chaos, are able to prevail.
That's just the embodiment of how broken the Tech-9 is nowadays, man. You look at a buy round with 2 Galoos, they can't find anything, and then the Tech-9s instantly in a 2v4 start ringing bells of the CT side. Good effort from the Sign of 9, but this is honestly looking really solid at the start for Zero Tenacity as well, right? As we said, the Zero Tenacity Anubis used to be probably the best in Tier 2. There was some Tier 1 teams that were stealing stuff away, right? Looking at plays and copying stuff that Zero Tenacity was doing back in the day, especially in the way that they were approaching middle utility-wise. Nowadays, it's not really the same anymore. You're looking at only 2 wins out of their last 7 games on Anubis, and those 2 wins were Partisan and Parivision in really close endeavors. The good news is, they rarely do get dominated on this map as well. Even if they lose, most of them are competitive, so you gotta feel like they themselves will probably believe there's a couple little details that they need to polish, and then they should be right back on track.
Sure, I think there are many things that make Zero Tenacity feel confident about this game. You know, whether it's the last matchup they played up against 9 where they won, you know, starting on the right foot, having Anubis here, and you've got evidence that you can make this work. So, sure, 9 might be on a good streak of form, but it doesn't stop Zero Tenacity from feeling they might just be reaching that end of the spectrum as well.
I mean, they did win a map, lost the game. So, momentum is on the side of 9, I'd say, but
true.
You probably, if you're a Z10, you feel like after such a fresh matchup, you have a better idea on how 9 like playing, right? So you should be ready, as they should be ready in a round like this one. Still, Kragan will be able to find one, but it's just the pistols, boys. You should be all right.
Yeah, it should be. Falvin can't really adjust his crosshair on time in that final fight. Brute Monster gives him an uppercut to the face, creates a bit of a bruise, and now we move in to 9's buy. Can they find themselves something to work with from the get-go?
Once you said uppercut to the face, I thought about where else could you uppercut someone, and I thought an uppercut to the stomach, and I realized that that doesn't sound like a good time. You know?
No.
Can't really breathe
uppercut to the
that.
chest. Yeah.
Oh no, chest is a no-go, man.
Aye. Can't bear to think about it.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully, no real life... No, that's a lie, actually. I was going to say no real life pain in Counter-Strike, but sometimes it is real life pain.
Especially when there are players punching their monitors and stuff. I'm sure that is somewhat painful.
Oh, they're going through.
And Satrova might have just been avoided completely.
No one's looking.
Smoke fades out and it gives him a chance to start spraying. That's 2. Switches to the secondary. Walks in, but Mantu finally puts him to an end. Zero Tenacity, though, quick to interrupt. Brute Monster posted up nicely, and he's not going to be interrupted at all. Clean work by Brute Monster, and 9's attack completely crushed.
I mean, this is, once again, we can say that Zero Tenacity is ready for what 9 are throwing at them, right? Starting from the pistol round when they had 3 people in towards A main ready to challenge the bomb, and then they were able to deal with the mid presence as well. Now you're going into this buy round, and this is the first proper gun round for 9. They go into a bit of an A play. Sejofo just stays in the smoke and no one's looking. The Oprah's posted right behind him. They had another rifle in towards middle. That's a great flick from Mantu, but it doesn't really change anything in the round in the bigger perspective. It's still going to go in favor of Zero Tenacity, and I'm actually not shocked that we're seeing them go for the hunt. I mean, financially, they can't afford it, but it just shows confidence.
I think Mantu might have spotted the pixel there, so
Okay,
he's ready
now,
for that
now
fight.
it's not that fun anymore. It is
No.
not that fun anymore.
And you're definitely not going to go for a chase after that one. Sure, Brute Monster's got a drop for him, and
AVN is
Sejofo
still
can buy up.
walking
But...
B lobby, man. They're crazy. He's still looking for him. I guess you know if you get Mantu, they won't have a rifle in the next, but now you've lost a couple players, and your economy is not perfect, so I guess if you're Zero Tenacity, you want to count your blessings, right? Let him save, try and focus on converting. Now he's going to have a hero AK, and there's going to be a lot of utility and pistols around them. You got to be careful about this one.
I guess, Ted, it's also about it being harder to build up the economy on that CT side, right? You know,
Yep.
9, they're going to have a much easier time, especially with cheaper weapons and everything, but the loss bonus accumulating now should allow them to keep things close, economy-wise, even if they end up losing all the time.
I mean, it's CT side Anubis as well, right? Which is, as much as CT side Counter-Strike is not really forgiving nowadays, on the CT side of Anubis, you probably have a lot of room to work with if you're able to win the pistol in the first gun round, right? You get a 4-0 start. Even if your money gets destroyed after the fact, you get 1-2 more rounds until the end of the half. You're in pretty safe territory, I'd say.
Simcat could be in trouble here. I mean, sure, Zero Tenacity have bolstered up this B-side defense substantially, but the smoke fades and Simkat's first to the trigger. A bit of an attempt to deal with him. Oh, dear me. Bit of a mistiming there for AVN, and Brute Monster finding it hard to connect onto his shots, and all of a sudden 9 have got number superiority, site control, and a potential bomb plant here.
Utility, though. Low on HP on some of those 9 players. Could be difficult to hold on to the bomb side.
Oh no. Things have gone awry. Things have gone astray, and Nemanya's forced to clutch. Thing is, do you really want to? Do you want to take the chance? 9 started this round with a pistol, an eco buy for them, disruption and connector as well as main. Good timing there to deal with the players, juggling the attention in the different openings towards the site. And it's all paid off in 9's favor. Ridiculous.
I mean, that's the definition of payback right there. Mantu with that saved AK is able to find a double kill. First one was one of the opening kills onto the bomb side, and it probably feels a little bit weird if you're Zero Tenacity. You have 3 players on the B bomb side. You get the first kill into the pillar player, then you're caught in a really weird reload if you're Simka AVN in towards J1, able to connect on the shots, and then the Oprah stuck all alone. It kind of felt like you had 3 people with an AVP and 2 rifles on the B bomb side, but everyone was just playing alone.
And this is how quickly the cookie can crumble. Crumbs all over the floor. Hard to clean up.
Or you just leave them there and let the cockroaches take care of it. No, that was disgusting. I'm sorry.
I don't know like who the cockroaches are in this situation though. Like what kind of reference are we making here? Probably.
I'm not sure.
Just making it up as we go. We'll find out some sort of idiom.
Yeah. Let the people in chat let it to their imagination, you know?
Yeah, they'll probably say the casters though, and we don't really want that, do we?
I'm fine
I mean, we'll
with it.
take the
You know
hit.
what?
Yeah,
You know
we'll take
what?
the hit.
Yeah,
That's fine.
It's all right.
Chat can have their fun. All right, 9 solid mid push coming. Wayne Nemanja. A real possibility he could have gone away with a second kill, but Zero Tenacity do push across that right-hand side extremity as well. 2 picks to nothing, and 9 as they breach towards this A site. There are players involved that could deter this. Monster silently holding that corner, but as soon as Favan drops into his vision, goes for the second pick, ends up being killed because of it. Sejofo, the timing on his turnaround was good enough, but the damage, not so much. 2v2 here, 20 seconds. 9 should be able to get the bomb down.
He should be still claustrophobic though. Look at one player walking behind the smoke. That Simka, the nade's
Huge
gonna do
nade.
so much damage.
Followed up by second nade from AVN as well. Kraken dealt with. AVN follows up with his M4, and that's the job done. Zero Tenacity are quick to reply.
You know what? Zero Tenacity's cohesion is on such a high level, by the way. We gotta take a look at the replay, but those flashes at the start of the round was so good. First of all, Sejofo's the guy to push it towards A-main. He's the one to flash for Nemanja to go for that swing through the smoke, and then you're looking at the flash from Brute Monster to set up Sejofo himself to get a kill. This is great execution coming out of Zero Tenacity. You were just waiting for 9 to feel like they're gonna make the first move, and then you just disturb in the middle of the play. Perfectly handled by the nades as well towards the end. I think it's safe to say this is a round that Zero Tenacity just wins on the back of utility. A couple flashes, a couple HEs, they can take you a long way.
It does show some resilience for sure for Zero Tenacity, but can they keep this up? Even though Mantu was blind, he did pull the trigger on his big green, therefore he had the right timing on Brute Monster. 9, continue this pressure in mid. Double doors about to be explored. Nemanja needs to be cautious. You can see a flash is being prepared, but is it going to be timed nicely? Does jump the gun. Post the whistle. And BobXD comes out on top from that exchange. 9 in the lead for now. 2 players advantage. And Zero Tenacity trying to play catch up, unable to do so.
Yes, so close in towards middle though. This could be dangerous. Simki still gets a kill in towards that B-bomb side onto Kraken and AVN. He needs to play for a kill, but look at how patient they are. Favin's just holding for him.
It feels like all of this round is decided by 1v1s, 1v1s, and more 1v1s. 9 come out on top in every single exchange, and it just crosses them the line.
Yeah, I mean, it probably looks a little bit odd from an outside perspective. You're like, why didn't Nemanja ask for a flash? He just wanted to go for the peek first, and then go back and peek with the flash, right? You want to bait the T into being a little bit more uncomfortable. Make sure that he's, you're not just wasting the flash for someone that's not really there or playing anti. Unfortunately, doesn't work out for him. And Zero Tenacity, for the first time since the start of this map, in a bit of a weird, funky financial situation. Only one rifle. That one's gonna attempt to get boosted in towards the B-bomb side. So far unsuccessful. Have they done it? They did it. And he died.
Yeah. And 9 have heard 5-7 shoot. They know it's a bit of a wonky situation for Zero Tenacity now. So they might start to guess there could be a stack involved in this round. And the thing is, Zero Tenacity have decided to move into the correct position. B site, closing in the distance.
Did it push?
This could get scary. It feels like they want to, right? So Trofo was going to take a dry peek. Favin realizes it. AVN, will he survive?
Hold on.
I think he does. The Famas does him wonders. A lot of damage taken, but 9 are still convinced the B site is the call for them.
Look at Brute Monster, close range, 5-7. This is really, really big fight. BobXD, if he goes down, Brute Monster just finessed him. He just walked through the smoke. BobXD back turn, had no clue what was going on. And now Rouse needs to try and clutch up in a 1 versus 2. AVN is low on HP, but he's even getting spammed.
I mean, Brute Monster isn't taking the AVN rather isn't taking the quick way around. He's going the long way, so it does allow Rouse some positioning here. It allows him to get a bomb plant, and a 1v2 doesn't seem impossible. He's got the cover of the smoke. How does Rouse play this?
Oh!
Creates a gap. And now an opportunity.
Missed him from behind. There's no kit for Brute Monster, no utility either. Rouse seems to know, by the way. He knows that the buy was quite low for Zero Tenacity. He can just play the long game.
And he knows that Brute Monster will want to go for the chase, so his far posted position pays off. The Danish IGL with brains to spare. So smart in this situation, and by mere positioning has won the clutch. Brute Monster will not be carrying that rifle to the next round, as 9 are able to make sure things don't go astray.
This is the definition of a smart play, by the way. That's the definition of winning a 1v1 just by using your keyboard and your keyboard alone, right? It's based on information as well. You know, with that type of a low buy, it's highly unlikely for the CTs to have any utility or a defuse kit left that later on. AVN gonna be feeling a little bit worse for her as well. Missed a couple shots from behind, but he was quite low on HP, so needed a headshot to be instant. And 9 are really giving this one a fight right now on that T side. It was a bit of a late entry into that Anubis, but now it's looking a lot more competitive. Maybe. Unless
I
they
mean,
get ecoed.
it was
Boys.
a competitive. I mean, it was a competitive round when it came to a 5-7 force buy from Zero Tenacity, and now the pistols are doing work. So,
Oh no.
I mean, it's a positive that 9 are racking up numbers in the round score, but
Oh no.
it really shouldn't be this close.
That's terrifying. So terrifying. They should have enough utility to hold on to the bomb side. I don't want to imagine a world where they drop this.
And there's still 2 AKs. This is still a concerning situation. There's not much to lose if you're Zero Tenacity. Go for this. Sachofa to lead the charge, USP in hand. Brute Mosset won't be finding anything, but Simke, the only one to find something through that ordeal. 9 solidify their hold, albeit the scramble at the start.
54 HP. That's how much Faven and Mantu had between each other, by the way, there towards the end. That's a really good eco coming out of Zero Tenacity, and those were, I guess, the reasons that we said Zero Tenacity were able to put themselves in a really good position from the get-go. Now you're looking at a 5-4 score still on the CT side. They get another buyout. Z10 are loving life right now, regardless of 9 having a bit of a resurgence. Even if you end the half here and now for Zero Tenacity, they could still be happy with 5 rounds on the CT side.
Look how far forward Zero Tenacity have posted. Is this a boost they're trying to make work? It is, but it does reveal the positioning of 2 players. Sajofo is stuck around in the corner. And instead of dropping back due to the molly, has to still hold his angle. 9, no one is trapped, but can they really do something about it? They're scared. And by the time they pull the trigger on the push, Sachofo's out, tries to flash himself forwards. A bit of a failed one, but still, the delivery with the kill is good enough. 9 lacking 2 players now. What do they even do?
I'm not really sure. I mean, you're putting a lot of money on Kraken getting a kill in towards the B bomb side, and he nearly does it. That would have been a big one. But now you're looking at the low HP Faven, Kraken, no money in the bank. Unless Rouse goes absolutely nuclear, you might even be forced to save here. It's a 3 versus 5. You barely have any utility, any HP left. Do you really go for this still?
It's a hard one. Zero Tenacity are again smart with their placement. Molly flushes one out and gives Rouse a real opportunity. Thing is, 9 have got less than 40 HP available to them accumulatively. And the Kraken's trying to take things by himself. Buys enough time for the bomb to go down. Repositions, but Simke is ready for it. And now Faven posted alone. The wall's closing in and his life shuts down. Flashes before his eyes. And it allows Zero Tenacity to get right back on the board, guaranteeing that they'll at least be equal by the end of this half.
Some of those setups have been so creative from Zero Tenacity on the CT side, by the way. That's given me shades of old school Zero Tenacity. The way that you go for that deeper smoke in towards main that allows you to boost on the other side. Then you're able to disengage, but you go for the re-aggression knowing that the teams might think that they are the ones chasing you. So you just counter, you catch them in their tracks, and then you back off. Simka plays this one to perfection as well. A bit of a pre-fire to do with the low HP player, 6th round CT side Anubis. That was a lovely camera angle. I'm not sure who that was.
I think that was Bob XD. The only thing you could see was his monitor.
You know what? Bob doesn't take pictures or videos of himself if he doesn't get paid for it.
I guess so.
He technically does get paid for this. Bob, where are you?
Yeah, he's got a different modeling contract. Oh,
yeah, I meant... Bro, look at this camera angle from Bob XD. Can we switch to him again? I just love it. You could never get that type of angle if your Kinder was playing, by the way. Never.
nah. You can't even see his hand. You can't even see his mouse. You just see his arm swiping across his mouse pad.
I mean, as far as we know, Bob might have attached a robot to play instead of him, you know?
Ah.
AI Bob XD.
AI Bob XD. And look at him go. So damn strong. Nothing to stop him. This is a big change of pace for 9. They've been able to convert an early numbers advantage into a potential round win, and that's exactly what they've done. Closing out on AVN. Not really giving him any space to breathe. Suffocation by force. And Sachofo, all he can do is hope he can take that M4 to the next round. Economy struggling, and there'll only be that round left in the half to try and do damage. So an important M4, an important Hyper Beast.
Yeah, this is already one of the best CT sides that anyone has been able to get against 9 in the last couple. Oh my god, Sachofo, you're a criminal.
Upgrades to the Asimov. Yeah, why not? because he'd probably go for a few no-scopes, a few too many no-scopes.
Let him full time it. He could still go down though. There's 2 players going heaven. Yeah, he's so dead.
He might go down after time as well. That's the scary part.
I mean, for him, it doesn't really make a difference, but Diop does. And now, you're left without one. He's still going to have enough money to get himself on an M4, but he would have loved to have Brute Monster on an open. Then Sijofo on that M4. Still, 9 are the ones that are more desperate for that last round of the first half, regardless of the really good recovery we've seen out of the momentum-wise. 4 out of the last 5 rounds. You could get 5 out of 6 now on the T side to level things up.
Tell you what though, Ted, Zero Tenacity have found a little bit of success when it came to the pistol rounds. He's running, he's sprinting. He's just running like a blue hedgehog called Sonic. Oh! And he's pretty damn smooth with it. Well, that's one way to be on the back foot already if you're 9.
Definitely is. You're just throwing the kitchen sink at them. Nemanja going aggressive in towards... Did he push mid? And going towards Carpus? There's no way he went in for middle. It must have been an A-main push, but Nemanja just finding himself in that type of a position is crazy. He's dropped the bomb as well. Mantu and Kragan left in a 2 versus 5, and you know you've just been hit by a truck. An aggressive play, a Hail Mary play being pulled out of Zero Tenacity's strat book in the final round of the first half to give them 7. And with 55 seconds, saving here is not really an option for Kragan and Mantu. They need to still try and find a way back into the round. Quite difficult to do though. I mean, Zero Tenacity's even stacking up with 3 players in towards middle, playing A on a retake. It would be nearly impossible for 9 to even think about finding an avenue.
Yeah, not happening. That door has a name and it's called Brute Monster. Or that door has a lock and it's called Brute Monster. I feel like that would have been a better line.
Or a bouncer.
Missed it. Or a bouncer, sure. His picture looks like it could be a bouncer.
I mean, he's Balkan after all, right?
Yeah, serious face and all that. He's got it all covered. Zero Tenacity, a 7-5 score. Last time these 2 teams met, they did play Anubis, and at halftime, 6-6. Can Zero Tenacity make this one work this time around?
That is the big question right now. Z10 definitely looking a lot better in comparison to last time, but again, the game that they played 3 days ago, it was a 6-6 at halftime. And again, with Zero Tenacity starting on the CT side, because I remember watching that game, I thought, hey, you know what, they've got this in the bag. But 9 are a team that could play really good Counter-Strike on the CT side as well. So momentum will be quite important when we look at it. Still, it has felt like a competitive game if we had to, I guess, forget about who was playing on what bomb site. 9 now going into a pistol round. Faven is alone on B, but he's taken a bit of a peek and seen a lot of people on his screen. Could be calling for help. As of right now, no one's really moving, but he will be. Playing this one a little bit more passive into our CT spawn.
Not the best situation for Fathom there. He spotted out a lot of the movement, but hasn't been able to do much about it. Kragan, at least he's got Bobix's back. 9, know what the deal is. Know that Zero Tenacity have closed in. Thing is, Brute Monster doesn't really respect authority.
No kit.
Good flash, though. And Kragan seizes the chance to just pounce in. 9, winning this pistol will completely stabilize the game. Put it right back within arm's reach. And the defuse is not going anywhere. It's being stuck with. And there are bounces galore. Nothing to stop it all from crumbling out of control for Zero Tenacity as 9 pick up their pistol.
It's a good tap towards the end from Sijofo, by the way. Holds onto his armor. He can upgrade and go for an AK-47 if they want to run in the forest by. Now, the big question here, if you're Zero Tenacity, is do you do it? Answer, short, nice, and sweet. Yes, you do. And still was a great round coming out of 9 and Kragan individually in particular. One of the people that alongside Mantu has been showing a gradual improvement in his individual performance lately. And I feel like, especially with Kragan, even though he could be regarded as a bit of a star, it is really important that the team is functional and that, you know, the roles are set and everything is working as it should be for him to be able to perform. He's not that type of a player that you're going to put in the most chaotic team ever and he's still going to drop 30 bomb. But as long as the team starts working on the same page, then we can see the best of him. It's just being Danish is pretty much what I was explaining there, you know?
Yeah, that's
you
fine.
need a structure.
once upon a time it was sufficient to say someone was Danish, but I feel like now you need to justify it. Times have changed, man.
Oh no, they haven't. Hooks, he's back, man. He's gonna save the Danish Counter-Strike.
I hope that's true. I hope that's true.
I'm not sure if I hope it's true, but I think it might happen.
Let's see if it does. For now, we've got different matters in our hands. YaLLa, he knows the pressure is on. Somehow gets away with one. I did not think that possible. Zero Tenacity gain ground control, but Rouse doesn't wait for his team. He disrupts as he goes. Manta, even through his smoke, is deadly. And even though Brute Monster is keeping up the pressure, 9 have closed in and they've got more HP available. They've got better weaponry. Zero Tenacity have disrupted enough. The thing is, Brute Monster's closed up the gap realized by Faven. This should be simple. You know when Nemanja hides, gets things close. Faven a bit scared for his life, but the job is done.
9 is just playing textbook Counter-Strike right now, right? I mean, sure, YaLLa is able to get away from that fight in towards aim and with a little bit more. A lot of people actually forget YaLLa back in the day used to be a support player, used to be an anchor. Now he's turned into a bit of a star. On a map like Anubis, he's still that type of a person you're going to put on a bomb site to anchor, and he's still really good at it. Always been a really intelligent player in the way that he moves around, but even after he goes down, you can see a really clear moment of Rouse realizing that he needs to take initiative, go for a couple fights. If you let them just get into a post plant and play the retake 4v4 and you stay and respect that camera smoke, you're probably going to get locked out. So we see a beautiful piece of initiative being taken from 9 there on the CT side. Zero Tenacity, of course, do get a little bit of extra cash, so they do have something residual in there. An AK in the hands of Nemanja. Let's see if he's feeling like it's the start of 2024.
Kragan already starts the round with 23 points of health. Not too good of an ordeal. But hey, this should be a simple endeavor. This should put them in the lead. The thing is, like you said, Nemanja has the potential of being unleashed here. But doesn't. Unlucky.
Potential. Yeah. It was going to be exciting. The idea of it sounded perfect, you know. Didn't end up working out, and unfortunately they don't even have another player with armor, so every single one of them is going to be like, I don't know, name something vulnerable.
Name something vulnerable. Me when
a
I'm next to
goldfish
you.
on the sand.
Oh.
Yeah,
sorry, I went a bit more
good.
romantic there. Yeah, okay. Back into the round, though. 9 have won 3 consecutive. They've been able to disrupt Zero Tenacity from the get-go, and they've gotten the lead now. They're the ones in front. They're the ones saying what the deal is. Thing is, Zero Tenacity have got a buy in them. An AWP in the hands of Brute Monster. Let's see how this one's is played. So far, spreading out default. 2 on one side of the map, 3 on the other, but 9 have got the idea of a disruption.
Ooh, he was thinking about going for a fight. Then I think Rouse might have heard something in towards middle when Faven decides, hey, you know what, I'm just going to block here. I'm not going to go for that solo peek. Not while there's only 2 of us in towards the B-bomb side. Still will need to hold on. Molotov decides to play against it. This is a big chance.
Good spray down for Faven initially. Simka closes down the distance, therefore a trade is available. But the breakaway through B main has already started. Kragan has to hold the line here.
Ooh.
He doesn't really have reinforcements, therefore the 1 is all that they get. Zero Tenacity will get the bomb plant at least, but Rouse is closing in the distance through the smoke. Never mind, Simka did that. And Brute Monster closes in the distance, a backstab of his own. Zero Tenacity were everywhere that round.
Yeah, that was great refragging coming out of Zero Tenacity pretty much, right? And it felt like 9 were ready for it, even though they started with 3 people in towards middle and A. The utility on B was good. They timed it really well. Faven deciding to play ahead of the smoke. The Oper was not in a position to refrag him. If he's able to win that second fight against Simka, the round is completely changed. Kragan then mollied off towards the back of the plot, able to get just 1. And Brute Monster staying in towards the stairs for that entire time just to shut down the last player. 9, that was a bit of a bonus, but it doesn't really mean that you're going into this one with a better purchase. Quite the opposite. Light on the utility. Some for some MP Nice might have to go aggressive, but YaLLa's already done it successfully. He's sticking around for more.
He is, though the flash will deter him. He is calling for help, but Chofo is being a little bit more diligent about this. Nade not landing where he would have liked. YaLLa able to escape the explosion, but 9's push towards the B extremity as well gives them information they've got time to spare.
That was a great flash, by the way, to assist YaLLa, especially when you know there's an Oper on the other side of the server. It is really ballsy to go for that main peak, but as we said, Bob XD, regardless of still being an anchor on Anubis, especially when it comes down to this map, in his nature now he's a lot more of an aggressive player, so this is something you got to be accustomed to. And 9, regardless of being one man up, they're looking to re-aggress. Look at him gathering up in towards A main and in towards connector as well.
But Zero Tenacity love these lurks, love having players spread apart, so it's not like it's a completely grouped effort. It's a Trofo in a really pivotal point in the game has found one player and kept Zero Tenacity up to scruff. Mid-positioning taken up by Nemanja. But how far does he take this? Because every single one of these Zero Tenacity players are on their own little journeys, and Mantu is here to stop the Trofo from joining his teammate.
You know you could have missed the timing, AVN. Does find one, making a double. What is going on? Nemanja, does he want to run all the way towards Temple? No, he's going in. He can hear the steps. He knows Rouse is leaving.
Oh my word, this is ridiculous.
They won't realize it's A.
No, they will. It will take so long until they find out, and Avian even has gotten away with murder. Mantu doesn't know what the haps, doesn't know what's going on. Now you realize, oh, there is no ticking on site. Oh dear. Well, it's on the wrong side of the map. Okay, well, unlucky. Unfazed, by the way. No emotion shown, but you can see that shrug as well. It's like, ah, well, we got played. At least he gets away with a consultation frag, but other than that, the round is going to the hands of the T's. Zero Tenacity, showing what they're worth.
You know what? Sometimes it could be impossible to mid round against Zero Tenacity. Who would make that type of maneuver that Nemanja did in that situation? Solo with the bomb, you just walk out middle, you run in towards the A bomb side. You're patient enough as well. You don't just take a left and go in towards B where your teammate has just found a double. And if you're 9, you probably feel like you just gave one away. ABN didn't even get tagged down in the process of getting a triple kill in towards that B bomb side. Phenomenal work coming out of the veteran on the side of Z10. One of the most experienced players, even in the server, I guess you could say, is ABN. Maybe not on a tier 1 level, but in terms of longevity of his career, one of the few guys on Zero Tenacity that actually did play on some more, I guess, famous known teams before he joined that project.
Yeah, that was so uncomfortable, man.
That's missed? Oh my god.
Brute Monster isn't able to seal the deal there. And Mantu nearly walked in front of a screen as well, so there was a double potential, a double threat. Look at 9 closing in onto connector though. Zero Tenacity got figured out. Rouse was on the backline for a guarantee. And now Zero Tenacity struggling. A couple of stragglers as well. Brute Monster now can bring things back to equilibrium. They've got a minute to work with, a minute to spare. And if they figure out the A coast is clear, mid, there's no one really checking it apart from Rouse closing in the distance. They still have a chance to find the right avenue.
This is still a difficult one to read, though. You spotted so many people in towards the B-bomb side. You still don't know where Kraken lies, though. When he's got a rifle on Nemanja this time, a lot more conservative with taking the space in towards middle. He wants to wait for both AVN and Brute Monster to join forces and go in towards that A-bomb side. But look at 9. They've got a really good read on the situation. Favin left all alone in towards Tempo. He's just jiggling between middle and B, and both Kraken and Rouse are just going all the way in towards Heaven and in towards that A-bomb side. They will both be on A the moment that Zero Tenacity start moving forward.
So much time has elapsed. And nothing really has happened apart from 9 moving towards the A. Oh, they clear it out just in time. Oh my goodness. Zero Tenacity wait enough to not show their mark and now find a barren A site that they could just call their own. They put the Zero Tenacity flag in it. Just renounced it as their own territory, and Nemanja is solidifying the borders.
Oh man, this is just the embodiment of how uncomfortable the city side of Anubis could be. You just feel forced to make a move at all times. I mean, why would they think it was going to be an A play? A was empty for what, 30 seconds? They double walk through CT spawn. Rouse even drops on the bomb side, walks all the way towards camera and back in towards Temple. They don't see a thing. They don't hear a soul. Why would they think it was still going to be an A play for Zero Tenacity? That timing is just godlike from Z10 there. And the fact that Nemanja gets the kill onto Rouse in towards middle was just, I guess, putting insult to injury. Zero Tenacity now a 2-round game in their favor, and the money on the CT side is slowly dwindling away. 2 AK saved up. You can still put some of those players on upgraded pistols, I guess, but it's a good time for Barry to join in the conversation with a bit of a tactical timeout. Z10 is slowly approaching win here on Anubis.
Yeah, but is he the fastest person in the world?
Nemanja?
No, Barry Allen. Sorry.
Oh,
I just had to
okay.
make the
Oh,
joke. Yeah.
all right. Yeah, I see what you did there. I mean,
have you watched the show, by the way? Have you watched Barry Allen? No, sorry, The Flash.
A little bit.
I mean, you've probably watched enough to realize he's actually not the fastest person in the world. There's always another speedster that somehow is quicker. And I love how like the show starts, my name is Barry Allen, and I'm the fastest man in the world. No, you're not. Every other episode is someone's quicker than you. Sorry, my rant is over.
Yeah, it's fine. And in the end of the day, Speedy Gonzalez is just quicker than all of them.
Yeah. I don't know when Speedy Gonzalez was in the show. Probably when I stopped watching it.
No, I don't think he's been there.
No.
Or maybe he was, but he's just too quick and we didn't see him.
Arriba, andale. All right, let's see how this one works out. Again, Zero Tenacity found a lot of success when it came to pistols on the CT side. If 9 can replicate that, they could keep up here. They are going for an early beat crunch, and it does pay off. Kragan, an early piece goes his way. Avian could be the gatekeeper, could keep things going. Brute Monster, though, has found another pickup, and Avian stands his ground. Massively executed. Zero Tenacity have left the bomb behind. No indication of them wanting to go aggressive early, but they've done their job. They know where Rouse is, and now can slowly figure out how they want to close out this round.
Man, what is going on with this round? So many missed shots from the pistols, from behind as well. When Rouse, he's looking for a rifle, doesn't realize that was the player that was collecting the bomb. Look at the HP on both AVN and Simka. Both of them probably should have been down. And Rouse has finally picked up an AK-47. You've got a kit, you've got a little bit of utility. Question here lies, do you want to hold on to that or you want to give the round a go? Maybe if he did have armor, sure, but armorless AK, regardless of the kit, regardless of the util, surely you just call it off, right?
Surely, right? Yeah, he will. He's blocked off. There's no way he enters here. Probably hoping to see if Zero Tenacity start to escape.
He could try and play for a ninja here. He's got a smoke and a kit. And they might assume it's the most logical thing for him to... Rouse, are you going for this?
Is he really thinking about it? Brute Monster's sticking around, which is a smart thing to do.
He is.
The rest of the players are low, so they can't risk it being really close.
There you go.
Yeah, he's going for it. And Brute Monster is there on time, so denies that prospect. Okay. All right. I see the mind games. Zero Tenacity, we're just ready for it.
You know what? I actually rate the attempt coming out of Rouse there. He knows they've got enough money to get everyone on rifles, including that AVP in the hands of Mantu. Sure, if you lose, it's not great. If you hold on to the AK with the utility, it would be a bit of a bonus. But imagine what happens if you win the round. And it is so normal for them to assume that he's gonna save. That, you know, going for the cheeky ninja could have been a good shot. I rate it from Rouse. Still doesn't end up working out. Zero Tenacity now just 2 rounds away from closing things out on their map pick of Anubis, doing one better. And as we said, that was one of the main issues that this Z10 lineup had in the close qualifier for this very event. It was winning their map picks. They were quite good at upsetting the other teams on their own map picks, but converting what they decided to go for was a bit of an issue. So here, you could already started off in a much better way, and against a team that has been playing some damn good Counter-Strike and is on a 7-game win streak going into this one.
There have been some shining moments for Zero Tenacity. Their cohesion is what makes them stand out in times.
Is there a flash?
There is. But Rouse is ready for it and in the right position to just spray and come out on top on the exchange. Zero Tenacity closing onto the B site though. 2 players per front. But Mantu again posted up correctly. Now smoke to block them out. Flashes and smokes come through from Zero Tenacity. Trying to see if they can brute force their way in. But there's a brute monster in front of them. And somehow has kept things competitive. 1v3. The thing is, Carbon is so close, he can just take a step to the left and be the one to save the day. 9 back in it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just 9 winning it on the back of some good individual plays, right? You're looking at Rouse and you're going to say he's a little bit fortunate to get that kill. That is why that Zantares off angle in towards middle is so overpowered though, right? Because most of the time you're not going to be looking there. And even if you do get blinded, you just hold mouse 1. And if the person is not just jiggling a couple times to see if you're going to start shooting, they're instantly dead most of the time. You get that kill, then they go back in towards the B bomb side where Mantu was just lying in wait with the big green. He's 18 and 13, top of the board on his side of the server. Of course, Brute Monster on the other side has done one better on 19 and 13, but Mantu's definitely him putting his best foot forward. And if he gets fired up, by the way, Mantu is one of the, I want to say, better CT side tier 2 openers on Anubis.
Sure.
He really knows how to make himself impactful, stay really mobile. This is the type of style that he's really comfortable with.
He's got the best hairdo on the server as well. Could I say that?
I don't rate it.
You don't rate it?
No, I think AVN's got the best haircut on
Maybe.
the server.
Okay. Well, I rate his cheekbones. Those are next level.
Sure. Yeah. He can think about a career in acting.
Modeling.
If Counter-Strike isn't. I was gonna say Twilight.
I don't know his acting skills. I can only base my assumptions off of his looks. But I get the Twilight reference.
He's a German-speaking Brit. How bad could it be?
Not too bad, because he got away with the first pick.
And Polish as well. Mantu's from everywhere, man.
What a combo, man.
Yeah.
What an unlikely combo. Well, I wouldn't say unlikely, but an interesting one.
Yeah. Polish, British, German. He's probably got some ancestors in Asia as well, I guess. I don't know.
Probably.
Oh my god.
Look at them go, man. 9 have completely popped off. Zero Tenacity, wherever they go, they've been greeted with a flash in the face, as well as hot lead to the chest.
Look at him go. He's playing with so much confidence right now. Mantu's just getting fired up. And there goes another one. It's a 4-piece for Mr. International. Mr. Worldwide has joined the server 22-13. And now he's on top of the world. Mantu, so R9. 1 round the difference. And ever since Mantu's picked up the big green in the second half, it's felt like 9 are on the more favorable out of the 2 sides. He's just everywhere.
Yeah, that's why he's called Mr. Worldwide.
Yep.
All right, let's see if Zero Tenacity can make something work out of these pistols. It definitely leaves 9 with a clear opportunity to breach the gap and be on level ground. Bit of a boost early.
I mean,
well,
technically, I think his nationality is just double Polish, British.
Okay.
But he speaks German.
Hey, I mean, that's good, right?
I think that's the
You
I don't think
you don't get a real culture. Okay, I had someone tell me this and this line, and I am in love with it ever since.
All right.
You don't know a language until you learn how to complain in it.
All right.
And if he knows how to complain.
I actually understand it. Yeah, there is something about it.
Yeah. And you don't know...
Everyone knows how to swear, right?
Yeah.
But learning how to complain, that's an entirely different level of the ball game.
It's impressive. You get to know a little bit more of the culture as well.
Yeah, complaining in Greek is really fun.
It really is.
I can't do it, but I love listening to it.
It's colourful, man. It's colourful.
Yeah.
Complaining in Cypriot is something else as well. You'll hear some. Hey. Usually it doesn't, include Zanziki in the words and the phrases.
No,
but,
I know, but it was.
You'll definitely hear the first word quite a bit.
yeah. No, that British guy that was pronouncing Tzatziki Tizaikai.
Oh my god, he purposely did that. There's no way he didn't do that for purpose. He just started a whole-out war on the internet.
They're playing catch-up. They want to kill him after a time. Simka wants to die. They're not letting him. They're just all running.
You know the song
God.
Run. Yeah, that's what Simka's
better
simulating
run
right
now.
now.
He's not getting any bonus money out of this. He's even thrown the bomb there. He just wanted to go down so desperately, and they were like, nope, screw this. I'm out of there. We're not giving him the pleasure.
Oh my god, that's actually a rough scenario for Simka. He's only got 1.9 now in the bank, and he's kind of bought some armor, got himself a Galil, some nades. Not too bad, right? But it's not really relative to the situation. I think he actually got dropped, the Galil. So Chofo handed that off to him. So it's the Chofo with just the Deagle, not a full enforcement of your economical capabilities for Zero Tenacity. 9, on the other hand, are looking clean. Everyone's got a bunch of nades. AWP still in the hands of Mantu. And Zero Tenacity yet to make their move.
Yeah, Raul's again putting so much pressure in towards mid all alone. This is one of the main traits of how he likes playing in towards mid, but Kraken's actually rotated back in. They've left the AWP of Mantu in towards connector. probably feels like a big enough reinforcement towards the B bomb side for you to feel safe, and that's why Kraken is actually going to stick around, and that is not a bad nade, especially with the bonus flash. Rouse is going to go for the swing. No one to be seen though. They're all there, just patient enough.
Damn. Okay, well, that's one way to get the numbers advantage. Peek a corner, have your head ripped off. Zero Tenacity, very slow and steady, meticulous about these pushes. Every flash to clear every corner. But now I think they've made a decision. The A site looking to be hit, although they've run out of flashes and have to walk into YaLLa and Kraken and get ripped to shreds. The Trover and AVN trying to play catch up. But it's not like the ground is treacherous. Avoiding the mollies, Trofo closes the distance and disrupts 9 on the setup. That is extremely well performed here from Zero Tenacity. And all they have to do now is hold Faven back. You can see him being frustrated as well on the cam. He's got to uncover 2 different positions. He's found where one is, but Avian can now start to close the gap and try to join in. Flash available, good timing of it. Every single one of the players there were blinded, but Satrofo somehow finds the bullets first, and Zero Tenacity now with an opportunity to close out their own map pick.
That's such a painful one for 9 to lose, by the way. That was a 2 versus 4 there. You're looking at the way that Kraken on the rotation is able to just hold him down. Bob XD finding a couple as well. That felt like a done deal, and then, I mean, that fight was really weird. Mantu didn't realize that the player on the left-hand side would still be there, and Sejofo fully blinded, able to find the last one. It felt like 9 were good enough on the reaction, regardless of losing Rouse in towards middle. Zero Tenacity, they might have dropped the ball a little bit there for a second on that T side, but when it matters the most, they get up to that map point. Now they get an opportunity to close, but Mantu's not staying passive in such an important round.
Look at bro go! Damn, legging his opponent. But of course, with the wall being in front of the shot, only goes down to half HP. You know where the AWP is. You know he's also going to switch up positions. At least you know there's a big green involved, but what's the plan here for Zero Tenacity? Nothing else shown from 9.
The best thing you can do right now is not overthink it, right? Because if you overthink it and try and just walk into a bomb site, there is a big chance that you just walk into the open. It's kind of like a law. Every single time you try and see if he's going to stay, if he's going to move, you just walk into him. So don't try and think that you will be able to outmaneuver Mantu. Just use the utility, right? You've got a decent amount of grenades left to work with. There goes the molly. Make sure that everywhere you go, you've taken Mantu being there into consideration.
Well, this time it works in their favor. The thing is, BobXC throws a nice little smoke. They know it was a short lob, therefore you can expect someone to be nearby, but you expect there to be 2 players in that close proximity. Oh my word, BobXC switches position with him. They don't find him, so they know he's behind him, especially after that spray. It's given it all away. Bomb to be touched though, a 9 are quick to rotate, Farvin quickly on the case, but Rouse hasn't got a chance to say a thing. Spray down from Kraken isn't juicy enough. Zero Tenacity are taking over, piece by piece by piece. 13-11 will be the score, as close as it could be, but an OT situation. Zero Tenacity get away with their own map pick.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I feel like 9 had it. For a second there, it felt like they just had it on the CT side. Mantu was starting to get fired up. 9 was just getting round so easily on that defense, and it felt like Zero Tenacity had no answer to it. It all comes down to that previous round, in my opinion. The A bomb side, you're able to run them down in a 2 versus 4 or 2 versus 3 there. And then from that point on, I mean, you go into the final round, it was just no contest. Zero Tenacity able to steal that one away, and I say steal that one away. I know it's their map pick, but towards the end, it really felt like they were letting it slip, and still. Sejofo, Brute Monster, stepping it up. We wanted to see a well-playing Zero Tenacity without Nemanja popping off. That's what we got.
We exactly got just that, and I feel like so many things for Zero Tenacity were actually working out, and it has to be from the get-go. The fact that they were able to coordinate their pieces so well together, right? You had a couple of pairings here and there that, you know, got minute advantages by, you know, flashing one of their teammates in, getting a pick, push and pulls. That really worked them catapult, you know, themselves ahead. And, you know, last time they met on Anubis, the half started 6-6. This time, they got themselves a slight lead, and that slight lead was just enough to cross them onto that 13th round first. So, yeah, good first job done. And now Dust 2 is up for 9 to see if they can actually do the heavy lifting to catch up with their opponents. Dust 2 is coming up next, so don't you miss it, folks. We'll see if 9 have got what it takes to bring things to a draw.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I ain't got nothing to phase me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel are still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
First step successful for Zero Tenacity as they're able to put Anubis in their pockets. And now with Dust 2 upcoming, 9 are under pressure to see if they can match that from their opponents, get that one-on-one score and potentially bring things to a decider. It's the first match that these two teams play in Compass Contenders Stage 1 of this year. And I'm excited about this. So far, so forth, the game has been super close. And we're seeing some positives from both sides as well, haven't we, Ted?
Yeah, we really have. And I mean, this is Nine's map pick going into this one that they changed in comparison to the game that they played against the same opponent a couple days ago, right? Back then it was Inferno. That's going to be the decider here. It didn't work out. Zero Tenacity have had some big issues converting their own map picks in the same time, but they haven't really been struggling too much with winning their opponent's map picks in the last couple of weeks, right? So there is a lot of ways that this could get really interesting. Obviously, if you're looking at the numbers, Pablos, still when you're looking at 9 on their 3-map consecutive win streak here on Dust 2 since the start of this month, 4 in total with the game that they played against Imperial Valkyries towards the end of April. You should think and consider them the favorites, and I still feel like we do, especially with the form that we saw from Man. So if he's able to, I guess, transfer that from Anubis to a Dust 2, which is an Oper's Paradise pretty much, and it's an even heavier Op map than the first one, I think 9 could have a big advantage going into it. But still, I mean, Zero Tenacity, as we said, history shows that on one day they play the best Counter-Strike ever on Dust 2, the other day they're completely absent and they get their asses handled to them. So we never know what we're gonna get out of Nemanja and Co on this map.
It's just like a box of chocolates, man. You never know what you're gonna get, and for Zero Tenacity, it's the exact same thing. But
no,
for
it's not even a box of chocolates. It's like you yourself. Have you seen those YouTube videos where they make you put your hands in a box and you don't know what's inside of the box? That's what it feels like when you're going in and you're watching Zero Tenacity on Dust 2. You just go into the box, you're putting your hands in, and you're banking on the fact there's not gonna be a venomous snake.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. 9 could be that venomous snake for this one. But look, I mean, even in this best of 3 scenario, Zero Tenacity find themselves in a good spot because, look, the last 2 times these two teams met against each other, Inferno was the map that was secured. It was the only map that they were able to win, take home, and that is even the decider. So even if this doesn't go home, Zero Tenacity still have ways that they could get back into this. So it's not looking too bad at all. The thing is, it's better to do it now. Don't let 9 get any tempo. Don't let them get comfortable, because Inferno is never a given either. It's a good streak so far. Anubis looked pretty solid. It all started off from a solid CT side from Zero Tenacity. Can they replicate it on Dust 2 as well?
You know what, if you ask me, let them come back into this one, because I want to be watching a third and final map. I really am enjoying this game, and I want us to go to an Inferno to see how 9 have readjusted in comparison to last time. But yeah, as of right now, we're kicking things off with a Dust 2 here, folks. And we do have Raus Mantu responsible for all the nadage on that T side. 1 smoke, 2 flashes, going out of long smoke, presumably. Just gonna land. Well, actually, the smoke is flying in towards Xbox. Yeah, that's interesting. It's a split.
Forward. Zero Tenacity are trying to punish, running out of bullets, though both players taking turns to reload, but in the process, 9 have breached the gap into Catwalk, moving into the A site. Sure, you've lost players, but you trade it with ground control.
You still have a kid for the retake, though, a 4 versus 3 as well. Nemanja doesn't want to lose this life. That's a snappy one tap to begin with.
And it's done enough, because now you've left one all by himself, trying to hide out, keep his head behind walls, but it's not going to be possible. A quick response from Zero Tenacity, holding the line on A-Long was crucial, but also how quickly they were able to bounce onto the Catwalk crunch and get behind their opponents was everything for them on that approach. Didn't really come down to a post-plant take. It was instant, it was threatening, and it's put Zero Tenacity on the map from the get-go.
Yeah, it's a really reactive pistol round coming out of the CT side. Quite quick to realize that 9 were actually just faking it out to be only a long take, and the majority, the brunt of the attack was coming out of short side. Simka with a big triple as well. That's the conversation we had on map 1. Sejofa was 22 and 19. Brute Monster was 21 and 16. It is a completely different face of Zero Tenacity that we get when you're not just relying on the money to have a big performance, right? They have the pieces with the individual skill. Now those players have played on this level for a couple of years, so you are banking on the fact that all of them are a little bit more experienced. They're not the newbies anymore, not greenies.
No, they're blue now.
Yeah, they're not the Gaijins of Tier 2 Counter-Strike. And for those of you that don't know, Gaijin is how you are called in Japan if you're not native. If you're a newbie, you know.
Ah, didn't know that, man. Cheers.
Yeah, Gaijin.
I feel like that's something I should know with all the anime I've taken. You know,
I don't
taken
think,
as if it's a drug.
Really...
Sorry, it's just an odd phrasing from me.
For some people, it is.
Yeah, I guess so. It is addicting.
Yeah. I can't load up and play my game of Valorant before I watch 20 animes. I'm kidding. I do watch anime every now and then as well. I am kidding.
The Chofo is in trouble there, but at least takes one down with him. The thing is, the most threatening aspect of the situation is Brute Monster's angle, and he is not relenting. Instead, takes a couple more steps forwards, and they line up for him. He doesn't need to go for a spray transfer because all the bullets that hit onto one person hit on the one behind him as well.
Okay, this is, you know what, this is giving great signs right now. Cohesion was definitely not there for 9 for that double peek into Wars Long. They just line up and Brute Monster just needs to hold mouse 1 for the easiest double kill in his life. But this is Zero Tenacity winning the pistol round, dealing with the force by keeping 3 players alive, starting to build up a little bit of bank to them. AVN on the MP9 is still going to try and rack up some of those ecos. And as we said, the start is really important here for the Zero Tenacity side, right? Even historically, if you want to look at Balkan Counter-Strike, because there is obviously a couple Serbian players on that team. For Serbian Counter-Strike in particular, Dust 2 has always been a really good map. So you're looking at some of those guys. For Serbian, for Bosnian players, for pretty much everyone that is in the Balkan, Dust 2 has always been a good one. And for Z10, one day you lose 9-13 to Parivision, the next day you stop Kioske and Spirit Academy on the same map 13-9, then you lose to Partizan 9-13, then you beat Ruby 13-5. It's just pretty much win-lose for their last 6 maps on Dust 2. And they've lost the last one.
If those were a zebra of red and green, that's exactly what it would look like.
That would be one toxic zebra.
Yeah, right? All the dangerous animals with the poison and everything are the colorful ones.
Yeah. Venomous zebra.
A venomous zebra. Well, this seems like a simple ordeal here for Zero Tenacity. It started to become a little bit threatening, but the fact that they are quick responders to the situation, don't allow 9 to set foot even close to that A site. It was a quick shutdown, all off the back of an early kill as well, giving them extra comfort. Now, this is 9's buy. This is where they can show us what they've got.
Yeah, for those of you that did miss out on Anubis, Mantu, that's why you want to have him on an ADP as quickly as possible. He had a phenomenal couple rounds towards the end, regardless of the map not going in favor of 9. Back-to-back triple kill to 4K. Massive multi-kills out of the opener, and early on, he's looking for an opening pick in towards B.
Disallowed the engagement. Oh, everything's been thrown at Mantu.
That's tough.
Molly, nade, flash. So he's had a hard time, especially with Bob XD losing his life.
That is tough. You had something in mind, and now it just gets completely denied. Mantu doesn't even get to see a person, and he's already down to 60 HP. You lose Bob in the mix. And now you can't even go B anymore.
I mean, there's still a lot available. Kragan, a lot of utility on his belt. Things you don't really want to alert your opponents too quickly. They've been very quick to respond.
Issue is, you've got only one smoke to work with, so you can't really fake them out. You're going short and then go for a mid to B split. I mean, you could try and go for a dry fight, but not sure if that's really going to sell it too much.
Well, the single molly has quashed Rouse's chances of taking an extra peek into A for now as 9 look to split the map in 2. Smoke setting towards CT, and Falvin getting that pickup does put 9 back in the conversation. A potential crunch into the B site. The Zero Tenacity players know they're trapped, so they're trying to take the aggression to their opponents, but doesn't really pay off. Nemanya's been dealt with as well. 9 have found free real estate, and they'll make this B site their own.
Felt like they were a little bit off with the timing there. Didn't realize when they could get shot from the doors. The Mantu's now taking care of Brute Monsters. Jofo's giving away his position as well in towards T-spawn. This is just the alarm setting up for a save here. 9 will get their first round on the T side of Dust. Didn't need too long to get on it. And it's a big double coming out of Favin as well to make it work. This is one round that's going to make you feel really happy because for the most part, it felt like you were strangled for options. They don't really have too much on the table.
You're right. It did start off as a player deficit. Bomb XD didn't really help with that endeavor. So 9 have been good to recover. Chofo will be smart to not take the fight, not lose the gun. It's important. Brings it to the next round. The rest of the team has got some money to buy up, but yeah, 9 have put them right back in it, and it's giving us some signs that they're good to read their opponents here.
Yeah, it's a good response. Interesting to see how the CTs will operate now that Brute Monsters got that up to work with as well. Didn't have it in the last one. That's a big tag onto Nemanja to start off the round. 26 HP for the IGL. Mantu again trying to put some early pressure. This time a little bit more successful compared to the last round. But Brute Monsters answer back perfectly.
This time it's not just damage, it's a frag secured. Kragan. Oh, for a moment there, I thought he was a straggler. For a moment, I thought he was the one that could have dropped. But his response, how quickly he found the headshot of his opponent, was spectacular. And now we're back to even Steven territory.
A bit unfortunate that Kragan is still low on HP though, right? And he take down that same player that was tagged down by the Ope at the start of the round. That was Nemanja. So you're not really winning too much out of that exchange. And Zero Tenacity are trying to be reactive. 3 people grouping up in towards middle. If 9 again tries to just fake it out towards short and go out mid, they're going to be walking into a trap.
What a response. What a brilliant read from the Balkan squad. Thing is, 50 seconds on the clock and 9 have yet to pounce. Zero Tenacity, not giving them a glimpse of what the setup looks like, but goes both ways. Both struggling for info. A bit of an early peek. Simka does not give away his angle. Flash coming out. Favin, is he going to check this deep? It looks like he'll pre-fire it. Simka doesn't have a chance to respond. Smoking off Sachofo, backing up the smoke. Sachofo thinking he wants to go for it, but doesn't risk it. AVN all to himself. Heavy lifting required. Only found one so far, but the gates are closing in. Can he seal the deal? The answer is no. A resounding no. Rouse puts him to his grave, and Zero Tenacity have got to call it off.
Some of those fights are so sharp coming out of Favin, by the way. I know he just gets 1 kill and gets refragged in towards the B-bomb side, but if he doesn't clear out that MP9 in such an efficient way, they probably lose the round. If you let that rotation player in towards CT spawn to get closer, and the only way for him to get closer was going to be the MP9 finding the first kill, then Zero Tenacity have 2 players ready to play bait and switch. 9 could have been stuck in a chokehold in towards middle, but they make it out of the pocket. Thanks to Favin's opening prowess. Krag and Rouse getting 1 kill apiece as well. 9, regardless of losing that opening fight round after round, are still able to come back into pretty much every single one of them. This is twice in a row they've started around in the 4v5. They've been forced to actually pause it, and they've been able to find a way back.
Great early pick from Brute Monster. But the game changer is this moment right here. Pre-firing onto Simka, splitting the map in 2 with your smoke. Mantu was on the wrong side of it as well. And AVN could not quite keep on to his ground, could not keep the B site under his team's control. Therefore, economic deficit. Sure, 2 rifles taken to the next round, but 9 with a real chance to square things up here.
Yeah, this is looking solid. Good early T side. And Favin is leading the charge. I don't know about you, by the way, but when the lineup was formed, I was actually thinking, now it's obvious that Bob XD and Kragan should be those 2 people, but I was actually thinking Favin might be the #1 star rifle of this team. I still believe that there is a star somewhere in there. I still don't believe that the Faven that we had on Big a couple years ago is dead.
Sure. No, I don't think so either. You could say the same thing about Mantu as well back in OG. There's still inklings of that performance.
Hello. A bit of a missed opportunity from Brute Monster, by the way. It didn't feel like Mantu was even able to spot him out. That could have been a really sick shot. It's a really difficult one to connect, though, and Brute Monster doesn't realize there's a player crossed. Okay, now you do. So
now there's a solid chance. Look how Zero Tenacity have grouped up here. They've got all their players ready to defend. Kragan looking to push, but Brute Monster puts on his carry pants, buckles up his belt, and says, no one shall pass while I'm still around. Pistols dropping in from behind. That is a ridiculous showing from Brute Monster.
That's gonna put so many smiles on the faces of Zero Tenacity, by the way. What a round to steal. And it all starts with a spam kill. The one player that was able to catch a timing, the one player that was able to walk right beneath the Ops vision of sight. Oh, actually, Sejofo saw him. Yeah, it wasn't even through the smoke. I mean, he's seen him, and then Brute Monster just going nuclear. Look at those kills. The most impressive part of it all, every single one of those kills saved one of his teammates' lives. Look at the AKs now. You've got two of them and the AVP. This is a big one for Zero Tenacity.
It was a big turnaround there, Ted. Completely switching up the pace, and 9 have got to feel they've got to switch things up here. They do take a lot of early mid prioritization, but other than that, they still need to figure out Zero Tenacity's setup. Nothing.
I mean, the last couple of times, the mid fight has been working out, right? So now you can just see Zero Tenacity. They don't want to give it to them. They're just happy with letting 9 have it. Play from the back of the bomb sites, have one player kind of floating around CT. You're good. You were good.
Mantu was holding onto that line first, so with Brute Monster walking into its crosshair, it was a simple mouse one click. Unless he's got that macroed somewhere else, I don't know. There are some crazy key bindings out there. Oh. It's a tough one. Simka doesn't really have the reinforcements quickly nearby, but the Molly is split one apart from the team, so it has delayed this push a little bit. It is giving time for the long player to get close to Simka. The smoke giving him space to stick around. Avian good to trade, but I think that's all there is for Zero Tenacity. You've got to respect 9's efforts.
Actually, it depends right now. You've been able to slow them down from planting the bomb. Kraken is low, and now with that kill from Sejofo, now you're going to go for it.
Completely. And 2 players going to prioritize taking up Catwalk. I wonder if Sejofo thinks it's better to put more pressure into long first before the rest pull the trigger. Push comes to shove. Mantu is there ready. The AWP's doing work. Mantu thinking when he should pull the trigger and can't be too preemptive, but the second shot will do it. Sechofo's closed the distance in the meantime, though. Bomb out into the open. One in Gandalf. One in Cat. Can't quite defuse from that angle. Yeah. Was he sticking? I don't think he could. Yeah. But either way, he was visible, and Faven was able to pick up the pieces.
I mean, he was sticking it. Glad that Faven was able to, in the end of the day, realize that Sejofo was not walking away as he did get tagged the first couple of times. Great effort coming out of Sejofo and towards one of the Mantus again, the hero. They nearly lined up, so it was a really weird first fight. Second one misses one shot, but really good. To bounce back. Zero Tenacity have been trying their best, as we say. That Brute Monster does get an opening pick in towards middle. It's another one of those pesky force buys, but this time with a double open. This time the teaser going to be a lot quicker. Look at who's here.
Huh. Well, the fact that Rounds has been shot down early doesn't really help 9's chances. You spotted out a hand, a few fingertips, so you are wary. Zero Tenacity keeping the pressure on. Want to heavily fortify the space site.
You're being blocked here, but there still is another open towards lower tunnels.
That
they managed to get so much information. That's the player with the bomb.
Having 2 big scope guns like that aiming at you from all sorts of directions is scary, but 9 make the accurate decision to go all the way towards spawn. Deny Zero Tenacity the opportunity to pick up one.
When does Zero Tenacity realize? This is the big question, right? You have fortified that B bomb site so much. You've sent everyone in towards that part of the map sooner, rather than later, sorry. You gotta get a little bit active. Surely you go for somewhat of a play. Or you're just banking on the fact that Sejofo's gonna get the information, deploy the smoke, and stall for long enough for you to get over there. There's no guarantee, though.
Well, so if Sejofo has to trade that information with half of his health, smoke will drop, Simka flashed, smoke will pop, so he's not hindered here, considering if he can help out on time. Oh, that is a rough spray, a continuous one, which Kraken will end up winning. Bomb to go down, Sejofo interrupts, 10 seconds, you've got to try and get the bomb down now, but I'm not quite sure if Zero Tenacity will permit it. Sejofo is still around, he can still cause havoc.
No!
Smoke deteriorates yet again, they've done it. Oh! Do a survive. Brute Monster doesn't have to implicate himself in the fight, and the round is won.
He didn't even have his hands on the keyboard or the mouse. He was just stretching. He knew the round was theirs. Just didn't need to move. Sejofo does it all. We were questioning whether he would be alone to buy enough time for his teammates to rotate over. He wins the round. He stood alive. He was able to survive for such a long time. People were going down left, right, and center, and he was just evasive in the smoke. That's a tough one for 9. I'm not surprised we're seeing a tactical timeout on the back of it. Look at the money as well for the T side. You want to put Favin on the hero op? Sure. Are you going to have another rifle? Hell no.
Sneaky Sejofo. No, he's got, his name starts with C, so I think cheeky Sejofo is probably the better word. Yeah?
Uneducated sneaky.
A sneaky with a C. What a crazy round, though. Favin with first blood. 9 have struggled to get that first kill. It's usually been Zero Tenacity to put them names on the board first. So now playing off the numbers disadvantage, Zero Tenacity are a little bit more spread out.
Yep. Look, smoke goes deep. Oh my god, Favin. Only if you knew how close you were, might have actually caught a glimpse there. Brute Monster on the other side, but AVN will get tested any moment now. Good news, he's got the support of the OP. Oh, they're going back?
Yeah, and AVN can hear it all. So he's given the call to Simka to be wary, but there are more mid players that he needs to be cautious of. Nade can do quite a bit, but only tags Favin. As 9 switch up the idea yet again. Never mind, they just struggled to get onto Xbox.
That's tough. They got smoked into a short. Oh, there's a big gap. It can just go through.
Yeah, they walk right past it. Tech 9's at the distance, though. Won't pose too much of a threat, though the AWP will. 40 seconds on the clock and 9 up. Amping up the pressure, the pace. Digits pressed. And now, a chance. Bob XD, is there a gun he can upgrade to, or is he going to have to hope that his first kills of this round, of this game, will be on a Tech 9? MP9, though, of AVN is closing in the distance, and the fact that Bob XD only has 12 points of health on him isn't a positive. He does get away with murder onto 1, but an AWP will be saved as Zero Tenacity move into defuse and win themselves yet another.
You know what? I'm flabbergasted by the fact that Bob is still able to win a 1v1 long range with a Tech 9 against the player that was such a long way in, and he had a rifle. I don't know what happened there. Still a good.
And that was his first kill of the game.
Yeah, it was. It's been a slow start for him. I wonder if 9 changed the plan because the B-bomb side just felt too inviting almost. I wonder if it was just the block smoking towards the tunnels, but it kind of felt like it was a little bit of a rushed one. Then you see the gap in the smoke, you try and go out, but Zero Tenacity were just aware of the fact that it wasn't a perfect smoke. They were completely ready for something like that, and 9 decides to throw in another curveball. Going for a forest buy might not work.
Especially when you just walk into a meat grinder. That is ridiculous. Turned into little balls of meat. Mush. A gory sight, but still, Zero Tenacity are fine with it. No emotion. Although, Rouse might have found himself an opening. The B site might be a little bit exposed. There's only one player dedicated to defending this, and Nemanja has to do it single-handedly. He's very much capable of doing that. Good little spray transfer. Good little 1-2 and a re-peek. So, yeah, no chaos created there.
That makes you feel so good if you're Zero Tenacity, by the way. Now we're entering panic stations for 9. This tactical timeout is just insult to injury. Definitely you realize this was a forest buy. Look at the way that the force starts as well. You just try and make your way out the long smoke. It's the job for most 3 of you down, and he was even blinded for half of the time. Then you find a gap back in towards middle, and the miner just shuts you down with a double in towards that B bomb side. This is starting to look like a really dire map for 9 here. I don't want to say it because the start was really competitive. Zero Tenacity could be looking at 9 rounds here on the CT side. And that would definitely put them on the right track for a 2-0 win here.
Is that why the timeout is taken? Kind of make sure that all the right steps are taken. Don't let go of this gap. Don't let go of the pressure.
I guess so. I'm not sure. Might be just let them cook into this one. You know, might be the good old DM, but...
yeah. Let them cook in their own fat. In their own misery. In their own tears. Yeah, that's a bit too grim, isn't it? Tears. Well, I don't know if Nemanja had any tears. Now it's full of blood with Rowden's bullet creating a hole through his skull.
Beautiful, you know.
Yeah, they can be. Yeah.
They come directly from the soul.
But you've never seen me cry. It's ugly.
Or... No, I'm not going to finish that. That would be too rude.
Okay. I'm glad you didn't. 9 have found some answers. Are the rifles in arm's reach? No. And no axes granted in Catwalk.
Okay, Kragan. No armor. 89 HP. AK in hand. Time to shine. He's been spotted. Tapping away. Doesn't connect.
Simply dandy. 1 round left on the half. And Zero Tenacity have an opportunity for a 9th. 9 under pressure. This is the last one for them, so a full enforcement is underway. This is what they set up their previous round up for. Have maximum utility. They even have a chance to go on to the AWP if they want to choose that.
Yeah, and Kragan's timed out now, which is not ideal. The last thing you want to be thinking about in a game like this one where you've got potentially a comeback on your mind is why you have disconnected from the server. The one thing I want to keep on looking at is Bob XD's POV though. This is fantastic.
It's just a monitor, man. Have you figured out the brand? Figured out what monitor it is?
I mean, yeah, a long time ago.
I actually haven't paid attention. I'm just trying to see your screen. There you go. Are we getting... Can you actually tell the brand from this picture here?
Yes.
Huh. Okay.
I mean, 90% of the players use the same monitor, so it's not that difficult.
Fair enough.
Going into round 12. Last one of the first half, Zero Tenacity. For them, the difference between a 9-3 and an 8-4 is not that big, but for 9, this has been a pretty anticlimactical half of Counter-Strike. Things rarely falling into place. Bob XD on 2 kills as of right now. Favin's had a couple big rounds, but that really has been all we've seen out of them. Now, a failed HE is, I guess, some justice for 9 on the simple side of things.
Is it enough?
Yeah, it might not be.
Yeah. They still have a chance to win this round, though, right? They have smoked CT. They are kind of given Zero Tenacity the courtesy of telling them, be cautious, mid-play incoming.
They're going.
But instead, it's a catwalk crunch in, but they're already lacking 2 players due to the pickups from Nemanja. Brute Monster wants to chime in. He wants a piece of the action. The flash is enough to help Favin in that situation, but still a 2v4. Seems like a hard ask.
Yeah, and you've opened up the distance. Look at that, the long player is just tucked in. You're not giving them any more fights right now. You want a group of play this one together. You don't want to live in a world where 9 can pick up a 2v5, but they might. Favin's got another one. He knows he's got a 1v1 against AVN.
He has to be a little bit more patient, though. Mantu calling his teammate to action from... Oh, wait a minute! That's 2 kills to nothing! And I saw a smile on Favin's face. He's not one to smile often, but I just saw a glimpse of it. They know they just got away with murder. AVN solo left to try and bring it all back, but I fear that this is all that it is. No time to defuse, even if you get away with a second frag. This round is put to an end. 9. What a cheeky way to win a round.
You know what? If Nine come back into this map and win it now after this 2 versus 5 from Fabian and Man2, Zero Tenacity will be regretting it so much. They played the perfect round. The utility was great. You shut down the first mid player. You rotate back in, bait in the second guy. Nemanja was there to welcome him. This is the one. This is the one in towards middle, and that double peek in towards long as well. Man2 and Fabian just going absolutely nuclear, and you can't really fault AVM for not clutching up in a 1v2. He shouldn't have been in a 1 versus 2 to begin with. Not have given themselves a chance.
I'm pretty impressed from 9 there. Honestly, the gap they were able to create kind of put pressure on the catwalk to disjoint the timings from their opponents. Sure, winning those fights was the icing on top of the cake, but still, a tasty cake either way.
They're going.
Quick crunch into lower. Simkit, first one to respond. The dualies aren't finding their mark. The bullets are behaving like the laser beams from stormtroopers. And 9 on the back foot. Zero Tenacity with double the amount of players available to them. Sure, they don't have really much ground control, but they can brute force their way in now.
Oh, they've spotted them. And now they've heard the steps of the CTs backing off. The CT side is just assuming right now we've seen each other, so they must just send it back in towards that A-bomb site, but a failed smoke. Look at the minimap. Look at where that smoke landed. They're still winning the round regardless. That smoke landed on the 3rd map. We're not even going there. That smoke's on Inferno.
Yeah, we don't know that. We don't know that. It's on a building far away. Maybe there's a sniper somewhere, you know.
Yeah. The best round does go in favor of Zero Tenacity, though. That's the bottom line. And now that 2 versus 5 heroic play out of Man2 and Fabian does not really mean as much anymore. You will still have to work your way back from a 4-10 deficit, probably. Zero Tenacity in a great position to try and get their first win here in the main Swiss stage, of course, for everyone just joining in. This is the penultimate game of round 1 here of the YaLLa Compass Contenders 1. And Zero Tenacity looking to put 9 out of their misery here on Dust2. 9 going into this game on a 7-game win streak. Are now probably staring at the barrel of a 0-1 start.
I love like this round, Ted, was all about straight to business for Zero Tenacity. No messing around. They know they've got superior guns. Just run it down towards B. Rush B. Why not?
Oh my god. They can still lose rifles.
They could. They've already lost 1. They found Chofo, but no pick comes off the back of it. You're right, Ted. This feels like Zero Tenacity have just joined the highway to a 2-0. Thing is, 9-9 could definitely be a roadblock. But the time is now.
A roadblock on a highway doesn't seem fun.
No, doesn't.
Why is it there?
Roadworks, maybe.
Okay. Who works on their highways in 2025?
Maintenance people.
Just invent flying cars. I mean, they have already been invented. Just let us use them.
Yeah, make them more affordable for the people.
They're actually not that practical. That's a fun conversation, but it's
yeah,
it's a bit of a tangent.
It is. Helicopters would be more practical. The drone approach.
I'm not sure.
I mean,
they're
the city, definitely.
really noisy. Really.
That's true.
Really difficult to get them up in the air.
What about water jets?
I love that.
I think we need to be called up for some sort of an award here, Ted. Our inventions. Haven't Ted inventions.
In some weird world, the moment you said that, the word pavement appeared in my head.
Ted, the pavement. I get it. Nemanja with first blood. This is Nine's opportunity to get into the game, but it feels like they're not really making good use of it. Zero Tenacity have found good answers, and they've even left an exploring Nemanja over to the safe site.
Just put a little bit of pressure on the B-bomb side, then fall back. You've shut down Faven, who is pushing in. Mantu goes down as well. Rouse is somewhere here, and they seem to know it, by the way. Otherwise, Nemani would have taken the space. He's just waiting for his teammates. Does he hard clear Goose? Jiggo is perfect, spots him out. It's all about getting the refrag, and Brute Monster is going to do a fine job at it. Kragan, Bob might have to say, bad news. You're already being flanked. Good news, this flank is as dysfunctional as it gets with a MAC-10, so we're not going to speak about it.
No. And for Zero Tenacity, it's not too bad of an ordeal knowing you've got money to get into a rifle next round. It's just an excuse to get rid of a MAC-10 and not feel bad about the economy.
Yeah.
So we'll just say that's the situation. But again, it came off the back of Zero Tenacity just getting early picks. 9 just get caught off. Don't have a chance to really do anything in the round.
Yeah, that's been a really successful. I mean, surprisingly fluent Dust 2 for Zero Tenacity. Look at the smile on the face of AVN as well. I don't think they can believe how easy of a game that has been so far.
Sure.
And for 9, it must feel really bad right now because you did switch your map pickup. You did try and change things because last time you won that Anubis in a really tight fashion and then Inferno didn't pan out. This is back-to-back best of 3s you've just picked into a map and Zero Tenacity have destroyed you on it. This is the big issue with Z10. It doesn't feel like they have a single map that they can bank on to win more than twice in a row. But it doesn't feel like there's a lot of maps on which you can bank on on another team to beat them twice or 3 times in a row. They are just the most 50-50 team out there, you know? Roll the dice. They can win every single game. They could lose to anybody. It's great.
Yeah. Just every day we get to witness epic stuff like that. Well, for Zero Tenacity, it is a good day. It's a revenge story against 9. And they just faced up just a couple weeks ago.
Look at Emmanuel middle. He's already walked out the smoke.
Do you expect this?
Not sure.
Kragan, he is closing in the distance. I wonder if he spotted out a barrel. No, I don't think he has. If he has, he would have called it. And there would have been some sort of a response, but there's none of it. Instead, he just drops back, allows Zero Tenacity to take that space for now. 9 looking to break through. Flash. Now you can expect someone is deep. 1 minute on the clock, and 9 need to respect it. Hold on to utility because there's not much left of it. Is this when Zero Tenacity pounds? 2 on the other side of the smoke. It's a figurative wall for now. No bullets can be stopped through it. Is this going to lure Rouse to go aggressive? No, the molly will stop it.
No real choice. I mean, if they flash off the Opera, Rouse is going to be just isolated right now. Mantu, Opera on M4 actually needs to go forward. He needs to support his teammates. Zero Tenacity seems to realize 30 seconds on the clock. They're just waiting for the CTs to make the first move, and they do. Bomb dropped out middle. They go. Not ready for the second player, and 9 might have just survived and gotten themselves a bonus lifeline here, unless the Jofo goes absolutely crazy and he's picked up the first one. But it's a 1 versus 4. A dink onto the second, but not quite the kill as Mantu gobbles up a double.
That catwalk play looked a lot like a game of chicken. No, you go push the smoke. No, you push the smoke. No, you flash entry. No, you flash entry. No, you molly. No, you molly. And then, no, now you press W, and that was 9 pressing W, and it worked out. That truly was a game of chicken and catwalk. But it's a bit of a lifeline. Zero Tenacity having no more timeouts left. This is the last one that they're using. Because they only need 2 rounds. They just want to make sure it happens sooner rather than later. Don't give 9 the steam.
All right. Give me odds of this comeback working out.
The odds of the comeback working out?
Yeah.
As in overtime secured or win for 9?
No, win for 9. Win for 9. I mean, we can start it with 9 getting 12 rounds.
I'd say 15%, maybe 20. 20%.
All right. 20's fair.
I don't think it's out of the question.
Sure.
We've seen worse situations being converted, and I don't think 9 have been that absent from the game, from the series.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like it, does it? Still feels like they're competitive, but yeah, this second map has been maybe for some of the individuals a little bit tough. Bob is still on 5 and 14, Kragen's on 6 and 14. Mantu and Fabian have been doing a pretty decent job. But all in all, firepower-wise, it's been a tough one to match Zero Tenacity. And again, at the start of this one, quite passive. Z10 trying to be methodical with it. Send one player in towards the tunnels, make sure there's no aggression there, go through lower, up short, push the CTs back. The only issue with this is that you're not getting too much information as far as you know. They could be running any sort of a setup, and you could be walking into the big green, which you are, but eyes on Fabian on long. This is really the difference maker there. If he goes down without a kill, Mantu's in big trouble.
Smoke out early, but that's not going to stop Zero Tenacity's push. They're trying to get ahead of the curve, but instead Fabian gets ahead of them with sheer bullet power. That is ridiculous. A single person to shut down the entire T-side efforts from Zero Tenacity. I mean, sure, you've got a couple of pieces joining in to fight, to join in, to keep this round a flawless situation without a single player dropping. But that's just a confidence builder for 9 now.
It's just the smoke, right? It's just the timing of the smoke there from Fabian. If he doesn't throw that, if he throws it a little bit late, if he throws it maybe a little bit earlier, would have been the same result. But it was just right as they were trying to make their way out. And it just felt like they were forced to play ahead of it, and Fabian's able to execute every single one of them in consecutive 1v1s. 5 rounds now, the difference, Zero Tenacity out of cash, so you're potentially looking at a 7-11 game. And going through the smoke didn't work out better.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is 7-Eleven, I feel like a 7-Eleven is like a store, right?
Yes.
Do you have 7-Elevens in Bulgaria?
No.
No. It's an American thing, I think.
They have it in Europe, in a lot of countries. Denmark has it.
Is it like a 24-hour mini market type of thing?
Yeah. That's the vibe. And you've got, you've got snacks, you've got sandwiches, you've got all sorts of things that you shouldn't have in a shop like that. Yeah.
Cool. Sounds like a vibe.
Maybe.
Maybe. Well, this game is definitely going to get into a 7-11 situation, and it's definitely a vibe. 9 on the comeback. Only 4 rounds of difference, and it definitely feels that is within reach.
I wonder if we see some sort of a switch from Zero Tenacity, because we haven't really seen too many early fights in towards long. We haven't seen him try and put up the pace. It's been more, let's control middle and see where we can go from here. Get Nemanja out in towards mid, or get some short control and then go into a late execution. This is the first time we're going to see the pick up the pace.
Very aggressive. Flashes, prohibiting every single one in that fight to see. Brick Monster does get an answer back, but Fabian is truly the gatekeeper of A-Long. Twice he's been in a situation like this, but only once has he let someone through. Sachofo trying to break through the gaps, but already 9 have found themselves a bit of an advantage. A 3v2, which Zero Tenacity need to see if they can find a gap through.
Fabian has been keeping them in this game for such a long time now. It's another triple in towards long. They have to convert this one. It's such a tough one as well, because 9 know you had so many players involved into that long fight, so you can see that's why Nemanja is just waiting in towards T-spawn. He knows they could have pushed tunnels, they could have pushed middle, they could have pushed short. Ideally, the only logical option is for you to go back long, because you just don't know where the CTs could have pushed to.
If I was Zero Tenacity, I really would like to avoid Mantu here. But it's not like they've got the
gets
option.
That kill, if he kills Kragen...
I'm concerned. Movement heard in long, so you know you're going to be sticking by, giving the call to Mantu to hold the line. Given his efforts to drop back from the molly, he wasn't quick and accurate. Nemanja breaking through. Oh my word, Brute Monster caught, pants down. And all of a sudden, Zero Tenacity have a way in. A B site, surely they'll realize, is open.
And Nemanja wants to be so aggressive and cutting off those rotations. The bomb is just going to sprint. He can hear the steps. He knows Kragen is coming. This angle, this peak is going to be so difficult to read. And Nemanja is a bloody genius with it. 12 rounds, cook it up, Manto, 1 versus 2 clutch needed. And how do you even get back into it? Does Nemanja give you a fight? He's walking in. Nemanja not looking the right place. Manto's gotten himself a chance.
He has. Nemanja's done some heavy lifting. The captain of Zero Tenacity has brought things to a 1v1. So Trophy, all he has to do is find that head. Mantu, I'm not quite sure if he made an audio cue. Heard. Well, that is definitely heard. Sachofo dropping into a deeper angle, a higher extremity, allowing to have the better exchange against Mantu. 12-7 is the score. Now only a single round required.
There's so many variables with a round like this, by the way. Sijofo does so much work in towards the A-bomb side to put pressure on Mantu. Utility going his way. You molly him off. You force him to smoke himself. You show him the bomb as well. There were so many times that Mantu, I'm not saying it's an easy shot to hit, it's not. But if he gets a bullet through the wall to connect, this round is over, and still they're able to create an opportunity for themselves. So look at Mantu, he's furious. He wants to make a difference here, but he needs to hit those shots, and unable to do it the first time. 9 need 5 in a row, and this is only to try and force OT.
A 9. We'll have to dig their heels in here. They started to net a bit of a comeback, but
look at Faven.
It might just all be disrupted. Faven, is that enough? He got 3 picks the previous round, maybe 2, but still, it wasn't enough to secure the round. Will the 1 be it? Can 9, the rest of the squad, do the heavy lifting?
That's a big 1v1. If I'm Zero Tenacity, I'm so happy with finally being able to put down Faven for just 1. He had 2 back-to-back triple kill rounds in towards long prior to this one. And now you just get him for a 1-for-1 trade? This is a perfect deal.
Rousers keeping up the pressure, but Sachofo is able to sniff him out. The Hunter Dogs are out.
Hello.
Mantu going for a deeper exchange. Instead of dropping, hides deeper into the smokes and goes all the way around, switches position with his opponents and tries to find the backline. Now it's been realized and he hasn't really found fruits out of that ordeal. Bomb to go down, but Brute Monster gets quashed in the process. Drop from Simcare, and the Chaos favors him. Still not able to find the pick onto Kraken, leaving Sachofo on the clutch. Back-to-back rounds required from him, but this time the defuse is being stuck with, and the smoke is stopping his view. Therefore, the round falls into the hands of 9, and there's nothing Sachofo can do.
That's such a chaotic round, man. I'm shocked that Mantu was able to find a way to stay alive there. Shocked by the fact that the dropping player in CT doesn't get both kills as well. So many things going horribly wrong there for Zero Tenacity. So many things going horribly wrong for both teams. A 1-for-1, then you lose the long rifle. That peek from Sijofo was nasty onto Rouse. Kraken able to get that kill while jumping, and then even gets the refrag onto the CT player on 28 HP. 9 have not said their last words yet. Money not there for Z10.
Sachofo, how's he able to get away with his life there? I do not know. But he's done enough to try and pull the team in with him. Solo AK Endeavor. For Zero Tenacity. And no one else has got any Kevlar or helmet.
With the rifle and the bomb is B.
And they're kind of hoping that the B is cleared, but no one has budged. Bobixty still at the back of the site. Org in hand. Making this look clean. 3 rounds of difference, Ted. Do we believe? What's the percentage in your head now? How much of a chance does 9 have sweeping this one up?
I'll say about 65.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So you favored 9 winning more than Zero Tenacity closing things out with 3 rounds of chances.
No.
Oh, 60% that Zero Tenacity guarantee the win.
No, I just messed up a little bit.
Okay.
I'd say they've got around 35, 40%. 40%
okay.
I think is fair now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Momentum, you know, feeling good. Faven killing, Mantu chilling and killing. Kraken getting into the swing of things as well.
Technically, it's only 2 buy rounds. Well, 2.5. Let's see how this one goes. Slow, for sure, for Zero Tenacity.
Still B. This is going to be a late B play.
Yeah. probably try to put pressure into mid as well.
You can fake it really well. If the long player gets into a fight, that's going to be Sejofo, and he will. This could be a really good fake. There's going to be no quick rotations towards that A-bomb side.
Does he check the left-hand side? Fabian has been such a big thorn. Molly's going to keep him back, though. Nemanja trying to continue to put pressure. It feels a little bit more like a fake, though, so 9 might start to have questions in their heads. What are they really going for? It's the calm before the storm. Quiet as well before the start of the push. BobXT flashed up, so not able to seal the deal, but Kraken comes into party. BobXT, what can he do here? A lot of damage delivered, but there's still trades going. Zero Tenacity's way. 22 seconds to spare, and the bomb will go down.
They do have a little bit of utility kits available as well. This is a pretty tough retake for 9, but won't be an easy one.
They're going in so quick. Rouse is imposing for a second. Bomb for those drop, but there's no trade coming through. Sejofo very late to the party. And now Nemanja solo in the situation against Man2. AWPVAK. But a quick switch to the rifle. And nade to the face of Nemanja, followed up with bullets. Allows 9 to continue on this streak.
Oh, what an aid. What a clutch from Man2. A 1 versus 1. And it just felt like they didn't let them get comfortable. 9, they triggered that retake. Started it so early. Zero Tenacity had no clue it was coming so quickly. They would have loved to be able to get a little bit more comfortable in the post line. Kraken doing God's work there. And BobXT, regardless of getting only 1 kill, still doing the damage. Rouse leading the charge. Good refrag coming in as well. With Man2 just switches to the AK-47 for good measure. Softens him up with the nade. This is a doable one. And still, bomb plant coming in. It's not 5 AKs and an open on the T side, but all of those rounds have been so damn close. Can you really ride Zero Tenacity off even in a round like this?
You absolutely cannot. I feel like that's when they had the lowest pressure and where they were able to do some phenomenal things. But I don't think we've seen that on their T side of Dust 2. And that's the concerning part. 9 have really created a big brick wall that Zero Tenacity have constantly found themselves headbutting into.
Another short fake. Nade gonna fall right behind, but Nemanja goes down. This is a bit of an issue. He was the one that was supposed to throw the 2 smokes into her short.
Now what's the action? Flash. Engagement taken. And the distance will favor the big rifles. BobXT might be stuck, but as well, the pincer will come in quicker than Zero Tenacity can react. 11 to 12. Look at the blue on the second half. The streak of rounds collected. In the past 8 rounds, 7 have been 9s.
That is terrifying if you're Zero Tenacity, by the way. How do you play a better game of Counter-Strike and you can't close it? You were in such a good spot. And now you need to get another 13-11 or this one's all over. Brute Monster, such a close shot, and he finds it the second time. Man2 wanted to go for the fight, wanted to give it to him. But in the end of the day, he ends up being on the receiving end of an OP headshot.
In moments like this, when pressure's on, sometimes you might overcook things. And sure, you can try and switch things up, and it could have paid off. But so far, Zero Tenacity with the lead. I've got an opportunity here.
This is a really good one for Z10 as well. The most important round of the game so far. I'm sure Simka's gonna inhale that HE, but he's still alive at least. You get a completely different round. Now you can go from the front foot. You know you've got a 5v4. You have 1 person as a buffer that you can work with. A clean execution from here on out could be the decision. And you still have a lot of time to work with as well. A little bit over 60 seconds. Z10. This is the best chance you've had in a long time to try and close.
Kraken, he's found himself a bit of a gap. BobXT quick to pounce onto this as well if he's needed. 40 seconds and the pressure is on. Zero Tenacity need to clear this, and I'm feared they don't. The flash though disrupts Kraken's effort. Now they know where he is. They've got to be wary of the position, but they are moving forward. Full focus of the pushing into this B side. Oh, another flash disrupts Nice efforts. Kraken can't catch a break. Zero Tenacity are ready for it. They are prepared. They are standing in, and they dig their heels to grab the win. 13-11. It goes to the final round for the Bulgarian squad to grab a 2-0 win in their first match of this tourney.
Yeah, it's a Balkan win here for the side of Zero Tenacity. Not quite a Bulgarian one. I'm willing to take it though, Pavlos. You know, not
Did I
a lot
say
of
Bulgarian? I said Balkan.
Yeah. Not a
I
lot
meant
of
Balkan.
well-performing Bulgarian teams nowadays. But hey, you know what? We're all but the same, man. Zero Tenacity with a great 13-11 win. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. And for the side of 9, this is their win streak. 7 best of 3s in a row. Now going out the window. But in the end of the day, this is one of those games that you're looking at and you're saying, hey, you know what? It's 2-0, 13-11, 13-11. It could have been a 2-0 for 9 easily. Zero Tenacity definitely going to feel really good about this one.
Are they though? I feel like that last half was sweaty, to say the least. Sweat marks on their foreheads, on their chairs. I can't imagine they feel too much comfortability after that one. That was a bit too close, and I do not want to be Zero Tenacity in this situation. But they do get the win, so maybe I do. But yeah, it could have been close. 9 at the same time. You must feel that they couldn't have gotten away with something greater. Like you said, in any other day, they could have been the team that got a 2-0 there. 13-11 is as close as it gets, bar a potential overtime situation. So, yeah, a really close one. Sure, this is still the first stage of the main Swiss, right? So even though you've got a loss on your belt here, 9, it's not the end of the world. You still got a chance to, make it to playoffs, and are definitely one of the strongest contenders in the tournament to actually get there. The thing is, though, we've constantly seen teams kind of fall flat on their faces after a first loss in a Swiss stage. So, I'd rather be Zero Tenacity than 9 in this scenario, but still, very exciting signs that Zero Tenacity still got it.
I still feel like this win means more for Zero Tenacity than the loss means for 9. I honestly think Zero Tenacity could have been one of those teams to just bomb out if things didn't start off well for them, but it has been a while since they've been able to get a 2-0 like that in a really competitive game against a team that has been performing well, right? Against a team that is in streak. So I think if you're Z10, you're going to be really happy about this one, and that's going to give you a lot of confidence. If you're 9, you're not making too much out of it, right? You know you lost some close situations. You probably feel like you should have won it, but you still know you're in good shape. It doesn't mean that 9 have just automatically gone out of their streak. They still are playing some good Counter-Strike. They just lost some of the more important rounds this time around.
Well, we still have 1 match left for the day, and 1 match left in the first round of this Swiss stage. Passion UA versus SASHI, looking to see who can come out on top first in their matches here at the Compass Contenders stage. Let's see how this one goes. We'll be back after what I believe should be a 50 to 55-minute break. We'll see you then.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Hello everybody, welcome back to Compass Contenders. It's time for the final match of the day. We've been through a series of matches which introduced us to the teams that have made it to the main Swiss stage, but it's time to keep things rolling, time to keep things going, and honestly, I think we've got a really exciting match to get going. But before we jump into it, my name is Pavlos, and I've got Ted to help me break everything down. How are we feeling for this one? That previous match was pretty exciting.
Before we get into it, I want to ask you a really exciting question.
Oh,
Cats or
okay.
dogs?
Dogs.
Okay.
Sorry, I giggled like that because
thank
I
you
was
for
like,
the output, Pavlos. I was really,
yeah, you're
no,
welcome.
no, that was something that I could have lived without before we go into the game because it's such an essential question for human life. But yeah, final game of the day, final two teams that are yet to play out their first round games here in the YaLLa Compass Contenders 1. Passion UA going in as an invitee, taking on SASHI Esports. Obviously, for the Danes, they had to make their way through the qualifier and were 3-1 back then. This new iteration of Passion UA, Pavlos, I don't know about you, but I actually like it pretty much. With TC in the coaching slot, with Waru2K, and with Demi joining in, I'm looking at this Passion team and thinking this is probably the Passion UA iteration that has the potential to be the best ever.
Yeah, it's got a good mix of firepower, brain power, and honestly, look, when they first brought Waru and Demia in, it felt like a little bit of a honeymoon phase. They started winning a lot of matches. I think they only conceded to Fnatic at the start, but you know, they were racking up some momentum. Sure, that honeymoon phase will have to end. There are some kinks you have to kind of deal with, figure out how to optimally work with a roster. So there, you know, have been these inconsistencies, but you're right. It's trending in a good trajectory. There are some really good pieces here, and I'm excited, right? I think the Ukrainian scene has produced a lot of interesting teams, a lot of interesting players. And look, you know, you've got a mix of experience here. You know, some players have got a little bit more time, you know, with the likes of Topa being in the scene for a little while. But you've also got some newcomers like Jacasmo that can offer a lot to the scene. So I'm excited, just like you are. And, you know, coming into the main Swiss with a blank slate, having that 0-0 score, seeing what they're capable of, I feel like SASHI could be a really good opponent for them.
Yeah, they definitely could. I mean, for Passion UA so far, things have been like that. You either win 2-0, you're looking at, I mean, you can use the CCT1 results as a great example of that. They take down both Partisan and Fireflux 2-0, and then they lose to 9 and Nexus in the same fashion. So I guess for Passion UA as of right now, you're either getting to see the peak or you're getting to see some of the lows, right? Things either work out really nicely, and the team is showing us that there is a lot of firepower and there is a lot of potential, or things don't click, but obviously they're going to need a little bit of time to get used to playing with each other. And for TC as a coach as well, after spending 3 years in Complexity, he probably will need a little bit of time to recalibrate and get used to coaching a team that doesn't even speak English between each other in the server, right? It could be a little bit difficult to actually understand if something is going wrong when you don't really speak the language. On the other side of the server, there is no issues like those. Danish coach, 5 Danish players, a bit of a revamped iteration of SASHI, a team that is now starting to hit some good form, getting 7 wins out of their last 9 games. And you said there seemed to be a bit of a honeymoon period with Passion UA. Well, with SASHI, it kind of feels like it was the other way around. Bessie joins the team, and then, I mean, even before that results were going down, he joins the team. The start was really shaky. It feels like now they're starting to slowly get to the groove of things.
Yeah, they're ramping things up. I mean, it's given time to both Iceberg and Hunden to kind of implement Bessie into their system. And look, you know, you have got a bunch of players that have had time in some, you know, in some interesting rosters, some cool projects, and Bessie really hasn't had the chance to do that. This is kind of one of his first steps into this level of play. So, of course, there's going to be that difficulty at the start. But you're right, there is an opportunity for them to start to wrap up some better scores, get some decent wins. Because look, there are some individuals here that you'd consider to be at a much higher level at the moment, and look, the Danish scene has been looking for that talent spree coming forth. Because look, you can take one of the players like Siphon, for example, and make the argument that he's already gone through a run like this in a SASHI-like project with Copenhagen Flames, and has kind of brought an organization that's not used to like peaks, and you know, brought it to the limelight, brought it to attention. So with that experience under your belt, and you know, some of more experienced players with the likes of Lucky, there's some solid, you know, there's some solid bricks that you could potentially build something interesting out of. So yeah, I feel like for both teams, it's that testing ground, the new changes that have been made, kind of now how they're going to be adapted, and how are they going to grow from here on out. But let's look into the veto, shall we? Dust and Nuke early bans coming out, Inferno being picked out by SASHI. You are expecting Mirage pick from Passion UA, an Ancient ban coming forth. I'm just interested to see what the decider could be. Train being knocked out, therefore Anubis left for the decider. What are your thoughts here?
I feel like it makes a lot of sense. If you're SASHI, both teams obviously play all 7 maps, right? So it was always going to be an interesting one, but Dust 2 is a pretty strong one for the side of Passion UA, and is the one that SASHI have not been able to register a single win on, so they go for the removal. Nuke has always been a solid map for SASHI, even in troublesome times, so it's completely understandable for Passion to get rid of it. The Inferno pick from SASHI is interesting. It's a map that they have been playing quite well lately, and this is one that we're looking forward to, because Passion UA have not played a single Inferno with this current iteration since the arrivals of TC Waro and Demia. The Mirage pick from Passion, making a whole lot of sense. Always been a good map for them. They have good individuals. They want to shoot hard, even though it's a map that SASHI themselves pick. Sometimes I feel like if you're Passion UA, you probably want to play into your strengths. And then if you're looking for the logic for the third and final one, well, to put it simply, Train has been the number 2 most picked map from SASHI in the last couple of months alongside Nuke, so you want to remove that if you're Passion. And Ancient was the map that Passion UA absolutely annihilated SASHI on last time around when those two met in a BO1 game in the Tip Sport qualifier. So Anubis left as the third. Again, a veto that makes a whole lot of sense, and a veto that could take us either way.
Sure. The one I'm most excited about is Inferno, right? Because obviously not seeing Passion UA play on this map with this iteration of the roster, you don't expect too much to change in regards to how they used to run it. And, you know, it hasn't been the best performance on it on the previous squad. Just looking back at PGL Astana and the close qualies and all that, they had some close scores but never were able to close things out. I'm interested to see what they've been able to prepare behind closed doors, because, you know, there are times that you have to prepare these maps before you bring them into sort of an official standing in an official setting, right? In a real match. So I'm looking forward to that one the most. Could be a bit of a pace setter, and you know, with that unknown entity, SASHI could also be caught off guard, right? We don't know what Passion have, and there's a strong possibility they could have come in here prepared.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the best thing that Passion have going on for them is the fact that things will be really different from the last time they've played Inferno, right?
Sure.
You're adding in an Oper, you're adding in a player like Demi, who's still quite a big voice on the team, and one of the people that is probably going to try and assert himself as the leading rifler on the team, even though he's not going to be the one running in first and getting all the aggressive positions on CT side. He's more of a lurk anchor type of player, but you're still getting a pretty active type of aggressive lurker in him. And then you have a new coach, which changes quite a lot, right? So what we're expecting out of Passion UA, we don't really know. We're expecting to see improvement. We're expecting to see them bring in some cool ideas. We're expecting to see a lot of individual assertiveness. And from the side of SASHI, I mean, a Danish team on Inferno, T-side star probably. This is the definition of structure, usually, right? When you're looking at a Danish team like that, we're expecting clean executions, good set pieces, well-timed utility, good cohesion between the players. I am with you on that one. I don't really know what to expect out of Passion, but I do feel like if Passion are able to still away that Inferno in my books, at least, that could be a 2-0 statement for them. But yeah, the thing is with SASHI right now, they have hit some good form, and you never know. Maybe the strat book for Passion is not going to be deep enough. Maybe the game isn't going to be clean enough, and SASHI might be able to capitalize on it. Especially for me, if we're comparing the individuals, there is a clear favorite, and that should be Passion in terms of pure firepower. But when you mix up a little bit of the prep time and a little bit of the maybe depth, because the changes in SASHI were not as, I want to say, structural as they were on the side of Passion UA, I feel like it could be a really 50-50 matchup.
Yeah, you touched on a really interesting topic there, Ted. The fact that, you know, the changes made for Passion UA was sort of structural. You bring in a lot of key pieces. Well, for SASHI, you don't expect Bessie to do a lot of the heavy lifting early on, right? There's kind of low expectation on his shoulders coming into this one, looking to learn. Obviously, you brought him in because it's a talent that you want to invest in, right? But that's kind of what the opinion I want to grab of yours in regards to his addition into this roster, right? What is there to expect from him? And, you know, obviously walking into a more solid system, what his role is in the team, what is expected overall.
I mean, that's going to be a really interesting one, right? Because the obvious one would be, let's say he's just coming in and he's going to be a lurker. He's going to be an anchor. He's not going to get star spots, right? He's not going to get to be involved as much. I don't know. Do you want to bring in Bessie and use him as that type of a guy that's lurking on the other side of the map? Probably at the start. You've got Iceberg and Zyphon and Cabby that are all aggressive rifles. It's always difficult when you're a youngster and you come in and you need to be a little bit more supportive, and I think that's gonna be the case probably on SASHI for Bessie long term. Obviously, you never know, because in a couple months maybe he develops a little bit more and they decide, hey, you know what, we want to give him a little bit more space because we think he could be sick individually. But I feel like now, especially at the start, when you're bringing in a player like that, you probably look at him and say, hey, you know what, you're in with a tough task, but apparently if they picked him, they think he's intelligent enough, they think he's patient enough, because he is playing the roles that require a lot of that. He is playing roles that require intelligence in the server and that require maturity. So I guess it will be interesting to see how he develops as a player. I myself have not had the chance to watch as many SASHI games with him lately, so I'm pretty much looking forward to this one, Pavlos. Unfortunately, I think we did get a word that the players are not ready to jump into the server. So yeah, for everyone at home, that is, oh, you know what? We are.
Get played, son.
Yeah, never mind. We are going in. I thought we were throwing it into a break. Apparently, we're just going into Inferno.
I thought so too, man. Oh, I mean, I much prefer going into game. I much prefer being pleasantly surprised. And Inferno, like we said, is unknown and an uncharted territory in the current iteration of the Passion way. Look to deal with it as they elect to begin on this map. Passion UA do want to get things started on the T side, so let's see how that one works out as they start things off slow and steady.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision coming out of the side of Passion. T-side start allows you to dictate the pace. A lot of utility, by the way. A couple smokes, a couple flashes, a Molotov supposedly for the pit position as well. It's going to be a clean execution onto that A-bomb side.
Well, there's 3 defenders already for SASHI, so it's going to be a hard execute for Passion UA. There are some flashes dropping in, but the shots aren't quite connecting. Like Lucky would have liked. He does end up with a double kill, but is that enough damage? Because Passion UA have got free space to plant.
I mean, probably not for the round itself, right? They don't have a kit. They don't have any utility. It's still pretty clean from Lucky.
But SASHI going to have to give it a go either way. Cabby Iceberg joining forces. Fem doesn't really need assistance, even though there's an added player dropping in from long. Jacasmo won't deem that necessary. Demio won't be put into the equation. Passion UA exploding onto that A site, secure the round.
Yeah, Fem is one of the people that I think are going to skyrocket their individual performance in the upcoming months, by the way. He's been one of the most individually scary players coming out of the Ukrainian scene over the course of the last couple of years, but for whatever reason, he never has had the opportunity to play on a team with a couple more experienced guys, some people that he can trust a little bit more. I don't think you can look at his Passion UA team right now and say, hey, you know what, this is a weak lineup that has 1 or 2 weak spots, right? Maybe for a lot of people on a higher level, the most unknown pieces would be Jacasmo and Topa, right? Obviously, Topo's been around for such a long time, and he started his career with Navi Jr., and he IGL'd Monacy and Bid on that project, but he hasn't really been on a project like this one in a while. He still, I think he's been doing a pretty good job, and he has been evolving into becoming a more proactive in-game leader, right? At the start, he was a lot more supportive. He wasn't taking as much initiative on CT side. He was D-side-wise, he was a lot more supportive. Now he's getting involved. He's trying to play the space-taking IGL role, which is the meta nowadays, and obviously, this is something that TC was used to, working with JT on complexity as well, the way that he was being used. The only person I wonder what is going to happen to is Jacasmo, actually, because he is kind of, in a way, maybe pushed back into being a little bit more supportive now on this team.
Yeah, we'll see how that unfolds. A bit of a gamble stack for SASHI, though. Towards his left-hand side, being tested with nades, but it doesn't feel like Passionway want to make B the end destination. A lot of focus, a lot of eyes dedicated towards the right-hand side, where only Bessie kind of there to defend. There is an early explosion out from Banana. You only spot out one player, so you can quickly realize what the situation is. Passionway caused to be quite frantic with what they are going to do here, but they don't really move quick, so they give SASHI a chance to bolster up the defense.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. The CT's rotated in. Passion, they will need some clean shooting on the way in, and going back B is not an option anymore.
This is really tough. Bessie up close, 5-7s, but there's a lot of MP9s hiding. Lucky putting his dent in already. Demia using the higher ground to his advantage, but Iceberg won't allow him to reign supreme from the skies for much longer. A stronghold, good read for SASHI. Passionway a little bit too late for the trigger.
Yeah, the worst part about all of this is I'm not sure how many people Topa saw on the screen when he went down in towards the B-bomb side. If he knew there was 4 people there, I can tell you for a fact that Passion would have just been trying to run down that solo A player, but they just didn't know. Topa goes down, you don't know what type of an execute or what type of a setup is being run on the CT side of things. You still wanted to take your time and get comfortable, and as you said, they just take a little bit too long and allow the rotations to get back in.
Look at the nades being dropped.
Let's
For the
go.
amount of nades, there's not that much damage. I take that back. Look at Kvem and Demia's HP bars, not looking healthy. Molly to stop them for now. The smoke will act as a deterrent, but Passionway showing no respect, but maybe they should have. Siphon really posing a big threat here. A brick wall that Passionway just bumped their heads on.
Yeah, this is the main difference, by the way, and those are the things that you should be looking at SASHI for if you want to learn how to play B-side Inferno, for example, on the CT side. Especially when you know there's a force buy on the other side. You never try to go back CT when you've been on the corner. You hug the left wall and you go back to the bomb side. You play ball from the bomb side, because if you go right side, you're eating both those HEs. You're inhaling all the damage, and you're probably going to get run down by the Tech 9s. So this is SASHI just showing a really good awareness of how to approach the situation, not create too much of a chaotic scenery for themselves. Those are the little things that you're probably going to look at. You're probably going to be watching teams like SASHI, like Ecstatic for. It's another really good example of, well, Danish Counter-Strike, I guess. Things are thought of, right? Everything's got some certain logic to it. With Passion, there could be a little bit more randomness.
Yeah. And that's the X factor that they might want to count on from time to time.
Yeah. I think, I'm not sure if TC wants to embrace it or if he wants to, you know, strengthen it up a little bit, but I'd say it's a good thing. That was a 6 spray transfer from Iceberg. Well done. But yeah.
It's the iceberg that sunk the Titanic. Sorry, I had to go for a joke like that.
Yeah, it's the first
it gets it out of the way. It gets it out of the way.
It's the first time anyone's done that in the last 5 years, don't worry. It's a pretty original one.
Thanks, man.
Oh, good. It's kind of like it's on the same level with lucky not being lucky or being really lucky, you know?
Ah, yeah, of course.
Yeah, yeah. It's the ones that you don't see that hit real good. The real hidden jokes.
Or some die young. Oh, God. How many times has someone used that as a line?
Almost as many as the Iceberg one.
It acts like a bit of an icebreaker, though. It's okay.
Yeah, you know what else broke the ice?
What?
Not the Titanic, it was the other way around.
Ah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, let's get into the action here. Yeah, let's just jump right back into this one. Passion. We always need a moment. Passionway though, they've taken a few moments to settle down. This A site is what they look like they want to push into. There are 3 defenders for SASHI, and last time it's been a breach with multiple players located to the defense here. It hasn't been positive signs for the Ukrainian side, but there is a chink in the armor. There is a gap created. How much can Bessie do to hold on? He's taken a little bit of damage, but he's inflicted even more. Zyphon trying to help with the defensive structure, but Cabby's forced to do a lot. Bessie, he's been good with it, and Passionue tunnel vision to try and deal with him, leaving one onto site to do an awful lot. The breakaway comes through from Library, but is it enough? Demia from above is continuing to rain havoc. Cabby is the only one that has been able to find damage, and 2 points of health will be the difference.
Honestly, I'm shocked that Passionue is able to steal this one away. Demia's just done God's work there. And you can see the side of relief from him. He can't believe they won the round as well. I thought they did enough. Lucky goes down, sure, but then you block off long. Cabby's able to get one. Bessie gets another one and stays alive for a little bit more. Both Cabby and Bessie did such a great job. And then suddenly, Jacasmo and Demia on 2 HP are able to get 5 kills between the two of them. That was crazy from Passion.
That's super crisp. It's pretty damn impressive. Props to Cabby as well, keeping things so competitive. And there might be a quick push here for Passionue, a bit of a push and pull, making sure that car is under their control, and SASHI don't really have too much information available to them.
Regroup and reroute and back in towards that A bomb site. As of right now, Passion looking like they just want to play a bit of a default. You still should know there's a decent amount of cash on the other side. Now, I'm not sure if they're taking the Ope of Luck into account. Should be. At least a possibility for it. But this time around, they're pushing them back from Banana Kvem. Going ahead of the Molotov to push them away from the bracket as well. Passionue are working with the entire map. That is an interesting smoke.
It is.
That was supposed to probably go CT.
I believe so.
Or it's a new lineup. You know,
if it is, it blocks vision at least from CT a little bit, but gives you something to be. But yeah,
no, I mean it is new.
It looks cool.
Yeah,
it's one of
it's a waterfall smoke.
You couldn't smoke like that in CS:GO.
I mean, smokes in CS:GO were awful. This is one of the things that we can compare and say those are much better.
Yeah, like the new mechanic being able to clear through them with HGs and firepower. Either way, though.
Nice.
Passionue completely taken over. And there's no one left on this B bomb site, on this A bomb site, rather. As the SASHI eSport players look to save. 3 remaining, but that's 3 guns that have to go to the next round.
Yeah, Deb has been really efficient coming out of the apartments, by the way, on some of those A-Rap rounds. And Passionue just did a really good job. You push them away from Banana. Kvem takes a little bit of initiative to make sure that the CTs don't get into comfortable positions on the brackets. He says, you know what, I'm going to sacrifice around 30 of my HP, but I'm still going to take the space that the team needs me to take. They are playing with a little bit of confidence, and they do look pretty well put together here. Passionue on the T side of Inferno, as we said. First time we're looking at Passion under TC with Demia and Waro play this map. So far, so good. A couple M4 saved up for SASHI, so this next round won't be a freebie necessarily. I doubt they force into this one, but...
Oh, they will.
Oh, what do I know? MP9s being brought out? Oh, actually only one MP9. Okay, they are fine financially. They do have enough.
Yeah, having that extra cash in pocket seemed to be useful. But it has put them in a difficult situation, sort of hanging by a thread economically. So a pivotal round, lose this, and you give Passionue an opportunity to start lining things up. Again, putting pressure up on Banana early seems to be the name of the game for them, where it has to concede some of his health to try and get a pick.
Yeah, a good nade exchange. Waro down to 61, Zyphon down to 63, and there goes another one. That one doesn't tag Iceberg as much as I thought. Well, that will. Spam through the smoke. Unconfirmed damage, but Iceberg is still a little bit low here. Did you say what I think you did?
I said floating.
All right, yeah.
Iceberg is still floating.
I thought it was the other F word.
No.
Flabbergasted.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Too long a wall bird. It's not in my dictionary.
He's
frazzled.
Cooked with an F.
Spain without the F.
Boosting up. No one to be spotted on the other side of this. SASHI have made the call to stack up the A-bomb side. Probably a regression in towards the brackets coming up, but Passion are delaying enough to deal with it. App setup. Are they going back?
They're running out of time, so the chances for them to move into the B site are running out.
Oh no.
They have to commit to the A site now.
Back.
Bessie holding out already in apartments. Vem getting a double kill, so they're not going to stop pushing any further. Calby revealing himself, but they don't really know. They haven't dealt with another player lying around. Calby really has stepped up here. Worrell is on an island, and there is no one around to keep him company. This round is over and handed over to SASHI.
I wonder about a couple things, by the way. Did you just want to put War on B for him to cut saving players and rotations? Or did you intend to let one player on the bomb side because you know you have a 5v4 and they are running out of money and they could stack up a bomb side just to make sure? Because if that was the call, I would have loved it. In a 5v4, you could potentially afford to send in one guy, but with 20 seconds, as you pointed out, I mean, you didn't really give yourself too much room for error, right? You go into that A-bomb side, you realize you're going into the meat grinder, but you don't really have a choice. You had to try and push forward.
Yeah, this might be a bit of a costly one, but they still have some sort of a buy available for them. Up of the pace early, good boost for Topa. That nade looking to splash down a little bit more, but Passion away. If they're able to keep up the pace and interrupt that one player onto the B side, there's a good chance they could just take over here. SASHI a little bit late to dedicate an extra player, but I think they've just been able to get here on time. 1 minute and 10 to spare, and Passion plenty of time to rethink their approach.
It's a pretty similar situation to last round, right? Let's see how they approach it this time around. Going back again to try and re-clear brackets, make sure that the CTs have no aggressive business going on there. And this time the stack is going in towards that B bomb side. I am a little bit worried though, Pavlos. The bomb is still on banana.
And SASHI, they don't need to overcook this. They've already made the call.
Oh, they're rotating people back. Do you think it's going to be another A finish? Because they were spotted on the re-aggression. So if you're if you're SASHI, you're just thinking, well, they saw us push. Definitely they read into this being a stacked bomb site, but it isn't. Not anymore.
Did Topa just single-handedly sell this? Just by throwing a smoke off and long and doing some noise there for SASHI to just rotate over? Still, perfect greed for Passion to just walk in. They just find it barren, open for the taking. They can just tap those digits in and call this round their own.
That's been a game of outplaying each other, by the way, so far. It's been a really interesting couple rounds, and Topa will actually put himself into a position to try and hunt. Might go down. The teams don't really have a lot of money themselves, so this is probably the only casualty you can afford to take.
Nah, it's clean, though. Passion UA aren't going to go for the chase. They knew this round would have been a difficult one economically, but again, like you said, Ted, there's some interesting mind games being played out. Less firepower, more rotating around the map.
If anything, I actually think the battle between the coaches is a really underestimated one going into a game like this one, right? Because on one hand, you have Hunten, who is notoriously one of the bigger brains in Danish Counter-Strike and has been for a little while, right? He used to coach Heroic for a little bit as a player as well. He's always been a pretty tactical and pretty sharp, shrewd mind for the game. And then on the other side, you have the man that single-handedly, maybe you could say, built complexity. You're talking about TC. He was there for around 3 years. Of course, he was on Extra Salt and Cloud9 before that. Started from South Africa with ATK Denial and Bravado, but TC's coached on 4 majors at this point and multiple tier 1 events as well. There is a big battle of the minds here.
There is, and a potential battle in Banana. Topa ready for it. Not stopped at all. And nothing to really hinder his senses. So already SASHI on the defensive side start things off at a disadvantage. 4 players available and polarized across the map, but that might have the right read, dedicating a 3rd player to the A-side defense. Passion UA might be walking into a trap.
Might be once again, but you do have the amount of utility necessary to deal with those. If you're able to make it a clean enough execution, you should still be able to deal with 3 players, especially with that kill.
Kvem and Demia both line up to get the first 2 picks. Cabby, yet again in a pivotal position. But how much damage can you really do with an MP9 and a flood of T players dropping in on your location? These executes have seemed pretty trivial for the Ukrainian side, and yet again they execute superbly to get themselves the lead.
It's all a question of timing, by the way. If they don't get caught in transition, if they were able to make their way in towards the apartments a little bit earlier and deal with that apartments player, then you have that setup between side and abs that could be incredibly overpowered. Under those circumstances, though, they can't hold on, and Topa makes sure that Zyphon goes down. That's actually a really important kill. There won't be a single rifle going into the next round for SASHI. This is Passion UA with a great opportunity to open up a bit of a distance here. We're going to check it out on the replay too. Demia, perfectly timed to actually go for the peak right after Kvem gets the first one. You just get caught in the middle of trying to set up. A game of timings.
Indeed, indeed. Both in the micro scale and the macro. And Passion may have made the right decision to explore B.
That's
They're not
6 stack.
greeting.
Can we just look at it? Just ignore everything else? Just,
it's a pyramid!
Stack. It's great.
Love it. A good old classic Inferno pyramid stack.
B, aggressive. B, E, aggressive. Oh my god, they're getting kills.
They got 1. And damage.
Yeah.
One to a few. Passion are just chasing after them. Don't they really want to go for a safe play here?
Nah.
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 Get some cash.
Get the kills. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's the Passion UA way. I feel like if it was roles reversed, SASHI might have been a little bit more diligent.
Yeah. I do agree. I do agree. But hey, you know what? We love them for it. Yeah, absolutely. We love them for it. 6-4, 2 rounds the difference here. Passion UA looking not too bad on the T side, by the way, especially considering that we haven't really seen any of the individuals pop off too much. I mean, Kvem is on 9 kills, but it kind of feels like, and Dem is 8-4, but it kind of feels like a bit of a team effort. And every single time they group up and go for A plays, both Demi and Kvem are able to make themselves really useful in towards that apartments and boiler positions.
Passion UA win this one, and they've set themselves really nicely for the rest of the game. Great pot flash. Lucky somehow gets away with 2. He really saves the day because Bessie was in trouble there.
Oh, he was just playing anti under porch. Look, he turns around, gets both kills. Both of them caught looking at the wrong way. Both of them caught looking at the player above. And Demi now a 1v2 there if he wanted to initiate the fight. Still might wait for his teammates in towards middle. There is a way to find something in a round like this. Maybe not now. Not anymore.
This actually might be a very clean round for SASHI. 2 players remaining for Passion UA, and you might already consider calling this one off, dropping back entirely and keeping the rifles for the next round. Sure, you've got an economy built up. Sure, there's only 2 rounds left and you probably won't struggle. But you don't really want to hand AKs over. You don't really want to hand over the AWP either. But they do stick together, and SASHI as well, taking no chances, knowing they can just play the trading game, put 4 together. Only 1, but pretty far distance off onto the B site, now looking to group up with the rest. Thing is, Demia realizes there's a bit of a cross that can completely drop them to their knees. Demia, that's a triple kill. That knocks a few rifles out of SASHI's hands.
I mean, it doesn't make that big of a difference because it's going into the last round. Well, actually, it will. Utility-wise, it will. Bessie's got only a smoke, and Zyphon is on an MP9. It did make a difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
And half armor as well.
Yeah.
No helmet for Zyphon.
I mean, that doesn't make that big of a difference, right? Because there's only AKs.
AKs.
On the other
You're
side,
right.
So that's fine.
It's okay. It's chill.
It's the utility.
Indeed it is. And it's no helmet for Bessie either. Okay, let's see how this one works out. We haven't seen too much aggression from apartments out of SASHI Esports thus far. And Topa actually caught with timing on the iceberg on his attempt to throw out a nade. Lucky ends up with a pick on the different front, but the push towards the B site seems to be unstoppable in this moment. Zyphon Shaw will be able to find a spoil of war, but the site's been taken over, and it's a 3v3 standing.
Yeah, Fam doing God's work, by the way, just confirming everyone's going to be coming in from CT spawn. Waro locked on the angle. He gets the first one, and he's the hell out of there.
Oh, doesn't quite connect with a shot.
He's
The
still
fact
out
that
of there.
SASHI take a wide peek does give him a chance. Last round of the half, so there's no holding back. You've got to give it your all. Still a lot of flashes available, and there have been some collected as well. Damage onto Lucky. How does this one work out? You've got two players backside,
God,
two
they
different
felt the
positions though. That molly not connecting will keep players very much undercover. Boost coming through, but Topa reading it means that there is pretty much no more chances left for Lucky. Passion UA looking to seal the deal on the penultimate round of the half, 7-5 in their favor.
I'm not gonna lie to you, that was not the cleanest round of Counter-Strike. Good effort from Zyphon, by the way. He was able to find a kill, regardless of having to face two people that had a cap and the Molotov to work with. World shaking his crosshair, throwing the nade over the CT smoke, then the Molotov failing in towards Dark for the side of SASHI. Not that it would have changed too much. I don't think they were ready to actually get on top of the boost and catch a player, even if he did get forced out of position. So we're looking at Passion UA playing a good half of Counter-Strike all in all. 7-5. This one is still open for both those teams to actually capitalize. Pistol round quite important. Molly, smoke for the CT side. No kits, nothing else. Could be looking at something aggressive potentially.
I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Smoke to allow the flood. Fem on the receiving end, and Demia chiming in as well. Bomb directly to Demia's lap, and he is loving life. Not a single hint of damage has been taken by the Ukrainian side. SASHI not able to pull a shot through.
I am loving the Demiak Fem combo in towards that A-bomb side, by the way. Both on the T side and the CT side right now. Look at him. Look at them go. Flash goes in. Demia's playing anti. First headshot from Kvem. Second, third from Demia. Fourth, fifth from Kvem. That was insane. I mean, that's one way to end the pistol.
It's looking clean. Very clean. An opportunity for Passion UA to start creating a gap, a buffer. But no force buy from SASHI. Just Glocks. And let's see how this one works out for them. Obviously, most likely Passion UA should be able to deliver without too much difficulty. But you can never account for another. You can never, disregard an upset. A lot of early damage, though, will definitely dissipate their chances. An MP9 upgrade wouldn't be too bad, especially if some more catching out is available to them. That's not too bad from Lucky. And Kvem nearly sidestepped there. Could have gone a little bit too wrong.
Time to chill. Another player going down means another M4 out of the equation. That is a full eco. You can't... Okay. I'm still not sure if we can say that this is great. It's just alright.
Yeah.
It's not even alright. It's aight.
It's aight.
Yeah.
It's okie dokie. Okay. SASHI Esports will be buying up now. Looking to see if they can break through from the get-go. That's exactly what they need. Handing this one over to Passion will give them a lot of momentum. You don't really want... This is your own map pick, remember. You're on a 4-round deficit. You want this buy round to work, but look at Demia go! Look at him run! Look how far forwards he could put a lot of damage into SASHI. They're not ready for it. They can't anticipate it. Sure, they've turned around here, but Demia gets away with 2. That is absurd. And now he's got reinforcements as well from the top of mid. They might be closing in the distance. Second mid now being inhabited. Demia has got to respect this, but he's still sticking around being a nuisance.
That's your pit player, man. That's crazy. What's your pit player doing running down middle and getting a double kill like that? Demia's an absolute demon and he's sticking around. He's not even trying to go back right now. He's going to receive help. They're all pushing through the smoke. What is going on? Passion. They're just pressing W. Topa's turning around inside of a smoke and getting kills. Someone rescue them. Someone rescue all of us. What is going on in this round?
I don't know who it was, but someone gave Topa a hug and Topa wasn't having it. Just emptied out his Kalashnikov's chamber. And that's the end of that. 4 survivors, wonders for the Passion UA economy, and SASHI's Esports attempt on this T side interrupted before it even began. How about that for disruption?
I mean, it's interesting. It really is interesting. Passion UA are playing some really aggressive, really assertive type of Counter-Strike, and honestly, this is the way to go, right? As of right now, they are embracing their aggressive nature. You're shutting down SASHI, you're just letting them know, hey, we're more skilled than you. That's what we believe. That's how we're going to be playing this one. We know we can shoot harder, and we're just going to put our foot forward and show you how to dominate your own map pick. 10-5. Half-buy. Those set pieces are always dangerous when we're looking at SASHI. Double HE for Pit. That could get the kill on Waro. He's dead.
That's a good start. And the Tech-9s are pretty damn strong nowadays.
Oh.
And they might just continue to reign supreme. A bit rough around the edges for Demi there. Gets overwhelmed. And suddenly, SASHI Esports have found themselves a couple of upgrades. Sopa needs to check his right-hand side. He does.
Nice.
Pre-fires it. And I believe Passion may want to go for this now.
This is doable.
Chakasmo closing in the distance. But Topa's gonna try and figure this one out. Did he see a pixel? I'm not sure. But Chakasmo dropping means that Topa is required a 4-piece clutch. He's running out of time though. Sure, he's got a kit. But the fact that both SASHI players are grouped up together by the process of elimination, you know they've got to be in pit, but do you expect the second one to be lined up with him as well? Now he's been revealed. Oh, he actually ends up getting the pick there. I didn't quite notice the bullet landing on the head.
I'm not sure. He just shot a couple bullets. The crosshair wasn't even on him, and he hid behind the wall, and he got a headshot.
Interesting. Well, sometimes it works like that. Well, a Tech-9 pistol win for SASHI isn't too bad of a new headline, is it?
No, not quite. I mean, that's why we said that they should be careful about it, right? You do a little bit of early damage on Waro, you double nade him in pit, and then that smoke in towards the apartments made it impossible for those two Passion UA players to actually play together. Felt like they were disconnected, but it wasn't really their fault. And SASHI now have given themselves a way back. This is their map pick after all. We're expecting to see a good level of play. Passion UA, another buy, light on YouTube, but you do have that big green of Waro, and he's already tagged down, but the counter play with the flash is great.
It's not bad. Topa completely capitalizing off his teammate's flash. 2-0. Sure, Waro took a lot of damage off of it, but SASHI are trying to create the difference, trying to disrupt, trying to find an opening, and I think they might just be able to do so. A long push coming. Passion UA's way, and Demia wasn't quite ready for that engagement. Waro missing the shot, but also revealing where he's coming from. Iceberg breaking through, the molly doing its job, and all of a sudden, SASHI have flipped this round on its head. Chakasmo could be a disruptor. Damage dealt, but at least the bomb's been downed. Smoke to block out one of these entrances, but the fact that you've got another player in pit could be the end of this round. Topa didn't stand a chance, dry peeking his smoke, and SASHI convert this round out of thin air.
Yeah, absolutely out of thin air. You can say that one again. It's all on Fem not realizing there was a player up close long. He just left long and rotated full W, right? And they didn't realize the timing on long was possible. It's just a bit of a missed comm moment, I guess. A little bit of a missed timing. They just misjudged this completely. Two players coming in from the B bomb side and towards A, and I guess Fem just wanted to rush his way back on the bomb side. He was like, well, you're gonna watch the cross for us, aren't you? But it was the perfect timing be called from SASHI, and that one player being able to cross long, this is the big difference maker. The one piece of the puzzle Passion were not aware of. And I mean, you might not be aware of the comms, TC, but now you definitely know what the problem was with this round. That was an international one. You don't really know to speak the language to understand.
Yeah, back to
you
business.
Just see it.
For sure. Yeah, big battle of the brains between TC and Hunden, this one. And while TC does have a chance to give his words of wisdom to the Ukrainian squad, Hunden could also pitch in and give words of affirmation for SASHI. They've done a decent job to break things back. Off the back of a Tech-9 pistol round that they were able to win out of nowhere, lining a couple rounds together has completely disrupted Passion UA's streak, has completely emptied out their bank accounts. Safe to say, this map is still anyone's game, albeit Passion UA's early success.
I think we've got a technical timeout now. And Iceberg is back. he just needed to get a beverage, refreshment. Or maybe it's not him. Maybe he just used the time. You know what?
Min-maxing every moment of his life.
What is your favorite beverage? What do you like
While I'm
drinking?
gaming, while I'm casting, it depends on the app.
In general, what you like? Maybe no brands, but
can I? Is water in the discussion, or it has to be aside from water?
Yeah, of course.
I love water, man. Water's the best drink of them all. Sounds boring, but
it's the one drink that we won't be alive without. So makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of refreshments, all of the refreshments, basically have some sort of H2O in it.
I'm not sure with maybe we can ask the Danes about this, because you know beer is a big part of Danish culture, right? But I'm
is
not
there
sure
H2O in beer?
I'm not sure you could. There definitely is, but I'm not sure it's good enough for you to live on.
No, probably not. You probably get dehydrated rather than hydrated.
Well, you just drink more then.
Great logic there, Ted. Might as well continue drinking seawater.
You know what? I've never seen the issue with that.
You never seen the issue of salt dehydrating you?
I am taking the piss right now, yeah. That's tough,
I'd love to see you survive on an island, mate. I feel like you've been pretty good up until the point where you made that statement.
No, I think
you do all right.
I think I do all right. I don't think I'd panic.
No, I think you'd be chill. Make a fire, make shelter, find water. Up until that point, I think you'd be okay.
No, the number one is find water. As soon as I have water, I'm good.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You can last... What is it? You can't last 2 days without water. You can't last 3 weeks without food.
You can last 2 days without water.
No, you can last 2 days, not more than that. I feel like after that...
Oh, no, you can. You can.
Maybe I remember wrong. Probably do. Xiphon, though, wakes us up. Looking to make quick work of this round. A bit of a triple collapse into mid that Cabby makes very clean work of. That third pickup was quite the spicy one.
I will. You know what? I will fact check, but I'm pretty sure you can last up to. You can definitely last more than a month without food. That's for sure.
Yeah, food is out of the question. You could do more than 3 weeks.
For water, you can do more than 2 weeks.
Okay, more than 2 weeks. I don't think so. Maybe you're right. I'm not gonna. I'm not an expert.
I am checking. Oh no, I just said something horrendously wrong. It's 3 days.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought it was something along those lines.
Food is a lot longer. Water is 3 days. Yeah.
Water's a must.
Yeah. You know what?
I feel
that's
validated.
how you can tell. I've never had to survive on a lonely island. Or I've known. I would have known.
SASHI, though, are still going to continue to breach through Banana. Topa completely disrupted, isolated from his own little teammate there, and Jakazma not getting anything done has completely opened up the B site for SASHI.
Yeah, I felt a little bit disconnected there, right? Topa just getting isolated in a solo fight, not really getting too much support, fully blinded. Good utility coming out of SASHI, and then Jakazma not being able to hold on the bomb side is lost. Waro's still moving closer. I'm not sure what the main goal is here. He doesn't have a kit. So he's definitely not getting a ninja. Does he think he's getting a ninja? On a 10-second?
Do you reckon?
That is not happening.
Do you reckon?
I don't know. Waro, you gotta run.
Xiphon's sticking around. I love the fact that Xiphon's sticking around, though.
Yeah,
that's
Waro
like
has
guaranteed.
to run. He doesn't want to die to the bomb.
No, none of them do.
Okay, he's fine.
They're closing into Gvem's position. Double nade stack up does the job. Waro gets dinged. 2 more seconds to survive, and he gets there. Okay, phew. Wiping the brow. Getting the sweat off your forehead. SASHI, though, have completely stepped up the past few. The pace in which they've been playing has been immaculate.
Yeah, I think the big difference maker was that round in towards the A-bomb side that they were able to steal away. After that, it's been really difficult because the money for Passion just got ruined, right? And they've never been able to actually pick it up ever since. It's another example of how, I guess, unforgiving the CT sides could be nowadays. You just let one round slip, and then you never get another chance. You never get another shot unless you win a round that you're not supposed to, like this one. 2 M4s, 5-7. Nine really dangerous. Bessie does go down. That's an AK upgrade, and they are yet to spot out war on the boost.
SASHI have found a lot of success breaking through the B site recently. Waro isn't given a chance. Zyphon looks sharp. Nade's pretty much breaking the way, really, for SASHI instead of doing damage on them. Is it timed nicely? Nade could break a bit of a gap, doing some more damage. It's only good for one there for Jacasmo. A 3v3 is doable. You start to think you've got to go for these now.
I mean, you have to. It's not even a full investment. You've made it that close. Might as well give it a go.
Bomb being tapped in. So Passion know they've got time to work with. Thing is, the negative is, no utility. None of that. No flash, no smoke, no nade. Dry peaks required. What's the plan? How do you distract the SASHI players? Everybody holding a very different angle. The banana player out of the fight, so this could be a moment to push through. Zyphon drops back in. And unlike Passion, SASHI do have flashes. Use that to walk through, but also delay Passion to walk through. Crossfire setup just revealed. Demia, the only one to find a pick throughout it. The banana player only just spotted and dealt with. Well, not really dealt with. Doing the dealing, rather. Fem, Zyphon running away to save their guns, capable of doing that. But again, a SASHI round that brings them to equal footing with Passionate UA.
Yeah, this is not too bad for Passion, right? It was a half buy. You're able to get away with it. You're able to get away out of it with an AK, and now you're gonna have the guns out. This is the most important one, though. It's leveled up. You've reached equilibrium, and this is where, if you're Passion UA and you really want to try and go for the 2-0 win here, you need to get back to the swing of things. SASHI have recovered really nicely into this one, and in true Danish fashion, has been team effort. Lucky, Zyphon, Cabby, Iceberg, all of them storming in. Bessie individually has been a little bit of a tough one for him, and Cabby won't go down, but Zyphon there with the refrag in towards mid.
Yeah, it's not too bad because you got the refrag, but now you've got to keep the pace going. But do you? You've lost a lot of health through the nades, through the spray.
Oh my goodness.
So you can't be too comfortable if you're SASHI. Scratch that. They're feeling it. They are living it. Jacasmo is making a lot of noise on his push towards the back line of SASHI, but Lucky is there and waiting. Therefore, Passion UA's chances completely crumbled. This is ridiculous. SASHI has been playing with absurd pace.
That is insane. Absolutely insane. And again, didn't feel like you were aware of the possibility of someone going through the smoke, and why would you? I mean, it's such a mad move out of Iceberg to go through the Yuto with the bomb on his back as well. Forcing the issue. SASHI have found a way back. And by the way, we do have someone in chat who gave us some output on the water discussion.
On the water discussion? Okay,
yeah.
Please do. Certified scientist in chat. Let's go.
Name is Juju B. Johnny. Fantastic.
Very trustworthy name.
Yes. He said, world record dry fast is 18 days. I did 4 days, no water, not that hard. Now we are not we're not an educational and health stream, everyone. So please take everything with a pinch of salt, right?
4 days without. Look, respect to you, mate. Not gonna try it, and I'll take your word for it.
And then we got called out for spreading misinformation. That is 2 weeks or 3 days. We corrected ourselves, guys. We're sorry.
Oh my God. Hey, you're not here to get educated, everybody. You're here to see Counter-Strike. I think Fem missed out on a timing there, but Demia was well alerted. If there's a time for Passion UA to start bouncing back, this is it.
All right. You have a man advantage. Bessie is doubling back. This is going to be a B execution here for the side of SASHI. No two ways about it. Question is, how many players do Passion want to keep around that B bomb side? Answer to. Toppa's got a Molotov. And Jacasmo on the backside has got another one. Smoke as well for Toppa. So you do have the utility. And he's got another smoke as well. And 2 mollies. They have so much utility. They can delay for so long. I mean, Toppa can just re-smoke them and then you molly them off. The round could be over. SASHI needs to go through the Yuto.
Another smoke is laid for Toppa to gain some cover. Molly as well to disrupt Sashi's
going
efforts
back.
of being grouped. 30 seconds, and they've made a decision to wrap towards A. Never mind. Double back on the decision. Doubling down on B, especially when Icebox is given Cathedral control.
Top of nose.
Topa realizes this is a possibility, but doesn't expect Icebox to be so deep. Hang on a minute. This is gone awry. Jacasmo needs to seize control for himself, doing chip damage, but you need a pickup, and it's not going his way. Sure, Lucky and Zyphon are low. There is a chance for Passion UA to redeem themselves, but they need to be quick.
You can make this one work, HE. If it's on the spot, it could get you a kill. It doesn't, though, and you still have a couple flashes and a kit. You could go for this one if you're Passion, but it's just so nervy. They're even checking their behinds.
It's so difficult. Flash goes wrong as well. Goes to the wayside, but actually it might still work out. Kven with the opener. Lucky. He's just going to ring around the rosy here, not revealing himself, waiting for the moment to pounce, but Woru from a distance is able to chip in. There goes Woru. There's the man that saves the day. Stretches back, realizes he's done his job. Defuse barely locked in on time and gives Passion UA another living, breathing chance.
What a big round out of Woru, man. He's had such a quiet game for his standards. He's on 9 kills after that key double kill. He was on 7 at the start of the round. But he's able to get the kills when it matters the most. Passion make it work. 11-11. We get another tactical timeout out of the CT side. Now suddenly it feels like there is some hope for that Inferno once again. A really good hold. And by the way, Jacasmo doesn't get more than 1 kill. He still does a lot of damage. He still softens them up big time and delays for a little while. It was a really good round for Passion UA. You keep your cool in the clutch, or in the retake, sorry. You just isolate and clear it out. Position after position. Angle after angle. And now SASHI. Level it up again. Money's not going to be an issue for the T side, obviously. They've got money for days, but there definitely is a world in which Passion UA is able to get more. This is not over yet.
It's just suddenly become very interesting, I'd say. It's no longer a one-team show, because it has been a little bit like that, with one team gaining streak after streak, but now we've started to get a bit of a back and forth on the most important point of map number 1 of the series. It's actually putting some pressure on both sides of the map, but it's Zyphon's opener that creates the most pressure. They're not quite sticking the landing with this one.
Thought they wanted to. Just second guess themselves. Might be the better decision, though. I mean, they don't know that Jacasmo was alone. There could have been 3 CTs, and Passion UA realizing that Jacasmo's just communicating it. He's like, hey, boys, there's nothing going on. You can stay A. They're not putting any pressure.
The thing is, they can still change their minds. 45 seconds, rather.
What a round.
And yeah, that'd be a long round, 45 minutes, damn. We'd be looking at a chess game. Look, Passion UA going towards B. They've made their call, and it's the most smart of them all, because there's only one defender, Jacasmo. Let's see how far he can take this one, how much damage he can inflict before SASHI get the cross. The answer was just 2 picks, but it might just be good enough. A 3v3 case scenario, but Bessie, he's got himself on alert.
Are you ready for him, Kfem is? He reads into it, and this is such a big one. Both players playing in towards dark. There is a Molotov on Kfem.
There is. Thrown to the backside, so process of elimination means that there's possibly 2 into dark. Wait a minute, both of them are... Oh my god, you expect both of them to be taking up the same position if you deal with Cabby, but you might not be able to do that to begin with. You're not checking this. You've got no clue. Lucky was behind his teammate, SASHI. What a superb mind game play that allows them to ease up ahead and be the first to potentially put Inferno in their pockets.
Oh, it's such a 50-50, and if you're Passion UA, you're just kicking yourselves right now. You just molly triple. It's not a mistake. You just decide to molly one of the backside positions, and if you throw that molly in towards dark, you're forcing both of them out in the open, and you probably win the round. You just didn't know. Kfem caught with an 8 in hand. Cabby able to double up and double down and even do a little bit of residual damage on the third one. 12-11. SASHI get a map point. It's been a really hard fought for Inferno, but they might get it in the end.
Well, he's creating a bit of a treacherous territory at the start for Banana. But Nate are being replied with. Passionate might be breaking through here. Might try and go for something aggressive here. But instead, Zyphon is completely ready for anything that comes his way. Even if it's a flight, slaps it into the ground. And now SASHI in pole, double the amount of players available to them, and a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, look at Bessie. He's just holding on. Demir goes down. Waro 2K. Probably the final one to bite the dust. The 1 versus 4, or this is a 13-11. SASHI has been a really difficult one so far. It was a really tight Inferno game, but they will be able to get it in the end.
On the T side, they just came alive. Sure, the first 3 rounds were a bit of a mishap. Sure, the first buy round didn't really go their way with Demir's disruption in mid, but they started to get a pace, and they've been unstoppable since. They've been absolutely absurd. Definitely showing us why Inferno was picked up by them to begin with. I mean, kudos to Passionate. This is their debut with this current iteration of their roster on Inferno. But it just isn't good enough. Close, but no cigar. SASHI Esport instead is the team to go ahead in the series.
Yeah, I mean, in the end of the day, we expected to see competition, right? We did see a couple rounds that Passionate, as we said, they probably will regret. There was a couple advantageous situations that could have ended up winning them the map. And if we're talking about SASHI, it wasn't the cleanest game ever, but you did see a couple good moments, especially out of Cabby. And team-wise, they were able to keep themselves structured enough, I guess, towards the end to punish those openings from Passionate. I still feel like Passion probably will have a bit of a sour taste left in their mouths because they were multiple times in a position where they could have run away with it, right? And I guess in the end of the day, it's all about the experience on the map. But yeah, I mean, Waro didn't have the best game ever, regardless of that really impactful round towards the end. He's probably going to be feeling a little bit under the weather, something that if you're Passionate, you're hoping will change going into the second map of the game.
Well, it's Dust 2 up next, and look, if you're SASHI, you haven't played this for a couple of months now.
It was a Mirage, no?
Mirage, sorry. Oh,
Yes.
okay, I got that wrong. You're right, it is Mirage. My brain just went oogly boogly there. Yeah, Mirage up next, folks. Don't miss it. SASHI Esport looking to see if they can seal the deal. We'll be back after a short break. Don't miss it.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I ain't got nothing to phase me. I'm seeing dope like I'm back in the 80s. So catch my car.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
As the debate for how long you could survive without water continues, SASHI Esports do end up getting themselves a first map. It was a bit of a battle on that T side. A bit of a comeback was required, in which they were quite successful in achieving. But now the question is, can they stick the landing? Their opponent's map pick, Mirage, is underway. Well, it's on its way. And safe to say that Passionway have a good record on it.
You know what? A quick shout out to everyone that's been keeping up to that how long can you survive without water conversation. I'm gonna take a sip for all of you. You can't actually see the cup because it's green.
Cheers.
Look,
is it actually a green cup?
Yeah, I am drinking from an invisible
Put it in front of your face. I want to see that. Hey, that's great. You've got a green cup.
And I'm gone. But yeah, second map of the series coming up. Take a sip, everyone. Drinking water is good for you. We're going into the second map of the series now. Unless it's seawater, we already clarified that. But Passion UA played a really good map of Counter-Strike, I want to say. I mean, they let a couple rounds slip. I can see a world where they become a solid Inferno team with time. And obviously that was the first time they played it with War and Demia. Demia and Kvem individually look spectacular, right? And this is the one thing that makes me feel like they should be playing even better going into a Mirage. But still, as we said before the start, and we addressed that in the Veto, I mean, Mirage is a map that SASHI are picking into sometimes, right? So it's not like it's a map that they're going away from. It's still a map that they sometimes win, sometimes lose. Is more most of the time it's 50-50, and most games are close, right? They don't get dominated, they don't dominate. Most of the time it goes down to the wire. For Passion UA, the last couple of maps for Mirage have been a little bit more comfortable. So I still am expecting Passion to be the favorite to take us to a third, but we're not completely writing off the possibility of SASHI giving a good fight, especially with how I want to say bleak War was for his standards on map 1.
Sure. I just realized something very interesting but not interesting at the same time. Cybershark is a team that they played against 3 times already this month in the past 10 days, and they played them 3 times on Mirage and lost every single time. Yeah, just a funny funny
so maybe
notice
it's just Cybershock. Who knows?
Maybe that's Cybershock. Yeah, maybe that's them. And yeah, in the last 10 days, it's the only team they actually lost to as well. Like you said, it could just be only Cybershock. Who knows? That's their kryptonite. They, like you said, a lot of the games have been close. But look, the previous map have been close. I feel like every single match we've had today has been a close one. 13-11, I think, consistently in the last 2 matches, with Zero Tenacity as well against 9. Both maps going 13-11. So yeah, I don't know. History repeats itself. This could be another one. What do you think? Where do you think we need to have our focus on? Which type of player you think is emphasized on a map like Mirage?
I think the Opers, obviously, and then you're looking at the #1 aggressive rifles. You're looking at the side of SASHI. Those 2 pieces are going to be Iceberg and Cabby, obviously, and then on the other side is going to be Topa and Kvem. Honestly, Kvem had a phenomenal first map. He looked really sharp. Himself and Demia, they were bringing in a lot of impact, and I felt like I guess their efforts in towards the A-bomb side on both the T and the CT side would have been enough for Passion to close, and I think maybe towards the end that might have been one of the reasons that SASHI was targeting that B-bomb side as much, because they wanted to avoid the 2 of them. Entirely possible that was part of the game plan towards the end, and that was kind of on the fly adaptation to just avoiding the 2 people that were playing the best Counter-Strike on the other side of the server. Now, Dem has always been a really good Mirage player, in my opinion, as a rifler. CT side-wise, obviously, it's up to debate because he's gone through some position changes over the years. T-side wise in Palace, he's always been really good. Kvem running out, being aggressive, leading the charge most of the time. That is going to be the one person that SASHI need to focus on trying to counter. And then if you want to look at the Oppers conversation, we got to say that Waro is not necessarily feeling his best, or at least he wasn't on Inferno. I really want to see an improvement out of it.
Well, we just received word from production admin team that the game isn't quite ready yet. So throwing this to a break, hopefully we'll be back sooner rather than later for the action.
Have you ever tried Marmite in your lives, folks? This is the question of the day. I have not. Pavlos probably has, but we want to know about you. With that being said, we are going into another map of Counter-Strike. SASHI taking on Passion UA. Welcome back to the YaLLa Compass Contenders 1. My name is Ted. I'm joined by Pavlos. Map 2 is kicking off. SASHI have a 1-map lead, and this is the map pick of Passion UA. So yeah, have you tried Marmite?
I have. A few years ago.
Did you like it? Okay.
No. Passion UA. They love map. First map, Inferno, they were the ones in the lead, in charge. But SASHI's esports comeback on the T side was one to be reckoned with, and Passion UA did not have the facilities to do that. Here comes the push though. Demia able to reply, getting himself more and more openings. Bessie, they're struggling to deal with him, and Cabby's now joined in, adding to the chaos. Zypher now breaking through market. This could be destructive, but Jakasna holds down the fort. Cabby, only 3 points of health, but it's a bullet to the head to seize his life. Therefore, Passion UA get away with a pistol.
Yeah, a lot of speed being brought in from the pistol round. Jakasma with a double, Demi with another one. Demi had a phenomenal game on map number 1. It's really important for Passion UA to get a good start here. Mirage has been a really solid ground for them. I know there's been a couple of close games, but they have been against majority really good Mirage teams. A 13-5 over Delta, 19-16 and 19-17 against respectively Partisan and 500 are some of the recent ones. Then there was a couple of losses to TNL, Navi Jr. and Fnatic, but all in all, I think one of the most played maps of Passion UA since the changes. And of course, as you could expect, Demi and Waro have always been really good Mirage players as well, back on Monty too.
But this should be a simple ordeal for Passion UA, especially when they find the site open. Already to begin with, it was a bit of a long shot for SASHI. They've only got pistols. Siphon to be challenged first. He does get a dink through. Is softened up, but yeah, that's all the
okay
ordered. 2-piece for Lucky. That's already quite a bit.
He can go for a glass cannon now because of that double kill. He can bring the op out. Does he do it? No.
Nah.
I'm disappointed.
Hey, that's why they're pro and you're not. I mean, it could be a valid decision, honestly, if you want to catch them off guard from the get-go. But not something SASHI are looking to do here. Just want to make sure everybody has got themselves Kevlar and helmets, apart from Iceberg, missing the helmet. And rifles all across the board. Passion UA actually put a lot of pressure towards A early on. Got players ramp, 1 palace, the rest in mid, but bomb left quite far behind, so no indication that this is going to be any sort of a quick play.
Ooh. Putting a lot of pressure in towards that A bomb side now. The bomb is going to start making its way back towards T-spawn. Thing is, the CTs are still going to be fairly engaged, and if they deal with that player connector, it's going to be so easy to focus on the bomb side.
Thing is, Topa takes a couple step forwards. He's a dead man because Zyphon will be able to spot his gun first. Spray down should come through pretty damn easily, and that's exactly what happens. Pem trying to seal the deal by closing in the gap. The sprays through the smokes and boxes seem to do the job for Passion UA. Cabby, though, is still around, and he's been such a menace on Inferno. Wants to try and do it again, but Passion UA completely walk over their opponents. All down to Iceberg. But the fact that Waro2K had an elevation advantage in that trade allowed Passion UA to actually come out ahead with 2 players standing.
You know what? Really good refragging coming out of Passion UA there, right? I mean, you lose your mid player in Topa, Zyphon doesn't get an opportunity to get more. Every single time the CT side player was able to get a kill, there was someone from the T side able to respond back. Bessie with a nice one, Jakasmo shutting down Lucky, and then Cabby coming in from CT spawn. Good angle in towards Apex as well to get that second one, and Waro from the elevated one in towards the stairs too. Passion get the first buy round on the board. It's not the cleanest one ever, but it looked comfortable to some extent.
Sure, yeah. Got the job done, that's for sure. Smoke to block Passion UA's entry, but it's not going to slow them down. Molly forcing Iceberg to actually move forwards. He actually ends up with getting 1 and an AK upgrade. That's not too bad of an ordeal. Topa face to face with Iceberg, but somehow able to get the better end of the deal. Zyphon, can he break through market on time? A potential to get a pick up onto Topa with a nade in his hands, but SASHI Esports, I don't think they'll want to slow down here. They'd like to amp up the pressure, but the Molly blocking the catwalk players makes things just a little bit more difficult. Lucky, he's been pretty damn useful on the pistols, but it's never netted more than just a couple of kills. And with a nade crashing onto his skull, there's not much else he can do. There you have it, 4-0 start for the Ukrainians.
That's one way to establish some level of confidence, by the way, as I want to say a new roster with a new coach as well. You go for a lot of off-of-spawn rounds, right? You just have a set plan from the very get-go. You group up, you execute together on a bomb site. You just put some work into building up some kind of, I guess, trust between the individuals. You go for the clean refrags, good utility. Those are the things that you want to rely on as a newer type of lineup, and that's exactly what Passion have been doing in the first couple rounds here. Now, this is the second buy round for SASHI, and now we see Passion go back into a bit more of a default approach.
Indeed. They might want to break out to do some damage and under. Waro somehow escapes with his life. 9 points of health, not too bad.
So,
Ben also knows Iceberg's post up quite aggressively in their apps. A lot of damage is being done on the chair player as well.
Oh, there was a second one to peek. Yeah, I mean, Siphon thought he had him locked in, right? Topo didn't move. He just had Jacasmo come over to get the kill. In the meantime, Lucky does get one with the AVP, though. This is really weird. One Lucky, a little bit wayward with the repeat. And you are hearing the steps of that player being up close and personal in towards the connector. Bessie's pushed all the way in towards the ramp. The bomb is going A. They should know this is a possibility. Jacasmo should be careful about this. There's no way he's going ramp. Oh no, he's going ramp.
Ooh.
Bessie started.
The two youngest players go head to head, but it's the youngest from SASHI to get it done. And it's even the playing ground. Lucky, so smart to read and look behind him. Asperg will also hold down the line. Fem in a 1v3. It's hard to imagine he can come out on top of that one, especially with Bessie having the off angle. Finally, SASHI are able to have a say on the CT side.
Those are the moments in which you just feel like Passion you are underestimating what their opponents could do, right? You don't want to go ramp here. You just send it Palace. He could push in towards the ramp. He could be in there. Sure, that's fine. You can work with that, I guess. But from the moment that you lose the bomb, everyone else starts being desperate to go for individual plays. The round is pretty much over. Bessie does a great job there, but you probably want to see Jacasmo head over in towards the Palace position. I think he had enough time.
Well, Jacasmo starts things off nicely for the team, but the fact that Bessie doesn't hold back, and that's SASHI Esports, the equalizer. Thing is, you got to be careful. Jacasmo is going for this mid push, could really catch Zyphon off guard, and that's exactly what happens. Now, completely disrupt SASHI's hold. Bessie, lined up together with Cabby, are only capable of finding one in the process. Passion UA have got a clear maneuver now onto the safe side.
This is a little bit scrappy here. For both those teams, it's a little bit scrappy. Jacasmo just goes in from losing the bomb in the previous round to redeeming himself with a big double in towards middle. And regardless of having 2 more players in towards the ramp and even guarding that big green that they ended up dropping, they're not able to get anything done. Iceberg forced to hold on to that M4. Passion UA has started this Mirage on an entirely different tempo, just looking individually so sharp. And Jacasmo is one of those people that were the big stars in the previous iteration of Passion UA, right? And this is one of the, I think, main questions for me as well, is how much freedom and how much room to shine he's going to get given on this team. On Inferno, it felt like he was given some, right? He's a type of a roam player. Sure, he's flashing for some people, but oftentimes you're going to see him left in the clutch. Obviously, you want to give the amount of resources and freedom to guys like Fem, War, 2K, and Demi on a team like this, because you know they should shine. But Jacasmo's the one not to get overlooked. He's probably... The fact that he's still on the team says enough, right? Jambo and Fear were the ones that were sold over to Fnatic. S-Chilla and Zerofix were removed from the lineup for other people to be the upgrades. Jacasmo's the one guy that Passion UA felt was worthy to stay on the project, regardless of everyone else being either sold or being replaced by pieces that were more experienced. He is the one with a lot of potential. He is the guy that I hope is going to find his comfort zone on this lineup as well, because I still think we're yet to see the best out of him.
Sure. I guess what we've seen also from Bessie in this particular half as well from the start of this game is he's taken a lot of first engagements. He's taking a lot of what you'd say is sort of explorative picks.
I mean, with him, it's been a little bit forced, right? Most of the time, it's reactive because you lose some teammates in towards middle or connector or window when you feel like you're forced to go for something aggressive in towards the ramp.
Still starting to shine.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job at it.
And SASHI
Single-handedly
Sports
won them their only round, I guess you could say.
Yeah, definitely been a big part of that. Spray power collaboratively with the Flames and a Deke shot. But Chikazma to his grave. Another pick like that. And this round is very much doable, though Kvem begs to differ. Solo player towards apartments has disrupted enough. Iceberg has heard the drop and he's ready for it, but Kvem is quicker to find the head. And all of a sudden, Passion Wave got full control. Zyphon looking to see if he can interrupt the pace, but I'm afraid that is just not possible.
It's so scrappy, but they're just individually good. I mean, it's... One player gets mollied middle, no chance for anyone to support him. Chikazma goes down. You fail a window smoke, but Warrow's just holding and gets the kill. Kvem is able to catch Lucky just jumping around on being, then drops and for it's just so weird, man. But they're shooting.
Yeah, if that's the end result after everything, not too bad of a job, is it? After all, that's what matters.
I mean, this is the job description. A really big
Shoot
part
heads.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah, just shoot heads.
Get kills. Something that Kvem can do really well.
Sometimes you need to simplify the game to that level.
Mm.
You know, when you get too all up in your head in regards of macro strategy and all that, sometimes, you know, it gets a little bit too much. And you actually do have coaches that say, just shoot heads, guys.
Yeah, just focus on the micro, right? Focus on on your
individual
movement, mechanics, individual stuff. Don't do that.
Only that? No.
No, don't do that. I appreciate all of it, but yeah. Let's see. SASHI might have something more to say. It's been a slow start. Of course, they already did win their map pick, so they do have that buffer and the security of at least getting up to an Anubis, even if Mirage doesn't work. So might as well try and be a bit more creative, right? They can afford to risk it if they want to, if things are not working out. And Cabby going for that middle peak. This is good. You take down Chikazma. It's 5v4. Molly actually will catch Iceberg, but he's got a smoke to extinguish himself. This is tricky. He's going to be low after this nade. And dead on the spam. And Cabby's already low as well.
That's just the impact of utility, really, of nades, and the impact of just dry peeking out of smokes as well. Bessie up close towards the left. He usually plays right in front of ramp, so a bit of a change of pace that Demi wasn't quite ready for. Kvem
no way,
hoping they could do stuff here, but Cabby, the disruptor, bomb left behind as well.
They're just walking and going for solo fights right now, Passion. I mean, you win so many fights and then you just start walking around the map. Look for 1v1s. SASHI are winning some of them. Bessie again wins a key 1v1 in towards the ramp. Cabby on 1 HP is able to blindside Kvem, and Warrow now on 18 seconds. Gonna be a lucky man if he doesn't go down after time. That's all I'll say. 10 seconds on the clock. He's gonna get a fight earlier. That's a nice flick to get. But he still might go down. Still might be left with... Well, he's got money. But you still don't want to lose your life after time. And I guess Zyphon, Reason has spoken. He has realized that he's not really the richest man ever. There was actually an HE going in right behind Warrow there. Didn't have enough time to blow open. There's the replay. Cabby winning the first fight. And then you see the fantastic work being done by Kvem. And then it kind of feels like everyone's starting to go for solo fights.
Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. And eventually it will blow up in your face. And they've been good at it the first few rounds, but SASHI able to catch up and figure out how to deal with it. Topa really not slow with his pace, gets spotted, so has to reposition, doesn't really want to go for the catwalk push now that Zyphon has got full look over it. too bad of a molly. So kind of funnels them into Xiphon here if he wants to take the peek. But again, the smoke. Oh, there's a gap. There's a gap, but he didn't quite see him. Oh, it's because he's hiding. Smoke again. Xiphon, do you expect him to be there? Any chance he could just break through?
The cities want to regress. Question is, how do you go for it?
Feels like Passionway can feel things are tensing up, getting a little bit more spicy, and they're not quite ready for Cabby's explosion. Xiphon drops in, Jacasmo able to trade it back up, but he's low on health. There is no answer, never mind. Bessie does work on a Demia. Passionway might start look to push through this A site the traditional way, but then again, the players are so isolated between themselves. The flash is good, but Bessie able to keep it going. Fem, how much heavy lifting can you do? Sees ahead, spray down, not quick enough. Toyed with, the rest of the cavalry arrive, but they might just not be needed. Bomb drops into the hands of SASHI, and the Danes should be able to seal the deal from here.
Whoa. 28 seconds. First flick connects. Switches to an AK-47. Still needs to pick up the bomb, though. Too many pieces to collect right now, Waro. What is the thought process? Molly in towards jungle. They could have pushed in towards the ramp. Have they? No. Do you know that? Same answer. Looking for that 1v1 in towards the stairs, though, and Becky's so damn solid. It's a triple kill out of the new kid on the block. SASHI get another one. Passion starting to let the Danes back in. And Pavlos, we did get a confirmation. It is Becky, indeed. I mean, if we do trust people in chat, but I will. I will take the chance.
Look, if someone tells me with conviction is Becky, I'll listen, because coming into this game, I asked you, is it Bessie? Is it Becky? Is it Betsy?
It's my first time casting him in English. I'm not going to tell you how we, like in Bulgarian, it's not trustworthy if I have pronounced someone's name in Bulgarian that is going to be the right
Let me
one.
guess, Betsy.
No, we literally say Becky, but
Hey,
yeah, I wasn't sure.
You're not sure? No,
Yeah.
You can't be. But for the Twitch chat person that said, Becky, we trust you. Until someone tells us otherwise. And then we'll be contradicted, and then we'll be very confused.
We do. And if you're Danish, Mangitek. That means thank you very much.
Thank you for the context.
It's alright.
I needed that.
Yeah.
Okay, Passion UA bunch up in mid. No early fights. Potential to do even more damage with Waro's positioning there. Lucky, can he follow up on it? The spray's a bit rough. Oh, he's running out of bullets and he's being chased after. Still gets the job done. At least Xiphon and Becky rather, are nearby. Waro 2K, he's done enough damage so far. Will he be allowed to save the AWP? I'm not sure, but at least SASHI are able to keep things under control, relatively.
Man, I love this game so much. Oh, that is fantastic. What else would you want to see? What else would you want to do? What else would you rather be doing on a Tuesday? It is Tuesday, right? Yeah, it is. Tuesday night. Waro will try. 10 seconds. If he no-scopes him and gets the plot... Okay, he doesn't have it anymore. Yeah, he's saving. Or at least trying to. Yep, Iceberg. Penny has dropped. I need money. My team needs it. I'm not giving him a fight. Not now, not here. He's got enough cash. Residual. Maybe not, but...
Yeah.
They will
it's not
still
too
be
bad
able
of a
to
result for
muster up.
Passion, right?
Yeah, no, it's good. It is really good. And by the way, I wanted to highlight it now that we know how to pronounce his name. Becky's been doing a fantastic job as the A anchor.
Sure.
He's been every single time he's had to react and go for an aggressive play. He's done so. Every single time he's had to, I guess, try and strengthen up the mid play and help out his teammates. He's done so. He's been reacting really well to what is going on and making the right call most of the time. He's been playing a really solid game of Counter-Strike. Down. Got a middle to catch the timing. Gets that kill cleanly, turns around, gets another one in towards the connector area. Becky's been playing a really good game. 9-8 doesn't really reflect the impact he's had.
We can't help but feel this is still a pivotal round, especially for SASHI. Knowing that they could, by winning this, potentially win the second round in a row as well. It all began from a 6-1 situation, but there's a very real possibility we see complete equilibrium by the end of the half. The thing is,
I know Passion UA CT side should be more dangerous, but if SASHI gets
Sure.
6 rounds here, I still believe Momentum could play a bit of a role.
for sure, especially with the pistol round win, we know how these isolated maps could kind of fall flat on their faces if you're not able to get your economy going. Boom. A lot of nade damage, but it's only Passion UA that get a kill off of it. Cabby, he's been spotted. You know there's a second player around. That's some crucial information here for Passion.
How do you want to react on it, though? Do you want to go A? Do you want to go up the connector area? Because the CTs are one step ahead. They're just leaving the B bomb side. They've blocked apartments. They know they were both spotted into a short. They're going to have quick rotations. Passion under a lot of pressure, though.
Still, though, you've got Becky to the back of sight, already able to find one. Is not going to be able to be taken down that easy. Turns around on that Y-axis and the Z. Depth gets it all done. But still, a 2v2 is required. Bomb being swapped hands, and through that commotion, Iceberg punches through. 20 seconds. Bomb tapped down. Cabby doesn't quite have that info available to him. Moro stands up on top, makes himself more visible, but the shots aren't quite connecting! And Moro comes out on top, gives Passion UA the final situation that pulls Passion UA through.
Oh, they needed something like that. Desperately needed a clutch to go their way. Waros had a revamp and a half here on Mirage. 12-4. What an awakening for the beast. SASHI have been doing a really good job to keep this one competitive. Becky gets another double kill on that A defense, by the way. He's been insane. And Passion are still able to clutch up. Still able to run away with it. And now they might get 8 as well. Look at the money on the side of SASHI. Sure, weaponry doesn't look that dire. Bar Zyphon, who's on the deagle, but the utility's not there. They don't have a single kit.
And it feels like so much of this game has relied kind of on the util here for SASHI. Taking matters to their own hands, can they trap a player? Now have a chance to shut down Topa. Only good for some damage initially. McFem already gained so much ground. Can't double up though. That's crucial. Nade seals the deal, but a 3v3, very up in the air.
Free kill.
And Lucky is so sneaky.
Double ramp flank as well.
Smoke creating some space for Lucky. The double
drop.
Ramp flank could do quite a bit, but feels like Shikazmo has the cover. Never mind, he's very much in vision of Cabby. Only one remaining. Oh, they're bumped into each other. They're basically hugging each other. But I think Warrior's been able to escape it. There's not much time remaining, meaning if you can kill off the player defusing, there's a strong chance. But how many can you get when there's so many in your face? SASHI at least close out the half on a positive note. It all started wrong. A 6-1 score for Passion UA, converted to a 7-5. I think both teams can be happy about this for different reasons, but SASHI closing out this one on a positive note is the biggest.
It's been such an entertaining game of Counter-Strike, by the way. So reactive as well. You spot the 3 CTs pushing down middle. The Ts just react a little bit quicker. Becky's not ready for the timing for the first time, and then Iceberg's able to win a fight so low on HP. Cabby as well. Waro is terrifying that he's still able to make us see the way for him to win a 1 versus 3 like that as well. Going through the smoke, isolating the 1v1s. It required a sick flick onto the second, but it's not like it's out of reach for a person like him. He's skilled enough to hit them. And still, SASHI have made this a competitive game. Pissed around, dedicated, pushing towards the A-bomb side. 1 smoke, 1 molly. No kit on the... Oh, actually, Jacasmo does have a kit on the CT side. They can just play this one on a retake.
Yeah, they could potentially do that. Let SASHI take all the space they want. A lot of chip damage through the smoke. An early pickup as well. Jacasmo could have nearly collected himself. It could be picked up. That's not too big of an issue. It's timing. And SASHI have actually grouped 2 together. Ooh, these headshots starting to hurt. Topa holding on to dear life. And now more have reinforced. Topa sent in as a sacrificial lamb, and it's actually worked out. A 2v2. Zyphon dropping back. Iceberg having his back. And it's all that is required. Zyphon blinding on these pistols. He's been pretty damn good.
They really have been. And this is such a key pistol round as well. It's such a key moment in the game too. That was the pistol round that could have just meant Passion UA is running away with a clean win here on Mirage. But now we've got a game on our hands. And you know what? Passion had the right idea. SASHI I guess they're lucky that there was no flashes on the CT side, but you smoke jungle, you molly stairs, you just keep that aggressive Rio estate in towards CT, and they don't over-aggress knowing that the CTs will probably come over and try and pick up that defuse kit. The moment that you get the kills on everybody else, you were just in a really good position. You could disengage. Passion do go for a force buy though. Them has got an aggressive angle under. Issue is, you have a solo hole in towards that B-bomb side, and this is Topa. 5-7. You need Demi to be quick. Real quick.
You've got to be
he's
speedy
dead.
about this. And Zyphon doesn't really give him a chance.
Real dead.
You've left Topa locked out, but still discovered. SASHI Esports, they cover every corner imaginable. Very diligent about their coverage over the site. And yeah, if you're passionate, you've got to concede this, hold back. You know, you've got a bit invested into this that you'd like to take into the next round, so it's not just a dry out pistol round. But for SASHI also successful in a way which they don't take damage, they don't lose players. A very strong start for the Danish side.
Yep. And again, it's basic awareness. Like the little things that we pointed out on Inferno on the CT side, now here on the T side. You have an AK, the only AK in the mix of Zyphon. He's holding top middle at the start of the round as everyone else is setting up. Then everyone starts going in towards the B-bomb side. His job is to just come in and check under, right? He is the one that you want going for that headshot fight. Gets the kill. From that point on, it's so easy to run down that solo player in towards B. I mean, Topa doesn't even necessarily play it wrong. He still deploys the bench smoke, tries to look for a favorable angle. They clear him out. Even if he did get one kill, he probably gets refragged and the round is over. SASHI's giving themselves an opportunity here. And the force buy not working means that Passion will be on a bit of a low buy this time around as well. Now, the good news is they were able to hold on to the 2 MP9s in the scout. You might want to get the MP9s up close and personal in towards the ramp or under again. You can try and be creative if you want to. SASHI are going for another awful spawn call. This time it's just an A execution. It's going to be rather quick as well.
Quite speedy, you're right. Passion
steps.
I think Jacasmo has been heard, yeah. They've realized, but he's able to drop back just on time. Smoke settles, but you know he's playing in dark. Gets the pickup. Waro2k does end up with one, but how much more can you get off the back of that? Khalil upgraded
Rifle.
to
Oh my
more
God.
damage done. Hang on a bit. This could go awry. This could go wrong, but salvage. SASHI will be able to get the bomb down.
Have to get the hell out of the bomb side right after you get the bomb plant here, Iceberg. You're so low on HP, but it's so uncomfortable. He's forced to stay.
And he's not looking in the right direction. Therefore, bullets to the back will do the job. Cabby running. They sort of
Bomb's planted
expect
for
him
him.
to come through.
They don't have a
Palace. They don't, which is why they're careful.
They haven't even tapped it yet. Someone has
Now
to
they
stick it.
have. Cabby will go and check. Damage done to the first, trying to deny the defusal. And I don't think it's enough. I
No.
think there is...
They've got it, right?
It's close.
He's got it.
He's got it. Damn. Okay. Well,
Cabby got the kill, jiggled, saw that Kven was shooting and just decided to go for the swing.
I guess we'll get to see it again on replay. It could have just been a commitment into spray transferring. We'll get to see that one again. But Topa saved the day there, really. First ridiculous shots. Okay, this is the moment we're waiting for.
Yeah, the MP9
No,
shoots
you're
a
right.
couple
It was a
bullets.
jiggle.
Cabby jiggled. I guess it's just one of those moments you just know you're jiggling and you're swinging after that because you think he'd try and tap the bomb again. But yeah, that's a painful one if you're SASHI, especially with
Unlucky.
the way that you were able to get the first 2 kills almost, well, the first kill instantaneously. Waro did get refragged. That was a 4v3 on the bomb side. And again, as you pointed out, Topa just going absolutely nuclear. SASHI are keeping it mobile, though, going back for yet another B-bomb.
Indeed. They do wait for some of the utils to subside. Topa flashed out, so has to respect SASHI's drop, but he does have reinforcements around. Delia is quick to be dealt with. Waru can't quite convert onto a second pickup. Topa, some damage done, but SASHI prevail with most of their players. Lucky won't be damaged by the nade. Instead, the bomb planter well through the smoke. Surely it will fade. Who will be favored through it? Lucky, faster to the trigger. And Jacasmo, left all by himself, is probably thinking against the clutch, or is he? If he gets that one, this is actually doable because both of the remaining players are pretty damn low.
He's low as well, though. 20 HP.
And SASHI are being very patient. They're not giving him anything, which is why they will be running away with this round. Blimey, these rounds are super close.
What a 4K from Lucky, by the way. He's the one to get all of them. SASHI, they're just going for awful spawn. You go B, go A, go back B again. They're just keeping the pressure on Passion, I guess. We're not seeing a lot of default Counter-Strike right now, and why would we? I mean, you know the money's really fragile on both ends. It's such ballsy Counter-Strike we're seeing out of SASHI. I guess they know they have nothing to lose right now, but I actually like it in a way. You keep it structured, you keep it simple. You bank on the fact that you're going to be able to get the refrags, and your executes are, I guess, fluent enough. And, yeah, it's time for Passion to be on a bit of a low buy. War on a hero up, everybody else on the pistols. Jacasmo on that M4 he was able to hold on to. It's an investment and it isn't at the same time. Waro will get the opening.
And won't get traded.
Oh my god.
And Fem joins in with a deagle. Hang on a second! This has gone so bad for SASHI. Passion UA, the moment you count them out, the moment you think this round should not be an easy endeavor, somehow create unacceptable situations. Wait, Cabby knows where two of them are.
He's got a double
This
kill.
is so smart.
Oh, Waro saw him.
Ah. Well, respect, but then again, the back and forth of this game is causing me a headache.
Do they... I think they finally eco here.
I think so. You have to.
Iceberg's the only one that doesn't have
I was
just...
Yeah. You know,
They
when you
forced.
basically said that,
they are
SASHI...
buying. Yeah.
Sure. Oh, okay. That will be
I mean,
interesting.
It's quite normal. You don't want to let the CTs run away with the money. It was just... Do they go for another B-pop? I think they're doing it again.
It worked pretty damn well before. They've left the bomb behind, so it can't be that pacey.
Okay, yeah. They have two players into our sub middle as well. This is something else. I think it's a B play, but you might want to get one player boosted in window. I think that's what all of this is about. Or up connector. You just want to have someone to cut off rotations, I guess. He just jump shot him for 40 damage. He was jumping in window, shooting down.
Has he been spotted here?
Oh my
No,
goodness.
he hasn't. There you go. Well, that's what you get for jump spotting and doing 40 damage.
Man, what is going on with this game? They're still... They will try and boost him in window eventually, and they'll just gather up for a B play, I presume. But then will get the kill. Right?
I mean,
Be
if there's no
aggressive.
pressure from top mid, yeah. But there is some pressure from top mid, so maybe not.
This is terrifying.
For both sides.
Yep. And I think they've thought about going A now. You got the kill on Kfem. Con player out of the equation. Oper spotted in jungle.
Oh,
You should be ready for him, but Jacasmo's push, they are silent. If they just walk out Palace, they've got a really good fight against the Oper there of Waro, and he's focused on connector. Almost entirely. They just need not... They just need to stay silent. Don't make any
There's
noise.
something so uncomfortable about the situation. Smoke pops, allows SASHI to breach the gap. Close the distance, flash. Jacasmo able to find a couple while Waro does some heavy lifting of his own from ticket booth. Cabby, he was there to shut down the rotations. He was depending on his team to do and execute the push. Doesn't go their way. Instead, the Ukrainian side now on double digits.
I think this is Anubis. It really looks like an Anubis right now. SASHI, that was probably the opportunity, but it's the fact that they just didn't dare, knowing there was an AVP on the other side, and you can't really fault them for wanting to go for the flash peek out of Palace. They wanted to run Waro down. Completely aware of the possibility of aggression in towards the ramp as well. It's just really difficult to deal with Jacasmo when he's hitting shots like those, 16 and 10. He's been doing a really good job as well on some of those A holds. And you'd think, Passion should have a pretty simple one.
You'd suppose so, right? Not really damage done. And the fact that Kfem has got so much mid control, it alleviates a lot of the pressure for Passion UA. He is being pursued, but there is reinforcements as well arriving. So, yeah, not much can go wrong from here on out for Passion UA.
Look at Becky. He's in city spawn.
just vibing, man.
I mean, they could probably cut him off.
Is this
from
where the
connector.
CTs come from?
They will
Yeah,
probably
could
cut
be.
him off from connector. They're not moving away from middle. They need to move. Becky's in jungle. They could plant. If Becky gets a crazy, he's got a Glock, man. That's
Yeah, but there's so many.
Does he,
like,
maybe he knifes someone? Get the
could.
bonus cash? Do it. Do it. You know you want to. You know you want. Come on. Come on. Let's go.
They were
Now
staring
you drop
at his
over
body
an
as well.
AVP. That's the big money play. No, he's not. He's not even dropping it out. But he just decided to do it for the style points. Why not?
I respect that. I love how Passionway just looked at the body saying, did he just do that? Did he just really go for that? Okay. Well, a streak of success now for Passionway. They've started to net things together. Form that could be unreachable. This is a pivotal round for the Danes. Lose this, it's Anubis. Win this, you've got a chance.
Midwalk. Warro's posted. Oh, he just unscoped. He didn't even shoot. Now they've realized it, but Warro, he's been caught on a really weird timing. Iceberg doubles down. Topa goes down. The B-bomb sites collapse. This is a save. This round is over on minute 25.
This is a gift for SASHI Esport that keeps on giving. Iceberg, out of thin air, delivers with 2. Sure, you get the timing onto Warro, that happens. But then to turn around and spray through the smoke and get another one, that was a pretty damn impressive situation that SASHI found themselves in. And they seize the chance to pounce on B. We still have a game on our hands, Ted. Nothing is over.
I really wonder if Warro just got baited out to shoot. Like if they jiggled and he missed the first one, or he just unscoped to turn around towards B because it was so silent and it felt like they were just trying to take their attention away. And... You sure?
I think.
Maybe.
I think
You know,
we might get to see the replay.
I think he just unscoped. I think he just unscoped and turned around B, and that's when they peaked, and there was a little bit of spam. Maybe they flashed him. Either way, they dealt with him, and he's been having a great game so far. He's on 20 and 9. This is the type of Warro performance that should be able to single-handedly close you a map, and when you've got Jacasmo and Kvem both playing well, it's almost a wonder how SASHI have been able to keep themselves in this one, by the way.
Sure. Yeah, it's definitely with the skin of their teeth. But well equipped for this one. Both sides coming in, wanting to break their opponent's backs. But like you said, a bit of a buffer. Saving grace for SASHI, knowing they've already got a map secured. Inferno is theirs. It's Passionway playing for their lives. Still, first round of the Swiss stage. So it's not like this is the highest of pressures when it comes to games. But, an important match nevertheless.
Good nade damage. Look at both Bessie and Iceberg starting the round without really spotting anyone on 65 and 35 HP respectively. Gonna soften them up for those later engagements, and Warro again has started the round short, this time not to be tested. As SASHI look a little bit more interested in that A bomb side, where as of right now, Passion have left. Trying to reaggress mid.
Sort of.
That's a big
You're
fight.
right.
You've seen him. You've seen the top of the head. You know Zyphon's there. Now the smoke will confirm it. He needs to hit the shot.
And the Zyphon never peaks. And there isn't really a molly for Passionway that can flush him out either, so you've got to be patient with it. Zyphon does peak, so Warro does connect the shot, and Demio jumps out of above Nest and ends up with a pick. And now you're probably wondering how the SASHI catch up here. There's a breakaway through connector. Tetris now being approached, but Passionway have got 2 players holding the cross. SASHI need a pick, and they can't falter in the process, but complete annihilation. The CTs take over, and with the Lucky being the final player remaining, you can already see Passionway itching in a second round in the double digits. Round number 12 to be solidified for them.
You have to try and hold on to the big green here, Lucky. You go down after time. This could be a big issue. $2,500 for you. If you do die, he will be able to hold on. SASHI still 3 rounds away. That was so well executed from Passionway in the mid round, by the way. I'm not sure if Demi flashed for himself when he dropped down window, but there was a flash. The player that was playing the T below was fully blinded. They were just waiting for Warro to strike. They knew there was a player towards the back of the boxes, and they knew that player had to make a move, so you just waited. Zyphon goes for the peak, Warro gets the kill, flash comes in, you drop down window, you get the second one. A lot easier to turn around and focus on the A-bomb side after that. And SASHI now deciding, you know what, maybe layered executes are not our thing, maybe not so many successful rounds with the splits. We'll just go for a straight up call for spawn, but look at Passion, they have 4 people here.
They do, it's a great hold. They might be able to put a chokehold on their opponents. Mollies, smokes, everything being thrown out for SASHI to try and facilitate this push. There is Jacasmo at the back with a smoke. He has been spotted, but there's still one more. Demia, under the radar, in dark, and he could be so massive here. You don't expect a second one. You absolutely do not. At least the bomb goes down for SASHI, but this feels like it's a ticking time bomb that's about to be unleashed. Calvi spots him, but it's all too late.
Oh,
Demia
no.
can't secure a second. Hang on. A 2v2.
This is winnable.
This could completely turn around. Lucky holding the ramp angle. Oh my word. Topa secures it. Now you know where Becky is. Nade lands directly onto his kneecaps. That hurts. If you're SASHI, but for Passion UA, it is your saving grace. 13-9 is the score, as they have equalized the maps. This game, this series, still could go anywhere.
Yeah, this is still going to a decider, and it felt like Passion deserved it, man. It's a little bit unfortunate for Becky the way that it ends, by the way. He just jumped right back into where the nade was going. Just couldn't get out of there in time. But yeah, I mean, Passion UA on the back of individually playing so well and making some pretty good cohesive decisions mid-round. It felt like they deserved to win this map. Waro, we wanted to see a big redemption out of him after a really slow Inferno. He had it. Waro played outstanding Counter-Strike. There was a lot of good moments coming out of Topa as well as the in-game leader, bringing in the impact. I feel like Jacasmo had a really good performance as well. Kvem was up there. Everyone had their impactful moments on the side of Passion UA, and I think it's safe to say they deserve the win here. SASHI still give them a really good fight, a really good run for their money, and if we're having those old conversations, we could say that this time it was Waro with the 22 and 10 to outshine Lucky fully in the server. Zyphon was not really up there. Iceberg and Becky had a lot of high impact rounds alongside Cabby, but in the end of the day, SASHI was just not the better team, and I honestly feel like both those teams know that a third map is quite fair, I think, considering what we've seen.
Absolutely. I feel as well on the last half, you've got to give a lot of kudos to Passion UA, because when SASHI were forced to slow things down, you know, nades were laid out, you have to take a slow pace. You know, it felt like Passion were really able to put a chokehold on their opponents, like completely stop them in their tracks and whatever they were trying to set up. So, you know, they had different ways of doing that, but every single time they were able to unlock their way towards a successful end. So pretty impressive stuff coming out from Passion UA, and it gives them a chance to get a reverse sweep by winning Anubis. Let's see who is able to take that map home. We'll be finding out right after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I ain't got nothing to phase me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still good, but YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Hello folks, welcome back to YaLLa Compass Contenders Series 1. It is the first matches of competition for all of these teams, but we are already 2 maps in on the final series of the day. Both teams have gotten themselves their own map pick victories, and it's all going to be battled out on Anubis between Passion, UA, and SASHI to see who will be able to get their first win of this series. Ted, so far it's been pretty exciting. There are positives on both sides. Passion UA took control over Mirage without too much difficulty. Sure, there were some moments where SASHI was kind of holding on for dear life and were able to keep things close, but at the end of the day, it just felt like it was going to be a win for the Ukrainians, whatever way you take it.
I think it was quite obvious that in the end, and I think Passion understood that really well, SASHI just didn't feel comfortable enough, and this is usually what happens when a team is not that well drilled with a certain map. They were going for a lot of off-spawn calls, right? Defaults were uncomfortable. You were being disturbed. You would. It's kind of like you were losing the threat, I guess, in a way, towards the mid-round, late round, in a way. SASHI were just not, I guess, sharp enough, and still there was a lot of chances, right? There still was some closer rounds that maybe if they had converted, they would have been able to run away with it. But when you're looking at the pistol rounds that they were able to win, or at least the second pistol round, there was some momentum to them. Passion UA in general were the better team on this map. So yeah, YaLLa showed up. Hopefully he's going to show up on this map, so I think that's going to be really important. We did see a lot of good things coming out of both youngsters on both sides, respectively, Jacasmo and Becky. It will be exciting to see if SASHI can bring in some more creativity to that T side of Anubis. Of course, we don't really know who's starting on which side yet, but if they are starting on that T side, I really want to see maybe a little bit more depth to it. Good news is, it is Anubis. You can afford to actually play off of spawn a lot more here. So who knows?
Yeah.
It might actually work.
It might. It's a bit of a trend for both ways, for both of these teams. It feels like a very balanced sort of scenario when it comes to this third decider. It's not really a home ground for either of them. So I'm really looking forward to see how this one goes. I feel like since the moment we got into this series, this has kind of been destined, right? A decider has been necessary to kind of decide which one of these two will be coming out ahead. But it is going to be tough on the defensive side, on the defensive duties as the CTs, and Passion UA as the aggressors. And going pretty quickly towards his right-hand side, where SASHI Esports have stacked up with 4.
Oh my god, Flash goes a little bit too deep, not ready for damage to be that close and personal, when they're still going. They're still looking to fight this one, SASHI.
They are, and Passion UA pull the brakes. For good measure as well. You want to make sure that SASHI aren't going to get overzealous here, and if they do, you can catch them on the cross.
You're hoping they're going to be the ones to push forward, by the way, because you catch Lucky going for that maneuver, or Iceberg, sorry, there's no way he's going for something like that all alone, right? So now you're hoping if SASHI have a lot of people in towards A, they will make the next move.
Throwing in counteractively. Again, it's not like Passion UA are going to dropping back. Has been spotted, and YaLLa 2K winning that exchange completely changes the status quo for Passion UA, but instead of